Hello. Hi, how we doing? Hi, Dinosaur, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hi, Cricket, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. And hi, GT, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Soup! Go to the soup aisle. Ah, it's Saturday, which means reactions. The first video I'm gonna react to is already a banger. The soup, well, my worry, most likely for nothing. Okay. Soup. Soup. We like soup. Soup's good. Soup's always good. Soup is a goodie. Yes. Alright. No horns this week, so it is. Football is Inazuma 11. Yeah, I still have a second one. Yeah, I have the second one. Well, I do have the Tokateo video, so, well, I've reacted to that one as well. So we do have horse. We do have horns. For sure. Found copycat. Someone made the same account as mine. Another mere cricket. The same profile pic. Bro was copied. Well, he can't copy the name, but he can't copy the member star, so I know when it's you. Don't worry, I know when it's you. Also, he needs to replicate the. He needs to replicate the broken English sometimes. Sorry. I think I would ever cross their path, but they commented inside video I made it 2018 from different account. That's funny. Bro is copied. Soup with hot sauce. Yeah, sure. Why not? That's fine. Water. Water. Oh yeah, that. Yeah. It's a regular Saturday. Pretty chill, pretty normal. But how are we doing, kids? How are we doing? The first video is a banger. I can already say the first one. Rix was busy with life, so no new horns. Yeah. I'm aware. Well, do you have old horns? That's good. That's fine. Because I haven't reacted to that one anyway, so it's fine. Older horns video. Easy. I don't think we're gonna yap that much. The first video I have is already diabolical. It's about a certain look that women use. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. Just saying. I think we'll just jump over. There's not much to say here. I don't think there's much to say here, but yeah. We'll just go over there. Oh no, it's gone. Why is it gone? Oh no. No, it's here. Hello. Thank God for appeal accounts. Yep. Okay. Let me up the audio. If anything else I do doesn't filter people, this one will. For sure. Oh boy. That one, huh? Chat, it's this one. I've had this in there for a little bit. So it's optimal to react to it now. Oh, this video? Yeah. I've seen it, I was like, I'm gonna throw this in there. Nose ring like bolds in animation. Mr. Hound. Interesting. Diagonal, thank you for the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I'm doing well. How are you? I'm doing well. I wonder how to deal with it. I wasn't worried if the copycat appeared here, but if they found an empty side account of mine, I don't know, it could be. It's weird. Why would somebody copy you? That's the first one that's weird. Odd. That really is odd. Like, there's no logical, it isn't logical. It doesn't make sense why somebody would copy a random dude. I'm worried that they see my email accounts. I don't know how else they would find me with other name. Well, the only thing you could do is change the passwords everywhere. That's literally the only thing you could do. Technically. That's all you have. at that point. Insane though. Interesting, interesting. I'm doing pretty good. I have the day off today. Nice, nice. Good to hear. Good to hear. All right. I think this is the first one we're gonna jump into. Pretty simple. It's not that it's gonna be interesting. We'll look at it. Anyways, the first one today. Explaining nose ring theory by the Dadvocate. I mean, at this point, it's not really a theory anymore, is it? They all share the same personality, the same beliefs. It's like really odd. Every time, the thing is like, this is a hot take, but every time I see somebody with a nose ring, I know what opinions they hold, so I don't need to talk with them about them. That's the problem I have, unfortunately. Why they make it their whole personality, I never know. No clue. You know, they not enter my profile, but they already have some info about me. Copycat called Olicalcus. Weird. Huh. Odd. Anyways, we'll jump in. 6 will apparently only be $20. That's not bad. That's not bad. And you get a good game.
Hey again, guys. I've got a fun one for you today that I think you're going to find interesting. Nose ring theory. And I just know that when I say that, half of you are going to be confused, and the other half of you somehow know exactly what I'm talking about, even if you've never heard of it before.
I know exactly what she's talking about.
I will explain everything I've learned about this theory, show you some examples, and then give you my 2 cents on this whole thing. So to take you on the journey that I went down to get here, I'll show you the video that I first saw that introduced me to this whole thing.
So I'm 24 years old, and I've been trying my hand at dating men, specifically, for probably about 5-6 years now, in a serious way. I'm single at the moment. My boyfriend and I just broke up recently, and I have probably dated about like 4 to 5 men, seriously. Keep running into the same issues every single time I date a man, and I've been trying to like really get to the root of what it is. And now I know what you're thinking. You probably have a type. I do not have a type. These men don't know each other. They're not friends. They're not from the same area. They don't look alike. I really do not have a type. The only thing that these men have in common is that they are men. I really have been reflecting a lot.
Well, the only thing that they all also have in common is that they dated you. This sounds like a you problem, not a men problem. Sorry, because if all the men you've dated sucked, maybe the men did not suck. Maybe you suck. Pause. Okay, maybe she does too. I don't know.
And trying to figure out what like the root of all these issues is. Now,
it's you. It's you. It's you, and it's that thing hanging around here.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not perfect, but I'm not.
That's what it is. Yet all of them dated you. Yeah, that's everything they have in common, right? Is her.
Not the reason that any of these relationships ended. One of the main issues that I've come to recognize is that I don't think men are really socialized to know what it means to truly love someone, like love their partner and care.
Interesting. Yet it is usually women that, first of all, initiate most of the divorces, are mostly focused on material gain before entering a relationship and status. That's odd. That's weird. Chat, that's weird. I feel like that's weird. Piercing at the nose bridge. I'm gonna say it, most piercings do not look good. If they're in the face or ears, sure, but in the face, most of them do not look good. Does she not hear the irony when she says that out loud? She does not. Got the first SAO game on sale. Now I have every SAO game. Congratulations. Here, a star. You're a good noodle.
For their partner. Obviously, I'm not saying this is all men, but I think it's just not normalized for them to like I don't know, just like, I guess I don't know how to phrase it. What I'm saying, for example, is that every single one of these men individually has looked me in my eyes and told me that I am the love of their life, I'm the most important person in their life, that they would take a bullet for me, and every single one of them has treated me horribly, okay? I don't know about you, but when I tell somebody they're the love of my life and that they're the person
Maybe they say that, then you do something that makes it abundantly clear that you're not. And then, also, I feel like, here's a problem. Maybe they're reciprocating the way you treat them. So they're giving you the energy that you give them back. See, I don't know anything about her relationships. I have no insight. Maybe by some off chance, actually, genuinely, all of the dudes sucked. But then it's again also your fault because you're picking the dudes. And if you suck, then still your fault. In a way. I think the Frankenstein piercing looking good from side to side, drilling through the skull itself, bro.
I care about the most, I show it. I'm treating them accordingly. Part of it that really trips me up is that they believe it. They actually believe in their heart that I'm the love of their life and that I'm the person they care about the most. I started calling it out. I would be like, you do not love me and you do not care about me. Like, point blank period. Otherwise, you wouldn't be treating me badly. And they will argue and they get genuinely, offended. They get offended. I honestly pity them because I don't think they're socialized to know what that means. And, I don't know.
Ah, yes. Chat. Ah, yes. I love you. You're the love of my life. No, you do not love me. You don't. If that's the response they're getting, yeah, no shit. Yeah, no shit. Chat, how do we react if you tell somebody that you love them and then they tell you back, no, you do not? I wonder how someone would react. I think not that pleasantly. Though I think instead of treating you horribly, they should have just dropped you. I do agree with the fact that they should have dropped you immediately. Because when these stupid games happen, yeah, good luck, bro. Reposo. Bye-bye. I don't mind snake bite piercings, but I'm not really into kissing anyways, so snake bites are cool. Okay. Interesting.
How to get it across in a meaningful way to them. They just don't listen. And I'll be like, okay, you wouldn't have done this bad thing to me if you actually loved me in the way that you say you do. That is not what love is. That's not what love is. When you love someone, you don't do things to intentionally or even unintentionally hurt them. Why is that?
Okay, intentionally, okay. Though that depends, right? If you're trying to do something stupid, and I intend to stop you, and not doing that stupid thing does hurt you, not as much, obviously, as doing the stupid thing, then I can understand it. This does not make sense in my head. This does not make sense in my head. And unintentionally, if you do it unintentionally, how can you control that? The new Atelier is on September 26th. Okay. I'm probably not going to be streaming at September 18th because new Demon Slayer movie. I'm going to probably watch that in theater.
Considered love to you. I'm just I don't know where it's coming from. I honestly pity them because that has to be awful, but I can't handle it anymore, dude.
So in this video, this girl is describing her troubles with finding a good man. She insists that she doesn't have a type, that none of these men really have anything in common, but for some reason, in the end, they always end up treating her horribly. And this led many in the comments to speculate that it must be something about her that is the common denominator. And unfortunately, since it's such a short TikTok video and we don't really get much insight onto greater parts of her personality, and she's not very open about what her most major flaws are to figure out why she's attracting such mean men or why her relationships are always driven to turmoil, people began to theorize, because it's one of the most noticeable things about her, that it could potentially have to do with the amount of piercings she has. In fact, these two comments right next to each other.
The piercing theories. is true. Don't know, don't care. Nose ring theory. It might be. It might genuinely be. It might genuinely be a red flag. But gauges disgust me, especially the yo-yo-sized ones. Like, why? Interesting. I just generally don't find piercings attractive. Usually they make a face worse. They usually don't, I'll be honest, they usually don't add much.
Say the piercing theory is so true with over 700 likes. And again, don't know, don't care, nose ring theory with over 1,200 likes. So you might be wondering, like I did, what about having a bunch of metal in your face would cause someone to treat you poorly? I mean, sure, the style isn't everyone's type, but these men were clearly attracted enough to her to date her, so then what is it that's causing the relationships to not go well? So I decided to look into what these men were referencing when they talked about the piercing theory or the nose ring theory. And this was the top video I found.
Have y'all ever heard of the septum piercing theory? If you have a septum piercing, you may not want to look it up, but I'm always the last person to hear about shit. So this is common knowledge. It's dead ass. It's actually dead ass. Because it says that every person that has a septum piercing makes their trauma their entire personality.
Yeah, kind of, yeah, sure. I agree with that. That's part of it for sure. What does a clock do when it's hungry? It goes back 4 seconds. Hi, Fable Phantom. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Oh my goodness.
And she agrees? It's dead ass.
Like I said, dead ass.
Damn, straight from the horse's mouth. Or maybe I should say straight from the bull's mouth.
But it's a cow. 'Cause woman. Huh? Sure.
You know, because you get it. And if even the person with the nose ring is saying it's true, I mean, there's gotta be something there. And this is just even more hilarious when we take that theory and then reference back to the first video where the girl was making her relationship trauma her entire personality. Okay, that might have been a little reductive. After all, it was just one video. Surely her entire profile isn't like that.
Yo, you guys never told me how cool it is to have a dad. Like, this is a secret that's been kept from me, okay? I grew up with
This may explain a lot, actually. Okay, well, here we have the answer. Once again, it's trauma. It's terrible.
3 moms. My mommy issues are off the charts.
Oh, bro. I should have not stopped like this. I'm sorry, Good. I'm sorry. 3 moms, bro, is cooked. What the fuck is this?
Okay, sure, I mean...
That's better. Yeah. 3 moms. I wouldn't survive this.
So maybe she doesn't have a dad and has a ton of self-proclaimed mommy issues, but that doesn't mean trauma's her entire personality.
I have psoriasis. Not like a little psoriasis, like all over my entire body. When I tell you, my whole body looks like this.
Okay, so she has...
Okay, her personality is trauma, all of it. The 100%. 0% therapy, 100% trauma.
a bit of medical trauma too, but I mean, there's more to her.
Nothing normal can ever happen to me. I think I attract chaos.
Okay, so attracting chaos, it might be a little red flag, but I mean, there's gotta be something normal here.
Not to be a man-hater or anything. Actually, no, fully to be a man-hater. Fully to be a man-hater.
Oh, okay, I guess she also just doesn't like men. I mean, you could have brought that up when you were theorizing on why your relationships with men might be going poorly. I'm starting to connect the dots. Now, when I first started looking into nose ring theory, I didn't think that I would take it seriously.
That's the part that infuriates me the most, right? That's the part that infuriates me the most. That actually that is something that angers me. You say you hate men, but you date men. It makes no sense. This is like I'm getting diarrhea because I'm lactose intolerant, but I eat dairy. It's like I hate dairy because I'm lactose intolerant, but I eat dairy. What is this? I guess that's why they say if you have tattoos anywhere on your head, it's because of some trauma. I thought it was tattoos everywhere, regardless, like anywhere. I need a definition of trauma. Be slip on a banana peel or be a victim of war will be called the same. True. I've never actively seen somebody slip on a banana there.
At all. I thought it would just be a good laugh. But the more I looked into it, the more I think that it might actually hold some weight, because I did find quite a number of studies that have strong correlations between individuals with a lot of piercings and tattoos and how they are perceived and who they attract. This study seems to indicate that people with
Like, I really get frustrated when I see women complain about men, but date men. Don't want to interact with men, but all they're talking about is dudes. Like, why are you talking about the things that make you miserable? If dudes make you miserable, why do you keep talking about dudes? This goes, by the way, same for the dudes. Like, you don't want to interact with women. You hate women. Why would you interact and continue to talk about women? It makes no sense. But you know, I mean, for every small unpleasant thing people say today, trauma, so I call the language police to their job. I guess. The thing is that's obviously, I think that's individual, but I also think that I do agree that not everything is trauma. Right? People can go through all sorts of horrible things and not be traumatized.
Piercings and tattoos scored significantly higher than those without for sensation-seeking and risk-taking behaviors. This other study that I found seems to indicate that people with piercings and tattoos, specifically women, scored
Germany! Hamburg!
significantly higher for extroversion and assertiveness, meaning they are more aggressive socially. This study that I found in Psychology Today examines how people with tattoos and piercings are perceived, and the most popular finding was that they are perceived to be more sexually promiscuous, and that they tend to attract people who are looking for more casual relationships than serious ones.
Bro. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Not that wrong. The theory on both tattoos and piercings. Huh, interesting. I mean, the tattoo allegations are possible because I don't have any on my head, but I have a tattoo of the Hylian crest on my right shoulder. Okay. Didn't even know that. Cool.
And many other studies seem to point to people with piercings and tattoos having higher correlations with impulsivity and more experience with trauma and adversity. This study from BMC Psychology seemed to find a strong correlation between body modifications and people who experienced childhood abuse and neglect. And this one really stood out to me. This one found a notable prevalence of individuals with a high number of body modifications and borderline personality disorder. Now, this is not to say that individuals with piercings.
So you're saying, obviously, not all of them, but you're saying that the likelihood somebody has BPD is greater in people that do body modifications, for example, tattoos, and piercings. Would that include, wait, let me go back. Did it just say anything about, disorders, self-injury, and okay. Body modifications, does that also include surgery? Like, does that include beauty surgeries and shit?
Personality disorder. Now, this is not to say that individuals with piercings and tattoos are all degenerate problem children undeserving of love. I myself have a belly button piercing and an entire side piece, and I find myself
I know a person who got shot by her own belly button piercing. Just saying. I know a lady. I know a girl in school that got shot by her own piercing because it just like went inside and disappeared. Life was too rough for her, apparently. Are they saying Yakuza are all wrong in the head? Do you think somebody who commits crime or is part of the mafia is normal in the head? If we knew tattoos originally came from barbaric tribes and pagan sorcery, it'll help to make them less popular. I don't know.
To be pretty well adjusted and have had a lot of success in my relationships. But it does beg the question, could there be any legitimacy to the nose ring theory, or is it mostly just something that jerks shout at people they disagree with online when they happen to have a nose ring? My ultimate conclusion? Probably both. Obviously, even with all of these studies and research papers, you're never going to be able to make a correct, sweeping blanket generalization about every one kind of person who looks a certain way. In the case of the first video we watched, where the girl is describing her issues with relationships with men, we know that people did at least initially find her very attractive, as she even cites at the end of the video that I cut off that both men and women have described completely falling in love with her. And when I first listened to her story, I wasn't even making any judgments about her physical appearance. I was truly waiting for the other shoe to drop of when she was going to describe some consistent patterns of behavior that might lead to all of this correlation. In her case, I definitely think that being a vocal man-hater was probably the linchpin in the disruption in her relationships with men, but certainly not all women with piercings and tattoos.
Boys. If she says she hates men. Okay? When she says she hates men. Except you. She will eventually. Do not date women that hate you. You cannot fix her. Thank you. Next.
Feel that way. In fact, here are some examples of super pierced and tattooed girls in very happy relationships with men.
Or was in danger. Well, this is as nothing saying as the clips. The clip earlier.
What is this? What is this, please?
Also, it's so funny how they always go for the nerdy gamer guys. But this is what makes the nose ring theory so complex.
Because we can't cheat. We got no time for women. We got no time. I must get the next shiny. I have no time to talk to other women. What do you mean? It just makes sense. Nerds are unbeatable as partners. And the best boyfriends are also made in the fire of evil exes. Just saying. You know, Yakuza isn't that much into a crime. Yakuza that much into mafia business. Still, I don't think you're mentally well if you commit crime. That means you have a lack of impulse control. And you definitely lack empathy. Somebody could say that there's definitely a chance that you aren't mentally stable.
Because if the first video were to be enough to prove that it's accurate, then...
Also, it doesn't matter if the Yakuza isn't much into killing. They're not longer much into anything, because there is less and less in Japan. The Yakuza are a dying breed. Because they haven't adapted to the digital era.
All of these other videos should be enough to disprove it, right? At the end of the day, the nose ring theory is just that. a theory, an idea worth discussing. Is it true that people with a lot of tattoos and piercings tend to be a bit more rebellious, chaotic, and traumatized? Yeah, probably, but does it make them inherently undateable? No. Some of them are. Some of them are absolutely undateable, but not all of them. As with most things, it's a case-by-case scenario, and it's always more important to pay attention to how a person behaves or what they believe in than it is to try and find secret clues in how they look or dress. Anyway, that has been my analysis on nose ring theory. If you liked my coverage, please drop a like on the video, consider subscribing. We are so close to the big 500,000, the big 500,000 subscribers, and drop any comments that you have on the subject down below, because that also helps boost me in the algorithm and grow my channel. And if you want even more from me than you can find here, consider joining my Patreon at patreon.com/thedadvocate for early access to my videos, exclusive content, and exclusive merch that you can't get anywhere else. Thank you so much for watching all the way until the very end. I will catch you in the next one.
Look how how proud she looks. Yakuza simply a business, a much better business than Ubisoft. Accurate. I don't like mafia businesses, but I don't like the government and others either. True and real. A theory I've seen it with my own eyes. I've seen it as well. I've seen it as well. I've seen it as well. I know a bunch of people that went through trauma and have a nose ring, a septum piercing, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I think it doesn't apply to everyone, but it appears to be a red flag, at least online. Like when somebody, like I said, when somebody online wears it, they make content, there's a chance that they oftentimes have nothing of value to say. I already know their opinions, which sucks, but you know, for those that are not like that, but it is what it is. I believe in it. Partially. We'll see. Same with tattoos. That appears also to be a red flag, at least according to studies, both of them. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. What started an organization to hold power for the surrounding and end up hold all the power for themselves? Isn't that just all human organizations, technically? Technically. My voice is dying. What the heck? Next up that I have to watch is... We're gonna... Yeah, you know, I know. I know. Sure. Where's my... There's a third part! Ah, damn it. There's a third part, chat. I might as well add it right now for tomorrow. Anyways. What is wrong? Calm down, boys. Okay. What is Inazuma 11 even about? Part 2 by Senshi. We'll jump in. Let's see what he's gonna talk about here again. Hi, Cocos. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Last time we had aliens and superpowers and flaming footballs, and I'm running out of ideas. Let's go. Meteors.
You guys really blew up my last Inazuma 11 video, and I had a bunch of you guys commenting telling me to make a part 2, and I mean a lot of you. So let's get right into it. We ended off with Raymond getting absolutely squad wiped by a literal intergalactic alien species. Like
What the fuck is going on again? What the fuck is going on again? Bro is just charging up that thing. What's wrong with the voice, dude? Bro is charging up that thing. That was more like a Rasengan, but with a foot. You should play Inazuma on DS sometime. In the future, why not? Also, just realized I forgot to put the Sonic Boom video in. Do that, child.
Like seriously, what are they feeding these kids to be generating this much destructive power from their feet? I don't ever want to see anyone comparing Inazuma 11 to Blue Lock. If you put Axel Blaze in Blue Lock, he's making everyone there his bitch. Oh yeah, speaking of Axel Blaze, they kidnapped his sister. The alien organization held a 14-year-old boy's sister for ransom to prevent him from playing football. Think about that. Is it really
They're all bald. They're all bald.
that deep? This is genuinely insane. Even when I was a kid, I started questioning what was really going on here. But hey, let's not act like we all were sad as hell when Axel left the team. Now that they lost their main attacker,
The football game got the game got too serious, so he had to stop because his sister was in trouble and got kidnapped. Interesting. I think it's contingent on what the tattoo is, and where the tattoo is, that can be a red flag. I'll use myself, for example. My two simply shows my love for Zelda. Also, mine can be covered by a shirt. Okay. Not the ReZero weird sound. Bro, he immediately got ReZero PTSD immediately. Talk about Sonic Boom, and bro stops at the frame that has Sonic Boom. Man. Coincidences.
they start looking for a new striker, and the guy that they go to scout is easily one of my favorite characters in the show. He can riz any female in a 10-mile radius, and he's the most well-written character in the show. I'm talking about none other than Sean Frost.
I'm right, I'm left, I'm left, I'm right, I'm right, I'm left, I'm left, I'm right, I'm right, I'm left, I'm left, I'm right, I'm right, I'm left, I'm right.
Alright, bro.
What the fuck is going on? Really? What is going? The title should be "What is going on in Inazuma 11?" Bro has aura. Bro really okay. Bro really sat there. Okay. Bro really stood there, and the bear ran away. The bear just ran. That is aura, my guys. That is aura. Bro. This might be worse than Ryuga staring down that tiger.
Let me just double check something. Sean Frost is a 14-year-old boy, and he just no-diffed a bear with a football. Look at the way this bear fell over. It's dead. He killed a bear with a football. You'd think this was Hajime no Ippo. I have seen enough. This man is simply the GOAT. The new Raymond coach wants to test how good Sean is, so they set up a practice match, and Sean starts straight up ice bending. Sean Frost, more like Aokiji. If I'm dribbling the ball and I get frozen in...
Bro, also this is still the oldest 14-year-old I've ever seen. Bro got his dad's genes for sure. Like, the most random animes have characters that can rival Goku. Well, he doesn't rival Goku, but it's still... Bro solos some weaker characters, that's for sure. Not... It's just interesting. It's just wild.
An ice age. I'm hanging up my boots and giving up. Under no circumstances should a striker be able to freeze the ups like this. Kevin shoots his dragon crash at Sean, but Sean stops it in midair, similar to how the alien stopped Kevin's shot. Every time I rewatch this episode, it just gets me hyped. I can literally remember this episode coming out and me and my brother sitting on the edge of our beds with our eyes glued to the screen, shaking from literal excitement. Even making this video, I'm getting hit with so much nostalgia. Like, this is enough to make a grown man tear up.
Bro has a big mouth. Okay. Bro shoots the ball. And the other one tries to block it with a big ass hand made of energy. What the fuck is going on? Hi, Black Intruder. Hi, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. When you start push superpowers without majors, I grow to hate it. Interesting. It's just wild. And there's a part 3. And there's time travel.
As if you spit that shit out, boy, I bet I shoot.
Let's do a deep dive. Sean just did a double step over into a double spinning roulette onto the half volley, and 10 seconds before that he violated Kevin, had my boy on the floor looking like Yamcha. He bullied Eric off the ball and left Jude, Nathan and Bobby in the dust. You already know this nigga Sean is—
You know what that earlier was? That is the equivalent to Piccolo flying towards Imperfect Cell, flying to the left, completely around him, making like an extra route completely, and then appearing behind him, giving him a kick. That is the exact same thing. That was so extra for no reason. Even what are we doing? What are we doing? This is the same energy we're getting here.
simply built different. After he scores the goal, he says that it's the shot of the ace striker called Aiden Thrust. This foreshadowing might be on par with Oda, because it turns out that Sean actually has a split personality disorder, because he fused personalities with his twin brother after he died in a tragic accident. We'll get more into that in another video though. So on defense, it's Sean Frost, but on attack, he switches personalities to Aiden Frost. Kevin has been butthurt ever since Axel left, and he doesn't think Sean can replace Axel, but I damn near thought these guys split the sky like Shanks and Whitebeard.
This shit can't be this serious. I thought this is about football. What is going on? This can't be this serious. Also, I'm still wondering why bro looks so old.
These guys really had a conqueror's clash in a game of football. What's good, monkeys? We are spinning the block on Hokkaido next. Get rumbled or stay humbled. Fast forward a little bit, and the terrorist aliens have declared war on their next victim.
That, my dear friends, is from Dokkan Battle. I see this from a mile away. I see this from a mile away. This is a Dokkan asset. Does that count as two people on the field? Good question. This is soccer. This ain't that. This is that serious. Chill, my man. This is wild. This is a part of the trilogy. The real crazy shit happens in the next one. Well, we'll know that tomorrow, I guess.
Victims, and Sean has officially joined Raymond Academy as their new ace striker. They end up going through a training arc so that they can start matching Sean's speed, and look at this.
What the hell? Oh my god, no way, yeah.
Mark really just used a whole ki blast. I'm telling you bro, these guys are Saiyans in disguise. If we put Mark in the hyperbolic time chamber, he's walking out of there having achieved Super Saiyan 3 at the bare minimum. The aliens have pulled up and they're really talking to them like Frieza trash talk Saiyans. They begin the match and the whole world is watching, including the president of Japan. Like bruh, where is the CIA? Where is the Navy? Where is the military? This has to be...
What is it with children always needing to fend off alien threats? Yeah, the president of Japan is like, yes, our last bastion of hope. A football team of 14-year-old kids.
The most unserious government of all time. They really let their president get kidnapped, and they are letting these middle schoolers fight intergalactic terrorists. Imagine being the president and watching your survival be placed on literal kids. The match begins and these aliens are still as overpowered as ever. They are out here speed blitzing and Naruto running all over the pitch, but this time Raymond is actually keeping up. Sean is carrying the defense on his back with all the ice bending he's doing, but the alien terrorists still go up 1-0 after the greenhead nigga summons the spirit bomb shot and blast through the defense. But this game is far from over, because after all the training Raymond's been doing with Sean, they are still keeping up with the aliens.
This is the equivalent of Beyblade. This might as well be. This might as well be like Metal Fusion. Bro. We got gravity manipulation, ice, fire, gravity, ki blasts, everything, bro. This is wild. Bro, he's literally making a jutsu.
Alright bro, let's cut the bullshit. Sean was running to the goal and this brother right here does a Naruto hand sign and proceeds to manipulate gravity itself. You're not Fujitora, this is insane. Jude and Eric begin to figure out the aliens' football tactics and slowly
That's zesty.
start turning the tide of the match. Eric steals the ball and passes it to Sean, and Sean slots Kevin through, who learned a whole new special move and scores the goal against Alias Academy. But these niggas didn't take that lightly and proceed to bend space-time, creating a whole pocket dimension, trying to score a singular goal.
Yeah, nah, bro, it's over. What the fuck? They're creating. What the? They're creating black holes and shit, dimensional rifts with their feet. Yeah, they might be able to solo some at least some JJK characters. What is this?
So you, all I know is if you spit that shit out, boy, I bet I shoot.
But even after defying all laws of physics, Mark still manages to block the shot. He's really like that. They pass the ball to Sean and he gives them the avatar treatment, leaving them stuck in the iceberg. And if I tell you, this shit means something to me, man. I was celebrating like I was out there fighting with them boys, bro. This show really has a core part of my childhood.
Bro just got eradicated. Sent into the Shadow Realm. What is this? I need to watch this. I don't know where, but I need to watch this. Enough.
Can't make this shit up. After beating the first Alias Academy team, they now need to fight a whole other team, and they are way stronger because these guys pulled up and struck the original Alias Academy team with the bad hammer. And to make things even worse, Ray Dark, the most evil man in all of fiction, has been freed by the aliens. This is the same Ray Dark that attempted to assassinate children to win a school football tournament. This is the same Ray Dark that sabotaged the brakes on the bus of the original Inazuma 11, and this is the same Ray Dark that was behind the Greek gods of Zeus Jr. It's a GG. A lot of you guys were telling me to check out the Arabic opening and said it's even better than the English version, so let me see what all the hype is about. Well, it seems like it's copyrighted, so let me just do a reenactment for you guys. Ayo, 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 ayo.
To be fair, the other intro is also weirdly copyrighted. So here's the thing, right? When I uploaded the first part, it got copyrighted for the song. And then later the copyright just disappeared. Out of nowhere. I don't know why.
Ayo, 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 ayo. Alright, well then, after some further deliberating, I've come to the conclusion that the Arabic opening is actually better than the English one. I have been bopping this shit all morning. I think I'm gonna leave it off here and cover the next Alias arc in the next video. But hey, if you enjoyed the video, you can watch another one right here. And if we get this video to 1k likes, I'll drop a part 3. I'm far from finished covering this peak show. Oh yeah, and drop a sub. Peace.
That was wild. This anime was wild. I need to watch this. I think I missed out and I need to play some games. I think I missed out. You can find the full episodes here on YouTube. No joke. That's wild. I think I missed out. What the fuck? Aliens, they create pocket dimensions. They get sent into the Shadow Realm. That is wild. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Crazy shit. This is wild. This is that wild shit. This is wild. I'll say I never thought there was any way soccer could be made fun to watch, but I kind of want to watch the anime myself now. This is actually not bad. Also, the art style kind of reminds me of Yokai Watch as well. Interesting. Okay, next up that I need to look at. The next one, water. I need water. This one came. Ah, yes, this one. LinkedIn. This one I came across this one. New Inazuma games coming out in October. Okay, yeah. I think it was in the direct as well. I think in one of the directs. This one just came across my timeline. I have no idea what this is about, except that I know that it's on LinkedIn. I have no idea. LinkedIn is a cult by George M. I have no idea what's going on. I don't know what this is. We'll see about it. The only thing I know is that people use LinkedIn, and I'm not even kidding, as a dating website. I've heard of women using LinkedIn as a dating website. It's kind of funny. Remind me to make my own show, The Line Beat the Universe, where he gotten so strong just because. We'll just jump into this. I have no idea what this is going to be about.
LinkedIn is a cult and you can't convince me otherwise. Everyone on there speaks the same. Everyone's spouting the same nonsense. Okay, maybe not everyone, because I don't use it. I don't know. All I see from LinkedIn is what I see on Reddit. I don't have a job. But today, we're going to be taking a look at the most nonsense posts of them all from the subreddit r/LinkedIn lunatics. All right, so this is from the founder.
This can't be good. This can't be good. Like I said, I know this is actually this is a website for like jobs and stuff, like job opportunities, you know, entrepreneurs interacting with each other. And I know that people use it to date. Same with like Facebook, apparently as well, like Facebook groups.
And CEO of Hacker in Heels. What is this company? Something to do with cybersecurity, I think, based on my 2 seconds of research. Anyway, let's see what she's got to say. I have multiple clear-cut career accomplishments in 2024. My husband, 0. Oh my god. Just airing out your beef with your husband over his lack of ambition on LinkedIn. No certifications, no college courses completed, no documentary features, no award.
I'm blocking dude, but there's no way I can't do this without blocking him, so it is what it is. You know what that goes to show me? Because I saw a TikTok recently, right, complaining about, what was it? It was she was complaining, or no, it was a dude complaining that men say they want an accomplished woman, right? But studies show that they actually don't because they feel threatened. This just also confirms the opposite, that a woman would never take. Well, she did, but women don't want men that aren't accomplished. I find that interesting.
What? No documentary features? That's very niche. What do you mean, no documentary features? How do you do that? I asked from across the dining table. Yeah, how do you not have documentary features every year? How do you not win awards every year? How do you not complete college courses every year? How are you able to go for a whole year without doing any of these sorts of things and be okay? What the fuck are you talking about? How are you able to go a year without one of these 4? I don't know, just like how everyone else does. What do you mean? You're not doing this every year. Maybe you are, I don't know. You seem successful, but still, you're airing your personal business out on LinkedIn. This is so stupid, man. If my theoretical wife did this, I'd pack my bags and...
I agree. Like, if Frog did this, right? She doesn't, because, you know, loser boyfriend and loser girlfriend. If that was the case, though, I'd grab my stuff and leave. Because, like, if that's what you value about me, we have a problem. Because I'm not all that. So how did this relationship even function? Like, how did this work? How did they find each other? How did this end up in a relationship? What do you need to do to get to the point where you would marry somebody that you don't like because they're not ambitious? It is true. Most people just marry others when it's time. Like, what is this?
Fucking, it's like, it's cringe when people do it on TikTok, right? Like when people air out their like relationship business or their relationship beef on TikTok. They'll be like, oh, my boyfriend did this, my girlfriend did that. I don't fucking care. Why are you telling me? Why are you telling the general public what's going on in your relationship? But to do it on LinkedIn is just, it's...
Because they're asking for an opinion for basically like, it's like a cry for help. The problem is that all these opinions from strangers who have no idea about your relationship will actually make it worse. Because you may say something that does not mean it's actually true, and it does not mean it's actually true, right? It's just your perspective. But people love creating a scenario that's just not fully what would actually transpired. That's the problem. Don't air out your relationships into the public to a large degree, especially not your problems, because there's idiots giving you advice that will sabotage it. Thank you. That goes for men and women. Stop doing that. Fix the problems in your relationship on your own. Thank you. Think things will work out between us. Hear my CV.
Something else in it, because this is written like an essay. Because with TikTok, right, you can just pick up your phone and rant. But with this, she's written it out and formatted it and everything. He didn't have a response.
Also, let me go back a little bit.
Tin is just it's something else in it, because this is
the thing is, these aren't even these aren't even a sign of success, right? No certifications. Do you necessarily need a certification? Also, this is for like 2024, right? She expects this apparently every year, right? No college courses completed. You don't need that. Like, all of these don't really give you a sign of how successful he is. You know what could be funny? She could be complaining about these things, that he doesn't have those, yet he could be more successful than she is. Which could be the funny part, right? Otherwise, she would no longer... I don't feel like a woman like this, a person like this, would be with somebody who would be a loser. I don't see, like, the way she behaves, or the way she... the things she basically says in that post aren't really from somebody who would tolerate that.
Written like an essay, because with TikTok, right, you can just pick up your phone and rant. But with this, she's written it out and formatted it and everything. He didn't have a response. There is so much to unpack and learn from an exchange like this, is there? Specifically, what's standing in the way of my ability to be content without conventional markers of accomplishment? My gut says that this is a question that many people, namely high-performing women, grapple with too. I don't have an answer, but I'm curious what your thoughts are. Could you go a year without a single new certification, interview, award, promotion, and be okay with yourself for it? Yeah. What do you mean new certification?
Is this trauma? Is this trauma? Is there a chance that as a child she was treated in a certain way, like in the way that if she doesn't accomplish anything, she's not really worth anything, and now she's like, she was raised not being good enough, and now she's like over accomplishing, or trying to be over accomplishing and trying to make up for that, because otherwise she doesn't feel like enough? Is that because I feel like that's with most hyper successful people. They grew up believing that they were not good enough.
Well, are you going to university every fucking year? Would you think of a colleague, direct report, manager, friend, or spouse differently for not doing so? Yeah, I'd actually put them in the brazen bull, I think, as punishment for their lack of ambition. Pay time off. I just don't get it. Why should employees get paid?
And that's the thing, right? We don't even know. We don't even know. He might be super successful. It's just that he doesn't get those things because the place that he works in doesn't have that. No, Poke, you didn't learn from the previous video. No nose ring or face tattoo, so no trauma. She didn't say that was the only reason one could have trauma, right? I guess this is how the trauma manifested for her, which is trying to constantly accomplish things.
For not working. You work, you get paid. No work, no pay. It's as simple as that. Also, I'm just looking at his little bio here. CEOs and founders follow me for tips, blah, blah, blah. I swear that is like half of the bios on LinkedIn. Like half of all knobheads on LinkedIn seem to be coaching CEOs and founders. How much help do these people fucking need? Also, pay time off is an incentive to work somewhere. I mean, in the UK, it is required. I don't know if it is in the US, but it's an incentive.
I don't know if it's required in the US either. Never thought about it. It is in Germany though, as well. In the UK is other problems. Yeah, I feel like this is one of the incentives that you actually go there to work. Like, if there's no... So I work, I get paid. What do I, like, except for money? Like, what do I get? I also feel like that keeps up motivation. Like, realistically. This is what they have done, by the way, here. Like, fun fact. Originally, like, if you had, like, night shifts... night shifts were not taxed, by the way, originally, right? That wasn't a thing. When my dad started working, right? This wasn't a thing until, like, the 2000s, 2010s. You never actually had any, like, night shifts weren't taxed. Like, they were tax-free. Whatever you made during night shifts is what you actually got. They weren't taxed. And they changed this, which made a massive amount of people drop off night shifts. Because why would I work night shifts if there's no incentive to do so? Like, why would I fuck up my rhythm where I could be doing other things during the day then if I don't get paid more? So that's the first thing they did. We also had, like money, like bonuses for specific holidays. That has died out too. That's also a lot of those companies that don't give you that anymore. Yeah. And in addition to that, she got more expensive. Now, if you take away paid time off, that could be another problem. Which is why a lot of people do what's called quiet quitting. Essentially, they're not really quitting. They're just doing what's the bare minimum and nothing more.
What do you mean you don't get it? Clearly, you shouldn't be coaching CEOs and founders. My God. Okay. CEOs are some of the lowest paid people on earth. I don't think that's true. When income is calculated as a percentage of value created, again, I don't think so. You know, I'm not lying awake at night, tossing and turning, going, oh, would someone think of the CEOs and the value they're creating? For example, a minimum wage worker costs a company $35,000 per year and may only add 50 to 75k in value, or 50% ratio. Where have you got those numbers from? Jamie Dimon, for example, cost Chase $46 million in 23 and added $98 billion in value, or a 0.046% ratio. Yeah, but he didn't do that on his own, did he? Idiot. He didn't do that on his own. Also, that $98 billion in value, that's not going to be really in cash value, is it? It's going to be in company value. Like when you look at like market.
True as well. Fun fact, which some retards on this planet seem to forget. Most of the rich people that we want to tax and shit, you can't even tax them. Really. Like, not with the old system. You know why? Because all their money's in stocks and buildings and other shit. It's literally in the company, so you can't really tax them. That's why these people don't get. You can't tax them. And another one. Apparently you can't, at least here in Germany, you can't tax passive income. Like, if you have passive income, you can't tax that either. Fun fact. There's actually a tactic in JP where just don't give the person work, but still pay them. They just have to sit there and stare at the wall. It's because of JP laws about firing people being a pain. Yeah, apparently also they're trying to essentially bully them out there. Like, they may give them excruciating, boring tasks, as far as I'm aware. I don't think that you just sit around. You just get the most bullshit tasks, like sharpening pencils. I work at a job that pays on the table, so my job technically doesn't require paid time off, but I have a lot of other benefits from my boss. For example, if I really needed a certain day off, I get it. Okay. That's still okay. Okay, not bad.
Caps of companies. And a lot of the time, I think it's like those are nonsense numbers. They're basically driven by supply and demand. But it wasn't just Jamie Dimon who made $98 billion in value for the company. It was everyone in the company contributed to making that value. Obviously, he's clearly steered the ship in a very good way if they've gained $98 billion in value in a year. And since he's done that, that wage is definitely justified, I think. But to be like, yeah, he did this all on his own and he only got a measly $46 million. No, it wasn't just him, obviously. It looks like LinkedIn is just becoming Facebook for people with 9 to 5, zero substance in this post. Oh my goat! I didn't even realise he had a LinkedIn. I might get LinkedIn now just to follow Joseph Valente. I fucking love Joseph Valente. If you don't know who Joseph Valente is, get to know. I'm gonna pull up his YouTube channel. He's like a proper, like, if cocaine were a person, it would be Joseph Valente. I'm gonna pull up his YouTube channel. It's very clear he wants to be like a Jordan Belfort figure. He was the winner of The Apprentice about 10 years ago, I think. And it's, oh my God, it's so funny the trajectory his life has gone in. It's just like, I'm sure he's successful, right? I'm sure he's successful. But it's just so funny that, like, the sort of persona he puts on online. Okay, I've clearly watched a lot of This Week in the Life of a Humble Millionaire.
Every offer gets associated.
Oh my God. Okay, well, okay, right. The Easter bundle, apparently it was worth £75,000 to, I guess, get mentored by him.
And I'm excited.
Okay, there's nothing much interesting in this video, but there are some where he's like pacing about the office shouting and shit. It's brilliant.
And he's got one of these things that I like to call VIP parking tickets. They are parked wherever you want.
He's one of these guys. He's like, yeah, if you're rich, you can just park wherever you want because, like, the fine's not really going to be that much money in comparison to how much money you have, is it?
Pay a premium for it. They're brilliant, aren't they? I absolutely love them. I mean, how much is this one? 55. What a bargain. Central London parking, right outside the venue. £55. Oh,
Funny, because depending on where you park, you may get not only a fine, but points. And collecting enough points, no, it does not give you, you won't get a gift, you won't get a little bonus. They can take away a driver's license. Yeah, park wrong enough, and you might be cooked. You might be cooked.
day long, I'd say that's good value for money, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I'd give it that.
Absolutely.
All right, Joseph, all right. And what's old Joey boy got to say? Business class is great, but today we made a pact, and that's by 35 years of age, we will only fly by private jet. Surely he's got to be about that now. He's 36. Joseph, have you done it? Have you done it, mate? Have you got a private jet yet, mate? Second pact, by age 40, we will own 2 of them. Why? No, you don't need 2 of them. You don't even really need 1 of them. Brothers building generational wealth. I love how he's doing the little Andrew Tate hand thing. Didn't he say that when you do this energy, it's like...
Yeah, didn't even notice that. The Andrew Tate thing. Interesting. I don't like Tate.
A circuit where energy connects around your body when you sit like this. And Joseph Valente's just fucking doing that. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. I love him. I love Joseph Valente to pieces. Okay, even for board members, respect matters.
What is this AI generated picture? What the fuck? This looks, if anything, this looks... They both seem, these dudes in the AI picture seem like they both enjoy it. What is this? What is this? This is weirdly fetishistic. What the fuck?
Don't really even know what that means too much. I'm just too busy focusing on whatever the fuck he's put into the AI image generation software here. What the fuck is going on, man? I peed the bed on my honeymoon. Not exactly one of my... It's just attached...
What? Why? Why would you say that? On LinkedIn? You could have just gone on 4chan. Isn't it the same dude? Yes, they're all the same dudes. I think this was still in the beginning of like AI and shit. Whatever.
It's like a lovely
or he used a really bad AI generator.
Photo of him and his wife. I peed the bed on my honeymoon. Not exactly one of my proudest moments. That's good to know, Anthony. I just remembered this.
Honey! What? I peed the bed. Clean it. What the fuck? Not exactly my proudest moment, it's the worst one.
Incident after my CrossFit session this morning because I was feeling thirsty, so I'll recount it for you. No one wants to hear this, mate. No one wants to... No one cares. We just flown to Seattle to celebrate the most memorable milestone of our lives. We hit up a fish market to challenge our taste buds. I don't know what got into me, but for some reason I decided to get this spicy crab soup with this really red broth. It was the spiciest soup I've ever tasted. So much that I drank an entire bowl of it. To cut a long story short, I woke up at 3 a.m. in a puddle. Mate,
You couldn't put a gun to my head to get this information out of me. You couldn't. What the fuck is happening? Why is that a thing? Why do you tell us this on LinkedIn? You could post this anywhere, right? Twitter, Reddit, 4chan. It wouldn't be as embarrassing as if you put it on LinkedIn for some odd reason.
The sauce was too spicy, so I weed myself. That's your whole story that you've posted on LinkedIn for all your professional connections to see. Had to wake up my brand new wife and say, I think I peed the brand new sheets. I'm pretty sure this wasn't what for better or worse was supposed to mean, but she laughed. We still joke about it years later, with your fishy piss all over the bed. That moment taught me something crucial. You don't need to take yourself too seriously. In business, I see leaders who are afraid of looking like idiots. They never take risks. I took a risk here. I posted a story about me pissing on my wife. They won't make mistakes. They won't ask for help. They won't share vulnerable stories that connect with people. Mate, what, the story that you drank a spicy crab soup and pissed yourself? I've heard of people eating things that are too spicy.
I don't know how that would make you more relatable, though. I don't understand how this would make you more relatable. I don't think anybody except for you has the experience of drinking a spicy bowl of soup and pissing yourself. I don't think so.
And nearly shitting themselves. I've never heard of someone drinking something that's too spicy and pissing themselves. The leaders who last are the ones who can laugh at themselves. When you're willing to look ridiculous, your team feels safe to try bold ideas. Yeah, that's true, I guess. You just don't need to post a story about you pissing on your wife. When you admit you don't know everything, they bring you their best insights. When you share your failures openly, they stop hiding theirs. My team knows I'm not perfect. Like when I hired an attorney who lost his license in not one, not two, but 3 different jurisdictions. Or when I built this hodgepodge of a website that looks ugly even by 2014 standards, or when I knew myself that I was the bottleneck in our firm. A leader who can't laugh at themselves creates a culture where everyone's walking on eggshells. A leader who embraces their humanity creates a culture... Mate, this is going on way too much, mate. This is going on way too much.
Okay. Bro pissed the bed. And he could have left it at that. And now he's starting a whole-ass heroic monologue about why pissing in the bed and talking about it shows that he can laugh about himself, that it motivates his team to do to try out more creative ideas and be more bold. Bro, what is this? Breaking news: man takes spicy piss in honeymoon bed. Perfect.
LinkedIn Lunatics is a subreddit where 792,000 people spend their days doom scrolling LinkedIn to make fun of LinkedIn users and post about it on Reddit. Yeah, I guess so, but they're not spending... That's a bit of a disingenuous post. They're not spending all their days scrolling LinkedIn. A lot of people just lurk and look at the posts because they're funny, and also LinkedIn is horrible. They don't want to sign up to LinkedIn to find this stuff themselves. And also, it's just funny, innit? Like, people aren't spending all of their day going through LinkedIn making fun of people. It's just... I mean, from what I've seen, a lot of people on the website are just complete melts. Have you ever wondered what these LinkedIn Lunatics folks do for a living? I do this. I make YouTube videos. Imagine waking up every morning thinking, can't wait to post some LinkedIn post. Today. I don't think they're doing that. I don't think it's their job. I don't think it's what they live and breathe. I don't think they live and breathe r/LinkedIn Lunatics. They created a whole community to laugh at people trying to grow professionally. Yeah, because they're fucking melts, mate. But hey, at least they're getting Reddit karma points, right? Maybe we should create r/Reddit, mate. That's such a LinkedIn thing to suggest. Maybe we should create r/Reddit Lunatics. We all have guilty pleasures. One of mine is looking at photos of American families all fucking tooled up at special gathering. What? It's that peculiar combination of social bonding and peacocking combined with the threat of lethal force. I find it endlessly fascinating. That's fucking weird, mate. I'm sorry, that's so fucking weird. Yeah, my guilty pleasure is finding pictures on the internet of family.
Armed families, hot! What the fuck? Bro, what is this? Also, little children should not run around with guns, I'm sorry.
I don't know, with children holding guns. I really love that. That's my guilty pleasure. That's fucking well weird, mate. You probably shouldn't be admitting that. Elon Musk is receiving 0 compensation for all the work he's doing with Doge. No! God, won't someone think of Elon Musk? He's getting no compensation for all the good work he's doing. His focus is not on money. He is driven by the goal of making a significant impact and ensuring the survival of humanity. No, he's not. Elon Musk dick riders genuinely have to be some of the dumbest fucking people on earth. Ozzy Osbourne passed away. Here are 5 things Ozzy taught me about startups. I'm like, let's not do this. Let's not do this, mate.
Eat a bat when they throw it towards you. Yeah, yeah. Elon supporters, people who are supporting him until they reach their deathbed, are special. I agree with that.
What do you mean here are 5 things Ozzy taught me about startups and life? Ozzy Osbourne was probably the fucking antithesis of LinkedIn. What are you doing? Born on Hitler's birthday, born to defy his legacy, he chose oppression, I choose justice.
Huh? That's what? Why would you put that in there? Why would you put that in there? What's the reason?
Imagine feeling so much that you are the center of the universe that because you were born on Hitler's birthday, you're like, yeah, I will defy his legacy. When people think of his birthday, they won't think of him anymore. They'll think of me. I ordered my usual 4-shot espresso at my local Starbucks and I was asked to pay £4.60. Bloody hell, Rob! £4.60. I said, I'm a gold member and I only have to pay £2.40. The server said, you're rich. Why do you even care? This just did not fucking happen. This didn't happen. The server didn't go, you're rich. Why do you even...
Yeah, that did not happen. That's a made up story. That did not happen. There's no way that this happened. Nope.
Because okay, right. In fairness, everyone knows who Rob is. Big Rob, everyone calls him. Entrepreneur, investor, speaker, and author. Everyone knows Rob. He's the big name on campus here in the UK. So I got out a compound interest calculator and said, you know how much the saving of £2.20 times 3? You have 3 of these a day, mate. How are you not shitting yourself? You have 12 shots of espresso a day, you stinky boy. I have 3 days over 30 years. She said, not a lot for a guy like you. So I pulled it out in front. I put £2.20 times 3 a day times 7 times 52 times 30 at 8% compounded return reinvested. Can you guess how much you save in that time? When I showed her, she was absolutely shocked. This is so Stephen Bartlett coded. Like, I know Stephen Bartlett is the most LinkedIn man on earth, but
there's no way you pulled up to her and didn't pay, just straight up pay it. There's no way. There's just no way you did that. And then calculated it. That the story with Ozzy biting the bat's head off was because he thought it was a rubber bat toy and thought it would be funny to bite the head off, not realizing it was a live bat because it was. It was a live bite because he was highly drugged up. Yeah, I know. That's true. That's true. He said that himself. That happened.
There's a clip I saw of him the other day where he had someone on the. He didn't show the person he had on the podcast, but he was speaking on the podcast and he was like, "Yeah, so I took my team out for lunch the other day and it cost $100. But then I realized that $100 was worth a lot more because if I put it into the S&P 500 in 40 years, that $100 would be worth $5,000." It's like, well, yeah, but you'll be like fucking 75 years old. What are you going to do? Just not spend any money so that you can be worth a bajillion pounds when you're nearly dead? I told her that a few pounds a day saved in common spending areas like coffee, food, and subscriptions can make you a millionaire in 30 years. That is a bit true. That is a bit true, I think. But not £2.20.
With a little bit of luck. That is true with a little bit of luck. If the stock market crashes, wherever you invested, then, well, you're going to be broke in 30 years.
Really? It takes a fair bit of money being put into investments to make you a millionaire in 30 years. To be fair, not as much as you probably think. Because I mean, look, I'm a fucking nerd for this shit. It's not like, I think it's like something like if the average person puts 10% of their income. I don't know. I'm going to stop talking. Even if you want a basic wage, if you want more money, first learn to manage what you already have. Yeah, but this just didn't happen, did it, Rob? Just didn't happen. Actually, no. Right, hang on. I'm just reading this again. So I kind of read this as like if you make an effort to invest a portion of your income, a decent portion of your income in 30 years, you could be a millionaire. No, saving a few pounds a day, that's not going to do it, mate. Like, I mean, you're spending an excessive amount of money on coffee. Subscriptions, no. If you use a subscription, don't cancel it because like
Is it a hot take to say that luxury is the opposite of worrying about where you spend your money? That luxury is the opposite about like standing in line in front of a Gucci store or whatever, or like getting a Rolex in front of a store? I don't think luxury is standing in line for expensive products. I think that's actually quite the opposite.
It provides value in your life. It's mainly if you put thousands a year aside. If you're able to put thousands of year aside, you might actually. Hang on, let's do the maths. I'm waffling here, sorry. Okay, yeah, so I looked up if you invest $3,000 for 30 years, it ends up being 43 grand. So I don't know, I guess if you invest $3,000 out of your salary every year, if you're able to do that, you end up making a lot of money. But then it's kind of like, well, you'll be like fucking 60. You'll be like 60. You might as well enjoy your money now if you can't afford to save it. I'm taking my entire team to Bali in 2 weeks, and if you're not going, your life fucking sucks. All right, Stephen. Over the past year, the proudest thing I've built has been my team. We're crushers. I hate that. We're crushers. Yeah, we're corporate crushers, guys. We've studied at Harvard, Oxford, Princeton, Dartmouth, Stanford, and Ashoka. We're talented. We've worked at BCN, Bain, Bridgewater, McKinsey. We're all so nice. Really, really nice. All 80 of us are going to Bali in 80? Bloody hell, that's going to be a bit expensive. 4 days of exploring Ubud, walking in a monkey forest and staring wistfully into endless rivers of rice paddies. Want to go? Join us. I'm hiring right now in our founder's office, Asia-based, academic team, Asia-based, and US partnerships, US-based. All right. I'm not going to join your team because I don't want really...
That post isn't really that bad. A bit weird, but not that bad. On a random note, you do need to increase the character count for comments. They should. They won't, but they should. Again, another issue with the chat experience that could be easily fixed.
Want to go to Bali that much, to be honest. It's just one of those places that just doesn't appeal to me in any way whatsoever. It's so fucking far away. And from what I've heard, it's like, to Australians, Bali is basically Magaluf. Wall of shame. My wife scheduled a photographer to take family pictures late in the afternoon. I told her I couldn't make it. It's during the workday. Now I'm sitting here wondering, what's the point of working so hard if I'm not even part of the story we're capturing? I built this business to give my family a better life. But now I'm sitting here wondering, what's the point in working so hard if I'm not even part of the story we're capturing? Mate. This is sad. I don't know why you needed to bring this to LinkedIn. I feel as though this should have been the thing that made you delete LinkedIn. I built this...
I think actually this is not that bad. Actually. I think this is not that bad. Actually, right? All these people, they want to be entrepreneurs, they want to be CEOs, they want to be successful, right? I think it's good to show them what that costs, because... yeah, all that money, all that work... that's not gonna, that's not, good, but you're not gonna be part of the family really that much, because, you work all day, so you don't really have time for family. I guess it's good to show the dark side of this.
This business to give my family a better life, but what's the value of that life if I'm not in it? Money builds houses, presence builds memories, time to recalibrate. Well, I feel as though we should leave this video here to give you guys the chance to recalibrate. Like and subscribe for more net profit.
Oh no, we're not doing that one yet, fuck you. I'm jumping back to this to make the outro. Yeah, LinkedIn might be a cult. Also, I think the majority of people on LinkedIn are also not really successful. They just give them that title while they run like a small little shop in the middle of nowhere. I'm gonna be honest. That's what it appears like. That's what it feels like. The last post was good. I wouldn't put that in there, actually, on Reddit, because that's all really lunatic. That just goes to show that, well, you can't kind of have both. Either family or success. Pick one. What's more important? That's really what it is. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Water. Alright, the next I need to do... we're gonna do...
What?
I feel like this might be funny. Odd, but funny. When your gooning gets leaked by Fox Akimbo. This won't be good. I know that iShow's Speed's meat is out there somewhere that I know of, and I've seen Wash, so that's gonna be atrocious. Let's see. I'm curious. Let's see.
What happens when gooning destroys your online reputation? One such person
That's going out of hand. That's getting out of hand. Oh boy.
this happened to was Atrioc, whose accidental leak was perhaps the most infamous in this entire video. It was an otherwise ordinary Monday in late January 2023 when this story unfolds. Atrioc was in the middle of a live stream when his open tabs popped up on his screen for literally a frame or two at most. It's very likely that given the fact it wasn't on his screen for even a second, Atrioc didn't know at the time that he had just contributed to the most—
Was the hub open? Did he go into AI girlfriends? What was it? So DSP, don't remind me of DSP. My man quit Kirby and Rage quit Kirby and Rage quit DK Bonanza.
most humiliating and damaging moment of his entire career.
Good work back there. The Syndicate took a serious blow.
What time is it where I am? What time is it PST?
Hold it. Run that back.
What time is it where I am?
Enhanced section A6.
Eagle-eyed viewers analysed the frame and quickly unearthed a shocking discovery. Atrioc had been accessing a deep-fake porn site. Just for reference, in case—
Bro, that's wild. So it is AI. It is AI. It's not the AI girlfriends, but it is AI. It is, in fact, AI.
If there's anyone who's watching this that doesn't know what a deepfake is, it's essentially when you digitally superimpose the face and features of one person onto another. So in a lot of cases, people take the likeness of young, attractive female celebrities and put them onto a porn actress to make it look like what's happening to them is actually happening to the female celebrity instead. This means that deepfakes lack the consent of the person who's having their likeness taken. With the rise—
As far as I'm aware, one of the greatest victims of this is Emma Watson. The more you know.
of AI, it's easier and easier to make this kind of content, which is posing an ever-growing problem for the victims, who are largely young, attractive female celebrities. And in the case of Atrioc, this is where things get even worse. You see, Atrioc is a very large streamer. Today, even after his earth-shattering scandal, he still has a combined 1.25 million followers between his Twitch and YouTube. When this was going down, he was closely associated with some of the largest names in live streaming, such as Ludwig. You might remember me mentioning Ludwig in my recent video.
Yeah. Oh, Ludwig. Hassan's Dick Guzzling Trash Can. And, let's up those numbers, guy. Yeah, we know. We know.
Video about when alcohol ruins your career, but Ludwig is one of the most well-connected content creators.
And bro backstabbed his friend and taking no responsibility for it.
On the entire internet. He has a lot of friends, and even a couple of enemies. And he has a girlfriend known as Cutie Cinderella, who in her own right is extremely popular, and she too is close friends with a lot of the largest streamers, particularly a lot of the largest female streamers on the internet. So you might be wondering to yourself, why am I even bringing her name up?
Nah, no. No, 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 no. 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 Yeah, nah, bro. That's wild. That's wild. The deepfakes were of her. That's wild. See, guys, this is what corn addiction does to you, by the way.
Well, as it turns out, Cutie Cinderella, the girlfriend of one of Atrioc's closest friends, actually had deepfakes of herself on this website. Other notable female streamers on the site included Pokimane, Maya Higa, and Sweet Anita.
Okay, it's not her directly. It's not her. Good one, Cricket. Good one. Good one.
This man had a gooning session to the women that were essentially the closest thing—
Never mind. He actually did it. Fuck, dude. That's crazy.
he had to female colleagues. Embarrassing doesn't even cut it. Shortly after this was all exposed, Atrioc would come out on stream with his wife by his side to deeply apologize and try to explain his side of the story. He would reveal that he only accessed the site one time while his wife was out of town, and he had the receipt to prove that he purchased access to the site the very same day he accidentally leaked it. After he was done, he had just forgotten to close the tab.
I don't know. I just clicked the fucking link at 2 a.m. and the morals didn't catch up to me, and I'm sorry. I really fucking am.
And
bro is crying. That's crazy. It's not that deep. The demons took over. Oh, maybe it is that deep, bro. Don't be mistaken. This will get worse.
to many people, that's where they thought the story ended. But it does in fact go on. Ever since this incident, Atrioc has been on the straight and narrow, and you can tell that he's genuinely tried to make amends for his actions. He's donated a lot of his money, in excess of $100,000, to try and get deepfake sites taken down, and he has actually succeeded in large parts. According to sources I could find, he's helped take down hundreds of them. In his apology, he does come out to appear genuinely remorseful, and so a lot of people have since accepted that perhaps in a moment of weakness, he made a mistake that will haunt him until his dying day. But given that he's made genuine efforts to make up for what he's done, he's been able to recover.
These deepfakes wouldn't be a thing if men weren't corn addicted, so that money should have also gone into healthcare. Specifically for addicts.
A large portion of his audience. If you take a look at his social blade, you'll see a clear story unfold. His leak happened at the tail end of January, so his channel wasn't really affected until February 2023. You can see that he loses subscribers and his views flatline. But several months later, after he put in the work to make amends, his channel saw a second wind, and today he's once more growing. It's impossible to say what his relationship is like with QC and the other female streamers today, but she did say at the time that their relationship was irreparable.
I'm the last person who wants to dislike him. He is one of my boyfriend's best friends. He's only ever been so kind to me. I love spending time around him. If anything, I'm ostracizing myself more from my boyfriend's friends because now I don't want to be around him. I don't want to hate this guy. I really don't. I've loved him for years at this point. I'm devastated, and it's like, what do you want me to do though? Like, how do you move on from that? I don't know. And maybe 8 months from now, emotions settle and something, but I don't see it happening. It's just like, I just can't believe the shit that it's caused.
But this is one case.
True, like if I found out someone was gooning to me, I'd be like, okay, you weirdo, I'm gonna stay away from you.
Where gooning almost ended a thriving online career, but due to a genuine effort to make amends, it was able to be salvaged. I'm genuinely curious to hear your guys' thoughts on the situation, so let me know down below in the comments section, because it's definitely divided fans. So yeah, express your thoughts on the situation, or to be honest, any of the stories we have today down in the comments. But of course, Atrioc is not the only person who's ever been exposed for gooning while live.
I think it's just, yeah, Dark Side Phil, yeah, there it is. To be fair, I think that he made amends to what he did. I also feel like I think you just stay away from chords, just stay away completely. There's no gain from it.
We still have plenty of cases to get to, such as someone who was caught gooning to NSFW horse and lolly content, and a prominent male streamer.
Vosh! It's Vosh! The horses!
Streamer that had old OnlyFans videos of them leak. But for now, it's time to turn to the dark side. If you're like me, you would have watched.
Oh boy, DSP.
Watched Drama Alert religiously back in 2016. The schisms, the feuds, the betrayals, it all had such a je ne sais quoi. And one such incident that Keem reported on back then, within a video that has since been seen by more than 1 million people, included DSP, commonly known online as Darkside Phil, who was caught jerking the gherkin while live on stream.
Bro! What? I've seen many things, right? I've seen dudes getting the sloppy under a table, right? On stream, right? On Twitch. Twitch didn't ban them, nothing, right? And doing other weird shit. You know, getting back shots on stream where you could see it in like the reflection of glass and shit. At this point, like, it's not really surprising.
What appears to have happened is that he set up a live stream to record himself gaming. And if you've ever watched a live stream before, you might be aware that this happens quite a lot. You'll get the notification that one's starting, you'll click on the live stream, and you'll be greeted to, you know, some sort of graphic saying, stream starting momentarily, it's gonna start in a few minutes. And this is just a way to get everyone into the live stream so that when the stream is ready, it can begin with a full audience. Well, in DSP's case, he did not realize that his camera was on and recording him. And for whatever reason, he decided that then would be the perfect time for a cheeky pre-stream wank. Need I say any more? It was only after he had finished that he realized that the camera was on.
After he had finished! Jerking the Kraken. Release the wiener! Bro, this was in a Neo stream too! That's crazy. Bro was jorking it. Life jorking.
The entire time.
Oh, the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole time, huh? I don't even know.
Oh, casually bro says that! Oh, the camera's on, yeah! Also, hi Joe, how you doing? Hope you doing good. How casually she's like, oh, the camera was on.
Oh.
This is the face of a man who has just realized that he's whacked his gack in front of his entire audience. Let me just say that I really hope that he washed his hands before he picked up his controller to start gaming. DSP had around 200,000 subscribers at the time, and he would—
Wait, so instead of shutting off the stream, he just starts playing? Bro, there's no way, dude. There's— Wait. So let me clarify. Instead of ending the stream immediately, he just continues playing the game. I can't do this anymore.
Never see 300,000. It seems as though he essentially plateaued in growth around this time. And if you're a—
What the fuck? I have more views than this dude? Ain't no way.
long-time viewer of his content, you'd know that realistically, him getting caught with his pants quite literally down was not the main reason this happened.
Yeah, it's not the main reason. Still there, bro, there's no way. Yeah, this isn't the main reason. This isn't the main reason. He's a lol cow.
Plays are essentially dead in the water today. His content has not evolved with the times. And that's not to say anything of his reputation outside of this incident. On his very own wiki, I found that people call him a hypocrite, a liar, a man-child, and even the cancer of gaming, which is just a fantastic moniker to don. But let's be very honest with ourselves, getting caught choking the chimp while live definitely didn't do him
Do not choke the chimp. Why do you even use it like that? What the fuck, man?
any favors. But from chimps to horses, the words that you're about to hear come out of my mouth were not even fathomable before February 2024, because that's when the infamous Vorsh leaks happened. If you don't know what I'm talking about, dear viewer, you're in for a ride.
Daily reminder, well not daily, but quick reminder that Vosh is for lowering the age of consent. Enough said.
So you're probably wondering to yourself, who is Vorsh? Well, he's a left-wing political streamer closely associated with Destiny. According to
who also, without a doubt, admits that apparently 15-year-olds are hot.
an article by The Independent, he appeared on Destiny streams from time to time, and he was encouraged by Destiny's audience to make his own channel. And so he did, cultivating a fastly growing audience, with him trying to appeal to white men that often felt disconnected from standard left-wing content creators who are usually soy-pilled, woke, and unmasculine. Vorsh's growth, you'll see, was fairly consistent, with him achieving view counts of 5 to 6 million per month, essentially every month. But then you'll notice a sharp drop-off in February 2024, and the reason why can be
Bro recovered quite quick though. Bro recovered quite quick. Full far left, full fascist socialist. Yep, that's true.
Trace back to an infamous live stream. Vorsh seems to be looking up men's fashion, and then he right-clicks on one of the images, and so opens up a folder on his desktop for his entire audience to see. a folder titled To Be Sorted, and a folder that contains swaths and waves and dozens of images of not safe for work pornography. Now, for very obvious reasons, I will not be able to show you the content.
No, you cannot. It involved lollies and horses. Which is, I think, the worst combination I've ever seen yet. I was like, why don't you do that before considering stream or after stream, not during intermission before going live? Because people are weird. Maybe turn them on, what do I know? I have no idea.
Contents of this folder. It is quite literally pornography. However, imagine, if you will, blowjobs, general intercourse, and the like. And imagine it being between a woman and a horse. And that is some of what showed up on Forge's desktop. And
horse lolly folder. Yeah, the horse lolly folder. Bro, you can't. Yeah, there's no way you can ever recover from this. Like, this will be brought up for the rest of your life that you go into horse lolly intercourse. Like, this will follow you to the end of your days. This will be marked down on your internet graveyard. On your internet grave. On your internet tombstone. It's over. His girlfriend, that's 10 years young, left him a month ago. I mean, 10 years younger. For that stream. Interesting. Interesting. Well, yeah. Imagine you were like have an online presence and you get constantly sent DMs and like replies online, right? About your husband or your boyfriend jorking it.
To make matters even worse, there was lolly sprinkled in there too.
You can see this is an example of the kind of structure that I'm referring to.
Now, according to my research, I found a few comments that said that Vorsh has spoken.
I also know that bro's an anti. That I know of as well, which is really funny, right? The antis getting caught in this.
About horses in this manner in the past, so the fact that horse porn showed up on his PC wasn't the most shocking thing to happen that day. The lolly, though, needed some answers, and within his response video, Vorsh said that he simply didn't know. He argued that art is up for interpretation, and when scanning it over for the brief...
He didn't. Bro, let's be honest, you knew. You knew what you did. You knew what was going on. Stop lying. That beard is just one thing, doing one thing, which is it stops you from seeing your lying face. I know what you are. I just can't prove it, but I know what you are.
Moment before he saved it, he just didn't clock that these images were considered as lolly.
By the next day, I had learned from what felt like the entire goddamn internet that two of the images in my folder preview window were actually from a well-known lolicon artist, and therefore definitely intended to be lolly shit, which has to be the worst possible way to find out about that sort of thing. Now, obviously, the accusation here isn't just that I had those images saved. That part's true, not really an accusation, but also that I must have known that they were lolicon and saved them because they were lolicon. Now, the obvious and predictable, but...
Any petite fictional anime woman is a lolly. I don't know how you can't interact with anime and not know this. Like, there's no way.
Nonetheless true.
I don't believe him. I don't believe him.
Response from me is that no, I didn't know that. And that must not have been the impression I got from those two drawings, because if I had gotten that impression, then I wouldn't have saved them.
Also, it's showing the ba hairline already. Vegeta! What's the power level of your hairline?
You know, I mean, drawings are abstractions, and art styles and body proportions vary massively, even for characters that are unambiguously adults. That doesn't mean lolly isn't a thing or a problem. I've bitched about it being a problem, like, a lot on stream. It just means that...
Yeah, you consume it. You liar.
Carelessly or inattentively failing to notice it isn't exactly impossible. Yeah, I know what some people are going to say. You know, no, you must have known. There's no way you didn't know. And like what am I going to do? Make a fucking evidentiary argument here? You know, like I'm not putting up the images so we can argue about the pixels or the proportions or whatever. I know fully well that like 99.9% of people who have heard about this drama haven't seen the images, nor do I think those people should go looking for them.
I've seen the images. You interact with anime. There's no way in hell you do not know this. Everyone who interacts with anime knows this. I'm sorry. You stink.
Obviously. So it's pretty much entirely a take me at my word or don't kind of situation where people are free to lie about the drawings, or, as I've already seen on Twitter, just post other
Lollies are everywhere. And I mean everywhere. There's barely an anime where there isn't one. I'm sorry.
they're really bad looking and say that's what I had in my folder, there's not much I can do about it, right? It's all totally unfalsifiable, and people are going to make whatever assumptions and inferences they want to make. All I can really say is that I didn't notice the problem while saving the drawings, the same way a person could fail to notice any element of any drawing if they were careless or inattentive or distracted.
Clearly, this excuse was not going to work for many of his haters, and so after the infamous leaks, he was called not only a zoophile, but also a paedophile. Several large creators such as H3H3, Diesel Patches, and Sensitive Society would give their thoughts on the situation. However, a lot of people surprisingly stood by Vorsh. His response video was generally taken very well.
There was no real human children involved. Therefore, he cannot be a PDF. Not saying that this shit isn't weird regardless.
Actually having a fairly positive like to dislike ratio, all things considered. Just like Atrioc before him, Vorsh would lose a substantial chunk of his audience in the initial backlash. However, over the next several months, he was able to win many of them back. Just like Atrioc before him, he's now performing just as well, or maybe even better than he was before the leaks. And just like Atrioc, this man went through perhaps one of the most embarrassing things to ever happen to anyone on the internet, and was still able to walk out the other side of it with his career intact. His reputation to outsiders is obviously damaged at best. You can't completely come back from something like this. To many people outside of his community, he will forever be known as the guy who's into horse porn and lolly. But now more than a year and a half since his
I still don't think that's the worst shit he said. He said to lower the age of consent. I think that's way worse. I don't think anything is comparable to whatever, bro. I don't think that he's even close to what bro was saying on Twitter, for sure.
Controversy, Vorsh is still alive and kicking. Okay, little update. This is a bit of a coincidence, but ever since I wrote, recorded, and edited this video, Vorsh has yet again had allegations come his way. A woman known as Sarah Fields, a Republican state delegate, came out on Twitter this past week to share some screenshots of Vorsh allegedly inappropriately messaging a minor when he was 23 years old back in 2017. H3H3 has covered this on his channel within a video that has been seen by 400,000 and counting, and the tweet now has near enough 1 million views. If these screenshots are legitimate, then it doesn't look good for the folder situation, and people in the comment section are mentioning it once more. So maybe this is
Yeah, that won't kill off the dude. Sorry, that won't remove the dude. That's not enough.
Is the final straw for Vorsh. We'll just have to wait and see. So we should be a little bit more than halfway through the video right now, and I'd just like to quickly ask you guys that if you haven't already, please make sure to like this video and subscribe to the channel. We're fastly approaching 200,000 subscribers, it's an absolute dream, and with your support, I know that we can get there. Liking and subscribing takes 2 seconds, it costs nothing, and it would genuinely help me out. But if you're not totally convinced whether or not you should subscribe yet, then I'll let the rest of this video speak for itself. On to the quickest story we have. This next one will be discussing the largest name that we have today. Because believe this or not,
I show meat. Yeah, that's a. Also, you should subscribe to me and like the video and like the video. Thank you. See, it is terrible. Like, imagine you just, you're like one of the biggest names on the internet, and somewhere out there your dick is floating around. Like, what do you do with this? Like, what do you do with that? You're cooked. You're actually cooked.
Speed had an unfortunate search pop up while live, which was then spread throughout the internet. iShowSpeed is no stranger to having things pop up or out during his streams. If you can remember back to his infamous Chica incident, iShowMeat accidentally exposed himself in front of essentially the entire internet. Once you've gone through something like that,
iShowMeat.
I feel like what we're about to discuss won't have as much of an impact on you, even if it is still very embarrassing. To cut to the chase, back in late 2023, while live, he began Googling something. After typing in H and O, the bar autofilled.
That's actually not that so bad. That's actually not so... It could be worse. It could be worse. It could be worse. Okay, it could be worse. It could be.
To how to have sex in Cyberpunk. Given iShowSpeed's chokehold on the live streaming space, given his immense popularity and clout, this single frame or two was spotted and then shared by media outlets such as Sportskeeda and Drama Alert, who sounded the alarm bells on Twitter. Do keep in mind.
Yeah, Sportskeeda is a rat's prison, right? These fuckers suck. They love flying. Like they did with Kirsche. Don't trust these.
Mind that Keemstar would have been 41 years old by this point, and he took the time out of his day to go onto Twitter and tell the masses, tell the world, ring the alarm bells out, that iShowSpeed, who was 18 at the time, had potentially been gooning to Cyberpunk. Breaking news, guys, our top story tonight: an 18-year-old male might have been wanking. Well, I for one am shocked and appalled.
Breaking news! Man needs his meat. More at 8.
You will be getting a strongly worded letter, Mr. iShowSpeed. Won't somebody please think of the children? And also keep in mind that this does not mean that iShowSpeed actually got off to it. It's just that he searched up how to do it. Maybe he did that because he thought that it would be funny, or he just wanted to get his character laid. Who knows? The search does seem fairly incriminating upon first glance, but to be honest, it doesn't mean anything. That said, because it was reported on and seen by over 6 million people on Twitter...
Bro, that's wild. Nah, it's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a deal. It's not that bad. Not as bad as DSP and Vosh.
And because it fit the criteria of this video, I thought that I'd include it. Generally though, I think that this is nothing more than a fat, juicy nothing burger. But if we're discussing the fastest growing live streamers on the internet, then I would be remiss not to mention Sketch, who in the summer of 2024 had his life turned around after it was discovered that he had a history in participating in gay OnlyFans content.
Okay. I don't know who this is, but interesting.
So Sketch is a very large live streamer with more than 1.6 million followers on Twitch. However, his blossoming online career suffered a great disturbance in July 2024, after a video by a channel called Pocketbook Philosophy was released into the ether. The video was titled The Real Sketch, The Untold Story of Jamie Ma. Within this video, Pocketbook revealed one of Sketch's deepest, darkest secrets. That being that 2 years prior, before he had started his streaming career, Sketch had participated in homosexual OnlyFans.
That's a banger. Literally. Yeah, imagine people dig out your past and what they find is you had sex. You had gay sex. Wild.
Content. But here's the interesting thing. After this all blew up, there was a large portion of people who questioned, what was the problem? Sketch was a legal adult when he made these videos, and he consented to be in them. So therefore, what people were upset about was a grown man consensually participating in adult content. Many people were arguing that there wasn't actually anything wrong with this, and they were accusing anyone who was upset at this of being homophobic.
Everything's wrong with Corin. I'm sorry.
On top of that, some people were mad at Pocketbook. You see, Pocketbook said that he felt comfortable revealing this information because being LGBT shouldn't be a problem in the modern day. But at the same time, many fans thought that Sketch had been outed for having been in sex work. They felt as though Sketch should have been the one to choose whether or not the public knew about his past. I found a Reddit thread that agreed with this statement. They felt that this just wasn't Pocketbook's place, and that this wasn't journalism. This felt like a needless attack that had detrimental effects to both Sketch's professional and personal life. I do agree that a lot of people that were negatively reacting to this were probably just being homophobic. That said, I feel as though no matter who it was, if there was someone in Twitch's elite, their 0.1%, that had any sort of pornographic video of them leaked, it would be the subject of intense online discourse and scrutiny. But obviously, if the content is LGBT, it's only naturally going to see more hate. Sketch would eventually respond to the murmurs, coming completely clean and saying this.
This is funny. Like I said, people just, if you posted anything online, people will dig it out a few years later and just like, here, look at this. That person did this 10 years ago. Which shouldn't matter because it was 10 years ago. Or said this. Well, depending on the thing, obviously, but regardless. Hi, Samax. How you doing? Hope you're doing good.
I did not have sexual relations with that man. I'm just kidding. I did. Yeah, that was me. I f***ed up. I won't do it again. I'm just kidding. Well, I am dead serious about not doing it again. That was a dark time. Rough time.
But as has been a fairly common theme in this video, Sketch would not see his career end because of the controversy. He's still a very popular creator.
I mean, why would he lose subs from this, right? That wouldn't make much sense now, would it?
Albeit, if you take a look at his social blade, you'll notice that his growth was severely impacted. Maybe this is just a coincidence and it was always going to slow down, but after July 2024, Sketch couldn't continue his exponential growth. While this revelation didn't end his career, it certainly impacted it. But if this video impacted you, then why not watch my video on furries and their unhinged drama? For context, there is a story in that video about a group of furries at a sex party that pleasured themselves over a pizza and then ate the pizza.
Nah, bro, we good. We good? Nah, bro, we good. No, I'm good, bro. I heard the jizz pizza incident. I do not need more. This is on the this is worse than the I took a shit on a paper plate and ate it type of furry. We good. We good. I do not want to know about the jizz incident. Nope, we good. Anyways, what does this video tell us? Don't goon on camera. Don't goon on your main laptop or PC or whatever. Keep your browser history clean. Don't look up how to have sex in Cyberpunk. Thank you. Anyways, like, comment, subscribe. So I messed up my forearm today playing volley and it hurts. Get this away. It scares me. Well, that happens. That happens. That happens. Sounds terrible, Samax. Sounds terrible. Yeah. I don't know. Happens. Alright, next one that I need to do. Ah, yes, this one. This one I wanted to do as well. Alrighty. Logan Paul, chat. Logan Paul, an infamous person online. Logan Paul's Prime. Wait a minute, I need to check something real quick. Thank you. Okay, good. Alright, good. Good. Just needed to check something. It's terrible, Duck. It's terrible. It's raw, Duck. Well, it happens. You can't, you know. Injury does happen when playing, right? That's why you shouldn't be playing so rough, woman. That's rough. It happens. It'll go away eventually. You're not made of sugar. Don't worry. Anyways, Logan Paul's Prime drink is failing. 92% sales drop by Kowski. I'm surprised. I'd never really heard of it doing really badly, but okay. We'll jump into it. We'll look at it.
Logan Paul's.
We'll look at it. Logan Paul. Wait, I wouldn't log inside Paul's ass. Okay.
Billion-dollar clout drink just barely flopped straight into bankruptcy. Prime High drink.
Into bankruptcy? Is that real? No way. Wasn't this a group project? Like multiple people? Am I seeing that correctly? I'm seeing Simon Desue here. What the fuck? That's a German guy. Huh? Interesting. Huh. I don't play it often, right? So it got a bit red. Yeah, it's fine. Not a big deal.
Aka the holy water of middle schoolers and gym bros who don't even lift, is collapsing faster than Logan Paul's credibility. We're talking 92% revenue drops.
92 and 70% in UK revenue drop. Wow, that's rough. Damn, they're cooked.
$77 million worth of lawsuits.
Lawsuits as well? I didn't even hear of that. Yeah, if I ever release a product, I won't release a product ever. Don't even, you can dream about it, that won't happen.
And a brand that went from "we're taking over Gatorade" to "please just take a sip, bro." Oh, and if you thought Logan was done catching lawsuits like their Pokemon, think again. We're also going to talk about how he fumbled the Crypto Zoo bag, got exposed by Coffeezilla, and is now trying to sue his way out of it like a true crypto cowboy. But first, let's delve.
From when is this video even? Oh, just a month ago. That's not that far away still. Interesting. Last time I heard anything about this man, it was about how he said something about his daughter. I don't remember what it was, but everyone was saying she'd be so sad when she grows up and sees it. What did he say then? That sounds concerning.
Into the Prime situation, and the downfall that nobody saw coming. Except literally everyone. So let's start with the numbers, because this isn't just a flop, this is a financial crime scene. In the UK alone, Prime's revenue nosedived from 112 million in 2023 to just 33 million pounds in 2024. That's a 70% drop, and their net profit down 91.6% from 3.7 million pounds to
To be fair, I'm not surprised particularly, because it's a drink. And well, there's many drinks of content creators that drop off and even fail, so this isn't really too big of a surprise. It just happens.
112,000. That's like going from Drake money to DoorDash money in a year. And in the US, another 40% sales decline. Altogether, Prime's global revenue is down a whopping 92%. That's not a red flag, that's a red funeral. And this wasn't some slow decline, this was a full Titanic moment. One day Prime was selling out shelves, and the next it was being used as a paint thinner in high school janitor closets. And you might be asking why? Well, because clout is not a business model. I don't care how many boxing matches you fake win or how many YouTube thumbnails you scream in. If your drink tastes like melted Jolly Ranchers soaked in regret, people will eventually stop buying it. As Design Rush put it perfectly, Prime scaled on hype, not.
Like, when I think about it, there's only one drink, even here in Germany, by German creators, that has fully established itself and is actually standing proud and high, and appears to not be going anywhere because of how good it is. That you don't have. I don't think Prime is that.
Loyalty. If your brand can't survive beyond attention, it's not built to last. That's not just brutal, that's biblical. And Logan Paul, he built this empire on TikTok trends and 12-year-olds begging their parents of their influencer overlord's nectar. But now that hype's died down and people actually, tasted the drink. And yeah, back to their favorite energy drink they go, because Prime, it's just awful. So again, let's break it down. Repeat customers dropped, because once you get over the, hey, this little bottle looks like it belongs in a Fortnite loot chest, Prime just doesn't taste that good. Even Logan's own fans were like, okay, cool branding, but why does this taste like Skittles had a midlife crisis? And also the
what are these descriptions? Skittles had a midlife crisis. bro, the description of this. It's not. I don't think I've seen it once in shelves here in Germany. Once, and it was a single bottle. So I guess it did sell out, or maybe they just had a single bottle because nobody wanted it. I've never tried it. Should I? It might taste ass though. Maybe it was I wanted to boy some, but I think he came to really like being a girl dad. I think that's for a lot of men though, that they want the son. I think that's pretty normal. Just like mothers would rather like just prefer girls. I feel like this is just a natural thing. I feel like personally, I don't care. As long as they're healthy.
Spending per purchase dropped. Retailers aren't restocking as much because people aren't buying as much. You can't sell what nobody wants. If Prime's sitting on shelves longer than Logan Paul's apology tweets, that's bad news for business. And their new customer growth basically flatlined. Outside of Logan Paul,
you know you're cooked, right? You know you're cooked when your product is on the lowest shelf. You know exactly you're cooked.
And KSI social media, where's the marketing? When's the last time you saw a Prime commercial, a billboard, a bus ad? The marketing plan for Prime was literally, hope Logan posts a shirtless pic with the bottle again. And let's not forget the taste reviews. People online are comparing it to everything from perfume to cough syrup to liquefied fruit salad your grandma forgot in the sun. Yeah, that's not really hydration, is it? That's more of a health hazard. And if the sales collapse wasn't enough, Prime's also being chased by a small army of lawyers, and they're not playing. Let's go lawsuit by lawsuit like it's a legal UFC card.
Lawsuit by lawsuit. I didn't hear anything of the lawsuits, to be fair. That's new information. That's new information. Shouldn't they keep that to themselves? Oh, they absolutely should. That's on the internet. That's forever there. That's not going anywhere. For sure. Like, you should keep that shit to yourself. Absolutely. No denial. Got a platform, I think you should say it. You would always be there. Exactly. No denial. This shouldn't be there. You shouldn't say that publicly. Say, like, do you see a lot of Prime in my local stores, but I never buy it? I've seen it once, and that's it. I've never seen it again since. It's gone. Gunna G is just far superior, it appears. Because that one's everywhere. Like, literally everywhere. Though, then again, this is a German brand, so it makes sense.
Refresco versus Prime, $67 million. Refresco was one of Prime's manufacturing partners. They say Logan promised to buy a certain amount of product over 3 years, then completely ghosted them once sales dropped. Now they're suing for $67 million. That's more than Prime's entire 2024 revenue. And then we've got Agrana versus Prime for $13 million. This one's juicy. Agrana supplied ingredients to Prime, but now they claim Prime didn't pay. Prime clapped back, saying the ingredients weren't up to standard. Regardless of who's right, it's another public stain on a brand that already smells like water.
So they took the ingredients but didn't pay and made the Prime dish washing water anyways.
Watermelon chemicals and unpaid invoices. PFAS lawsuit, potentially $5 million. Prime's grape flavor allegedly contains PFAS, forever chemicals that the EPA limits in drinking water. The plaintiffs say Prime Energy is
Yeah, I'm kind of not surprised. I mean, 177 times the legal amount of lead in baby food, does that even matter anymore? Everything, like, this stuff is just purely chemicals. This shit is killing you one way or another.
Basically serving up toxic juice to kids. And Prime response, nuh-uh. This case is still active though, so we'll see. High caffeine class action, $5 to $10 million.
This morning, New York Senator Chuck Schumer is calling on the FDA to investigate the energy drink Prime, which he says is being marketed to children and contains the caffeine equivalent of 6 cans of Coca-Cola.
Prime Energy has 200.
Yes, energy drink. Caffeine. I'm not surprised. I'm sorry, but I'm not surprised. What would you expect? It's an energy drink. Of course there's caffeine in there. still see it in stores in Florida, but never had an interest because the label screams to me nasty or too sugary. Apparently it tastes nasty, and it definitely is too sugary. Like, there's no denying that. What is this? Oh boy. Rebel D. I'm scared. I'm so scared by the title already. Some acts who scare me. Anyways.
Milligrams of caffeine per can, but lawsuits say some cans may actually contain more, and the branding is so similar to Prime Hydration that kids might think it's the same drink. So now Prime's being accused of deceptively marketing a hyper-caffeinated drink to literal children. Yikes. And then the caffeine.
Okay, they're separate. They're separate. Product technically, but it looks similar. So kids might think it's the same. Okay.
Mislabeling lawsuit from New York. This one hits hard. A class action lawsuit claims Prime intentionally understated caffeine content on its labels. Allegedly, it wasn't 200 milligrams, it was more. And when your main buyers are middle schoolers with Fortnite brain, that's a health lawsuit waiting to happen. And then the final Olympics lawsuit, which has already been settled between $1 to $3 million. So remember the limited edition Kevin Durant Team USA Prime bottles? Yeah, turns out Logan and KSI didn't get permission from the US Olympic Committee to use that branding. They got sued, it was settled quietly, and based on Logan's silence, we're guessing they lost. So let's do some quick maths. Refresco lawsuit, $67 million, Argrana, $13 million, the PFSA and the caffeine lawsuits, at least $10 million, and then the Olympic lawsuit, let's say what, $2 million?
Yeah, it seems like the Prime headquarters and the are burning like the VTuber headquarters. Interesting. We're in flames. Opok, I do have a recommendation for you. Okay.
That's $92 million in legal smoke, and Prime's net profit for 2024, a crisp $430,000. That's not even enough to buy one of Logan's fake Rolexes. At this point, Prime's only way out of it would be to either A, rehype the product with a new wave of influencers who actually like the drink, or B, sell the company to a bigger beverage giant. But who in their right mind is buying a company buried in lawsuits, selling chemical grape juice with more caffeine than a rave DJ? Nobody's touching that with a 10-foot sippy straw.
So earlier this year, a weird like string of rumors started floating around because someone sued us saying that Prime had forever chemicals, like more than you were supposed to drink in like a lifetime, whatever. I made a TikTok debunking it, but regardless, the rumor still got out there, and like low-key the damage is done. And now, even though we're in this lawsuit, whether it's true or not, people think it. And so the lawsuit got dismissed. The plaintiff does have a chance to amend it, but she's chosen not to. She's coming back with one like really weak ass claim that's probably also going to get dismissed. But it's just like an example of like people reaching, trying to get attention, make a quick buck on a frivolous lawsuit that actually has no merit or is based in nothing. And we're not going to settle.
Well, I'm sorry, but if they, first of all, you tried to debunk on TikTok. That's the first issue I see. The fuck? Second of all, they can literally prove. They can literally prove if it's in there or not, right? They have just labs. Like, they won't just come out with it and saying, yo, this chemical in there that should be in there, or there's too much of that in there. Sorry, that won't work. There's also one drink in my local store that normally sells pretty well, but because of the collab version of it, it's not selling all that much. I think it might have to do with the fact that it literally says how to sell drugs online. It's Y food. Bro, you can't be that smart. Stupid. Well, smart, they aren't smart. What the fuck? The weird ass collab. The SpongeBob sure was savage, kind of. Yeah.
We're not going to settle because your claims are bullshit. And in addition to the Forever Chemicals lawsuit being dropped, so did the caffeine. The caffeine one. The caffeine one. Where plaintiffs said there was like a crazy amount of caffeine like that didn't meet what we said on our label in Prime Energy, which is 18 plus, and has 200 milligrams of caffeine. That one also got dismissed.
Yeah.
But as you know, Jimmy, like negative headlines, negative press sells, and so when there's a lawsuit against Prime and we're being sued, that makes the headline.
Yeah.
When the lawsuit is dropped,
No headline?
no one gives a fuck. They're on to the next one. That's not.
So you're telling me you don't.
Now, of course, Logan's trying to clean up the mess by playing the role of hydration chemist. He's been posting videos in production facilities like, look guys, we test every batch, third party certified.
It is wild how little of accountability this man truly has. Like, I think your product would sell much better, first of all, tasted better, and if you actually were a genuine person behind this, which you aren't. Also, Diagonal, thank you for the $2 super chat. I will react to this. I will. That sounds interesting.
FDA regulated, world-class scientists. Yeah, like trust me bro, this drink is not safe for kids. But even with all that kind of social media gaslighting, the lawsuits are still active, sales are still crashing, and the public trust is in the gutter. You can throw all the white lab coats you want on it, this isn't a lab problem. It's a Logan Paul problem. And speaking of Logan Paul, let's talk about CryptoZoo. Because if Prime wasn't Logan's clout-fueled money printer, then CryptoZoo was his rug pull magnum opus, the one that turned CoffeeZilla into the people's champion and Logan into a walking SEC investigation. So you guys remember that CryptoZoo scandal, the NFT game he promised would be the future, but turned out to literally vanish as soon as everyone bought it. Over $6 million.
I find it funny, right? Every NFT game, fun fact, Ubisoft also did an NFT game. Every NFT game that released is all dead. They're all dead. They're all cooked. The collaboration was for a Netflix series called How to Sell Drugs Online. Damn you, Netflix. Well, I'm aware of that. I've seen that Netflix show occasionally pop up in my recommendations. I'm like, what the fuck? I would never watch this.
Dollars worth of the people's money was poured in, meaning like normal people, individuals put their money in, but the game was never finished and the people left with nothing, with all the money going into Logan's pockets. Basically a textbook rug pull. Logan just stole a bunch of people's money. He promised them refunds but then ghosted, and now he's facing potential legal heat from both the SEC and the FBI, and his latest genius move, suing CoffeeZilla for exposing the truth. So yeah guys, that's Logan Paul and the downfall of his and KSI's Prime Energy drink. I mean look, at the start it was fair enough, every kid wanted to buy it, it was sold out on shelves, there was hype, but now that hype's dead, nobody wants it. And then Logan's not making the situation any better by scamming his fans with his CryptoZoo stuff. So yeah, let me know your guys' thoughts on the situation. Is Prime dead or can it be revived? And is Logan a terrible person? Hope you guys enjoyed. Last rap comment. Have a great day.
Yeah, I think this is not only a taste issue. I cannot imagine that it tastes this ass, right? I don't think so. I also think it's just a Logan Paul issue. Logan Paul is not a good person. Why would I buy something from a person that I don't like, or a horrible person? Why would anybody do that? Why? There's no point in doing that. I don't think so. I think it was just, in general, just a Logan Paul issue. Yeah, I mean, this isn't the first time a product from a creator disappears. This won't be the last time. Probably will be dead in a few more years, and then something else will take over that spot. Simple. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. What? Let's do Diagonal's video. Let's do that. Why not? This sounds unique and interesting. How could that happen?
Logan Paul's billion.
Screw you.
Y'all need to get.
This is gonna get interesting. Separate the art from the artist. Yes, but we live in a time where that's no longer happening, and if the drink is as they say, genuinely, then that's a problem. Well, we'll look at that now. That's gonna be interesting. This one sounds actually genuinely interesting. I wonder what happened here. All right. Burger King fires woman for working too hard by actual Justice Warrior. How does it work that you get fired for working too hard. You're costing us too much money because you're doing too much overtime. Fired. Well, we'll see. Fuck, how does that even work?
Y'all need to get her some help up in here because she busted her behind. She's doing everything she needs to do to make sure everybody is okay up in here.
So what you just saw right there was an excerpt from a viral video that was popping off about a month ago, and the reason people got really into this particular video is because it features a Columbia, South Carolina Burger King where you have...
Wait a minute. Should I move over? It doesn't show anything. That could be a clip that okay. I can literally just move over because I don't want to cover the dude too much. I like this. I'll move over. Can I post a suggestion? Sure you can. Sure you can. Why not? All right, let's go.
One staffer, one woman, doing absolutely everything. She's working the entire 12-hour shift alone. Somebody noticed that she...
Dude, what? What the fuck? What the fuck? The entire 12-hour shift alone? Alone. Completely alone. Without anybody else. What the fuck are they doing?
Was working alone, so she's calling on Burger King to send help to this woman, and of course this led people to wonder who exactly was behind the counter, and it turns out it's a woman called Nakia Hamilton.
They ain't had nobody else to come in, so I had to work by myself, had to close by myself, had to do the dishes, do prep, do floor, do front counter, drive through. There ain't no shit now drive through it that people come in because it's too much to try to run and take orders. They got to run back, so it was just a lot. Then last night I closed again by myself last night. I finally got help today. And she been here since 11 o'clock. She about to close with us at 11. So we just ain't got no employees. Nobody want to work no more. So.
Okay, so you have 3 children. You work 2 jobs. Kind of just tell people more about yourself and why you... Because some people on social media was like, I would have just closed the store and left. Like,
yeah. Now, Nakia Hamilton turned out to be a 25-year-old mother of 3, and in subsequent interviews, when they asked her what was going on at this particular location, she said that the reason she puts in so much work is because she's trying to provide for her kids. Again, a very wholesome expression from her.
Where the fuck is the father? Every single time. Every single time. Something like this happens. Where the fuck is the father? I mean, I know where the father is. Unfortunately, but where... Stereotypes. No clue what she's saying. Me neither, but I can still understand her. She basically just works her ass off alone in a McDonald's for 12 hours without anybody else there. What the fuck?
And of course, because employees keep dropping at this Burger King like crazy, and basically it took a couple of days for them to actually have somebody available so that they could at least have 2 staffers at this location. And by the way, this is something that people have taken note of since the pandemic. A lot of people don't want to return back to work at these various locations. And to be clear, a lot of these jobs end up being filled by illegal aliens in order to close the gap because a lot of Americans are just not interested in this job. That being said, Nakia Hamilton obviously sparked an interest in a lot of people.
That is the problem. Nobody wants to work these jobs because it doesn't pay well. We completely devalued them, and the fun fact is that even I'm gonna say this straight up. She's a Zoomer, right? So this hits. Gen Z is facing a career crisis. A degree does no longer give you a job. There's no job security whatsoever anywhere. It just doesn't exist. That's a huge problem. They cry that they need workers. They cry that they need you know, especially, for example, here in Germany, they cry about not having, like, experienced workers and shit. Well, you don't want to actually create any experienced workers, so stop crying, by the way. We have a huge problem, which is that nobody is willing to do this work because the work is ungrateful. And even if you get higher education, you're still fucked because you can't get a job. Milk, the dad needed to get milk. A classic.
across the country, because there's something about that Protestant work ethic, people really hustling, even at a job like Burger King, doing it in order to provide for their family, that speaks to the desires that all of us have as people. So of course, Nakia was celebrated. She was given glorious local news interviews, and I believe at some point in time, somebody offered her what she really wants, which was money. And by the way, I actually saw an excerpt of the interview where one of her spokespeople spoke on her behalf and made that absolutely clear. Let me play that clip for you.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
And it seemed like everybody was kind of happy with this whole situation. Well, fast forward 1 month later, and Burger King has fired this woman. They have decided that they're going to
Wait, I didn't get this one. Again, back.
Nakia was celebrated. She was given glorious local news interviews, and I believe at some point in time, somebody offered her what she really wants, which was money. And by the way, I actually saw an excerpt of the interview where one of her spokespeople spoke on her behalf and made that absolutely clear. Let me play that clip for you.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
And it seemed like everybody was kind of happy.
Okay. So she was, in fact, offered money, but not by Burger King, by somebody else. From someone else. Okay. And then Burger King fired her. There's somebody in your Burger King busting her ass, putting in the work to keep this location alive, and you fire her. I wonder who the replacement is
with this whole situation. Well, fast forward 1 month later, and Burger King has fired this woman. They have decided that they're going to dismiss her, throw her out like she's trash, and this is obviously upsetting a lot of people, and that's what we're going to talk about today. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
What made you want to stay?
Because, shout out to my general manager, Rhonda. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have no job. Because I do have a record. And it's hard to find a job with a record. But by grace of God, she gave me a job. So that's the only reason why I stayed for it. Because if I know it went for her, I wouldn't have a job.
So basically, to you, some people will say this is negative, but for you, you have a second chance.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, I got 3 kids to take care of. Ain't nobody going to help me take care of them. I'm a single mother, so I still got to feed them. And I got.
I think we should beat the living daylights out of deadbeat fathers. Not confused with fathers who want to be there but the mother denies them, obviously. This is not normal. And I know that this is a huge issue for especially for black people, where fathers are just absent. This is bullshit. This should have severe punishment by society. You should be treated like an outcast if you leave your child behind without a genuine reason. Which is like, the mother doesn't want you around, you want to participate, but the mother's like a bitch, right? That's a different situation. What is this bullshit? She's so optimistic. Yeah, I couldn't be optimistic. I'd be infuriated. It's just like, what the fuck are we doing? This is not normal. This cannot continue.
My child's about to go to school,
So look, I'm gonna link this whole interview.
See, and this is like a devil's circle, whatever you want to call it, right? She's a single mom. If she has daughters, they're gonna be likely to be single moms. If she has sons, they're likely to be criminals, more likely to be criminals, and do worse overall. And then you get more like this is this is just like it goes on and goes on and goes on for each generation. This can no longer continue. This is troublesome. This is troublesome. Where are the fathers? What the fuck is going on?
Review in the description of this video, because while normally I would like to make comments on whether or not her eyes are actually that color or not, or talk about her tattoos or something to distract you from the story.
I didn't even take that into consideration, her eyes or tattoos. I'm just infuriated she got fired. This is pissing me off. What the fuck is this?
Story at hand, the fact of the matter is this woman is so sweet and earnest in this particular interview. I absolutely love everything about her. The fact that she considers a job at Burger King a gift from God, and she wants to show up and show out because somebody recommended her for this, and she knows it's not just her reputation, it is the reputation of that person, to me is so wholesome. And I really genuinely hope that this woman gets back on her feet and maybe gets hired at some job that honestly pays better, offers better benefits, where she doesn't have to hustle so much in order to make ends meet, because this is somebody.
Whoever takes this woman, right? Whoever takes this woman, whoever gives this woman a job, has a genuine hard worker. Whoever gives this woman a job, you're gonna have a genuine hard worker. Because if somebody puts up for 12 hours alone at a workplace, that's worth something. I need a Superman shirt. It looks fine.
With the right mentality. This is somebody who appears to be dedicated to working hard for success. And I mean, come on, local bank in and around this area, get this woman behind the glass, air-conditioned room, give her a salary with benefits, consistent hours, and believe me, even if it takes her a minute to get up to speed with all the procedures at your particular bank, the PR dividends will definitely pay due, because obviously there's just something wholesome and inspirational about somebody who's willing to put that much work in, not just for herself, not just for her children, but for anybody who vouches for her.
I do have a record, and it's hard to find a job with a record. And by grace of God, she gave me a job. So that's the only reason why I stayed for it, because if I know it went for her, I wouldn't have a job.
And by the way, don't think I didn't hear her say that she has a record. Again, this actually makes it more wholesome, because rather than going back onto the streets and reoffending, it appears that she's actually changed her ways. Again, she not only has this job at Burger King, which she treats as a second chance and as a gift from God, she also holds down an additional job, so she's trying to do right, she's trying to do better, and even though she has a criminal past, obviously, she even says it, she's not using that as an excuse in order to prevent her from succeeding. She's using it as motivation for her reform, which again is one of the reasons why I find her to be so wholesome. But let us move on to her actually being fired from this Burger King location.
Back in June, video of Nakia Hamilton doing her job went viral, and she was praised for her work ethic. She ended up becoming one of our paid forward recipients just weeks after that video went viral. She was shown working 12 hours plus, holding down the fort so that Burger King could remain open.
I be missing
12 hours plus, actually. Burger King, what the fuck are you doing?
I don't know my kids' life, and I work a lot, so I be having to provide for them, and I really don't be having time to spend with them, and it hurts me a lot.
So the local news segment that talks about her getting fired starts off with a segment from that full interview, which will also be linked in the description, where Nakia talks about how she doesn't feel like she spends a lot of time with her kids, and yes, that is—
well, that is true, right? If you're working 12 hours, that is— what's the average work day here? 8 hours? Obviously. that is terrifying.
Is genuinely sad. Then we transition into the explanation from this local news agency, and honestly, people, I don't know what to say other than to support your local news agencies, because the broadcast quality that they got over there, not very good, not very impressive. The audio engineer, I don't know if they were asleep at the wheel. Maybe they could hire Nakia Hamilton to run this whole studio. She might do a better job than the people behind the scenes, because I'm just gonna say I'm a little bit not impressed. I'm a little bit disappointed with the audio quality and the pitching in and out of the mics and whatnot. And just do better, local news affiliate.
Well, now she is going viral once again after she is reportedly saying she was fired. Our Elise Pimentel, you had a chance to speak with Nakia today. I mean, a lot of people kind of shocked at what she served up today, the news.
Yeah, and Nakia Hamilton says since we first aired her story, she's gone viral and working conditions have not improved, even with all that attention it was getting. She says Burger King fired her last week and says the way they've treated her is wrong. Nakia says her frustrations come from all the days she put sweat and tears into keeping the store running all by herself.
So I'm going to be perfectly honest with everybody out there in the audience. I don't know the truth of Nakia Hamilton's tardy record or not. I don't know if the manager actually did examine 2 weeks worth of login times or sign-in times or whatever and discover that Nakia Hamilton was coming late. And
this is just so evil. This is just so evil. Like, this is genuinely really, really evil. Like, firing a woman, a mom with 3 kids, being a hot worker, doing 12-hour plus shifts. What was the genuine reason, though? I feel like if like you have like basically the Burger King super mom, right? In that spot, right? Wouldn't that drive more customers there? I feel like that would have been the Burger King could have used that to their benefit. This is so stupid. This doesn't even make sense.
I also don't know the truth of this issue of whether or not she took paid time off, was granted that, and then they suddenly scheduled her on a time where she would basically have to blitz back from wherever she was in order to make a shift that was scheduled, again, that she was not on board with. I also find it weird that they're saying that they fired her or told her not to come in, then called her back later, told her to come in, then when she does come...
Okay, wait, I'm not getting this. What the fuck, huh? Bro, repeat.
Did examine 2 weeks worth of login times or sign-in times or whatever and discover that Nakia Hamilton was coming late. And I also don't know the truth of this issue of whether or not she took paid time off, was granted that, and then they suddenly scheduled her on a time where she would basically...
Wait. So there's a chance she took paid time off, right? Okay. And they scheduled her anyways, even though she had paid time off. Okay.
Basically have to blitz back from wherever she was in order to make a shift that was scheduled, again, that she was not on board with. I also find it weird that they're saying that they fired her or told her not to come in, then called her back later, told her...
They fired her, and then told her that she should come to work. What the fuck is going on there? What the fuck is this?
To come in, then when she does come in, they show her logs and say, oh, you were late this many times, therefore you're fired.
He says the company wrong.
So you're telling me that there's a chance that they fired her on, like, deliberately. They tricked her and fired her. They basically tricked her with paid time off. Called her in. The paid time off was not registered as paid time off, basically. The chance, I think, is what he's alleging here. Which means she basically came late in. And they used that as an excuse to fire her. What the fuck is this?
Fully fired her after she was on approved time off and was scheduled to work the day she was coming back.
So I told them...
Wait, she can actually prove it! This sounds like a trap. What?
You know, I'm not gonna make it in time. I don't see how y'all schedule me at 12 knowing I'm leaving Charlotte at 11. And it take an hour and 30 minutes to get to work. Still got to drop kids off, still got to do everything.
Hamilton says they responded and told her she was terminated so she didn't report to work the next day. But Burger King reached out and told her to report back to work the following day and to be on time. She says the franchise owner, Matt O'Doherty, went to look at her time logs for the past 2 weeks and told her she was late too often. Hamilton says O'Doherty lacked consideration and gave her a final write-up.
It just all sounds a little bit suspicious, a little bit curious. However, I won't...
It does sound a little bit like a trap. It does sound like that.
Put it past Nakia Hamilton, post getting all this attention for being a hard worker and whatnot, to show up late to work after the fact. That being said, I gotta be perfectly honest of what I actually think happened, because if we're being real, if we're being 100% genuine, this woman showing up 15 minutes late, an hour late, honestly, even though that would be a big deal if you were fully staffed, is nothing compared to the fact that you would not be able to be open without this woman operating this particular store. Because again, as reported by the local news media, the staffing shortages at this Burger King haven't actually improved since the airing of the segment. What I think is the real issue, in my humblest of humble opinions, is that Burger King corporate saw the attention on this particular worker, saw the attention on their understaffed location, and they actually felt like it was bad PR to have this woman working so hard.
You know what that reminds me of? Roblox and Schlepp. Same, it has the same energy. Different topic, but it has the same energy. Somebody does the work that you're supposed to do more intensely than you can provide. And it's bad. You think it's bad PR, so you fire them / ban them. It's the exact same. It's the exact same energy I'm getting from this. You're punishing the wrong person. What the heck? It's the exact same energy. Wouldn't she be more on time just to act performative? This makes no sense. This wouldn't make no sense. I think this was just a deliberate trap. This is the same energy.
And complaining about how she doesn't get to see her kids, how the staffing hasn't been fixed, and they basically sent a signal down the pipeline to the franchise owner in order to figure out a way to remove this lady from Burger King, because again, she was a viral sensation.
Streisand effect. I play again. You try to hide something, it just gets more popular. Streisand effect at play here once again. Peak.
They felt like it probably reflected negatively on Burger King, so in a PR move that we are all too familiar with from these fast food companies, they decided to figure out a way to get rid of her, and ultimately it ends up making the company look significantly worse, because what a lot of people see from the outside looking in is a woman who was loyal to a company while the company was not loyal to her. And by the way, when I say we've seen this time and time again,
companies are not your friends. Don't be loyal to a company unless the company's loyal to you, but most companies are not loyal to you. They're only loyal to one thing, and that's money. And themselves. Go there, do your job, get the money, get out. If the company does not really appreciate you, I'm gonna be honest. They're not your friends. It is what it is. Maybe back in the day, when companies were, where companies were smaller and, workers were more important. Maybe back then, but now that's no longer the case. Because, no job security.
One of the things that people don't seem to understand is that there are many stories about fast food employees doing something noble, stopping a crime from going on, fighting off an armed robber, or something of the sort. And in almost all of those particular stories, after the glowing local news coverage on said employee, word comes down from corporate and that employee ultimately ends up getting fired. Now, to be 100% clear, in those particular stories where it's a fast food worker intervening with a particular crime, they claim it's a liability issue. It's a store policy issue. There's nothing they can do. It's just too much of a risk to encourage the employee at a Dunkin' Donuts to stop an armed robber or anything of the sort. And honestly,
but I feel like that makes no sense. That does not make any sense. Why would you do that? Why would you fire somebody because of that? I feel like that's good PR. Like, just people coming to see the person that did that and ordering something is already money. That is money. Also, just encourage, it encourages this, just the bare minimum mentality, right? It just encouraged this, I don't need to work hard, I'll just do what I need to do, and that's it. They're not helping themselves. Also, it's like, why would I work at a company that when I do like something good and they fire me, like why would I work at such a company? To always look out for better jobs. Don't be a job hopper. Don't be a job hopper. That's not what I mean. Don't be a job hopper, because if you are, people don't like that either. I know such a person that is a job hopper. I have them in my family. I have him in my family. That did him not any good at all.
There might be some believability behind that, but what a lot of people don't seem to also understand is that typically those crime stories end up making the local news covers it, and then the firing comes down. So while the policy might be related to, again, the issue of liability and whatnot, the trigger point for the firings are typically local news reports or any kind of media attention. So in my opinion, even though it sounds like completely different scenarios, I actually think it might be a little bit closer connected than people realize, and this woman was essentially fired because they viewed her as an embarrassment, which honestly is more embarrassing for Burger King because she was dedicated. If I were Burger King, I would hold this woman up, put her in the managerial program, do whatever I gotta do to try to get this woman in line with the company and embracing the company, and maybe, just maybe, consider it offering her some kind of franchise ownership, maybe put in a manager so they could actually run the place while you put her through school for it, so that way you could be the company that is in line with the hardworking single mother. But it seems like they just wanted to get rid of this. They were sick of her complaining to the media about a lack of time off, not being able to see her kids, working so long, and of course the embarrassment, the humiliation of this woman running their entire operation and them not being able to onboard staff. And of course, her
well, what's more embarrassing now? Not having not having any workers, or firing a mother of three. I wonder. It's generally recommended to job hop in the first few years. Stay at each for a year, maybe two, switch. It helps. Maybe maybe a little bit, but most job hoppers do it until they retire. That's the problem. Not be a job hopper, but stay there at least a year. So after a year or so, start looking out. Fun fact, my dad did that. You know what that actually did? It denied him not only jobs, but also lowered his retirement money by a good chunk. I think it depends on where you live, but here in Germany, that is not a good idea. They will not hire you if you do it and do it consistently. They will not hire you, and you will get punished financially from it. So not a good idea. I guess it depends on where you live. Maybe in India it's different, but here in Germany, Austria, everything in the EU, not a good idea. Bad idea. Horrible idea. Most job hoppers do it their entire life. Not a good idea. Terrible idea. They don't want that here.
Doing this for not that much money.
I was like, how I get a final written warning when I never got in trouble with the company?
Hey guys, Editing Sean here, and I want to be 100% clear to everybody out there in the audience that I'm on Nakia Hamilton's side. I have support for Nakia Hamilton. I think she's a hard worker, and this is like corporate culture run amok. That being said, upon editing this video, I just heard a smoke detector chime in this woman's home. And again, I will ask, what the hell is going on with a certain segment of the black population with these damn smoke detectors? Do you not realize that when that thing is beeping all the time, it is time to change your battery?
True. Oh, she's Christian. That's cool. Nakia Matthew 1820. That's cool. She genuinely recovered from her criminal past. That's cool. Here it's different because they see it as you are quick to adapt to the new environment and tasks. Here they don't. Here they actually really hate it.
9-volt battery is not that expensive. It's not that difficult. Please, for the love of God, change it. Again, this is distracting me beyond all reason. And for those of you who think I added that in, I swear I did not. And now I'm tempted to look up the long form interview of this particular interview in order to hear how many times that went off. Because if you're in the local news media, how can you conduct an interview when that thing is beeping? Again, support her. I'm going to play more clips of her positive stuff. Let's help Nakia Hamilton and her kids. But like, damn, the smoke detector. For the love of God, people, come on.
Hamilton says she always communicated with her GM when she was going to be late and says she always was okay with it because she's a single mom and a hard worker. Hamilton says Burger King and O'Doherty used absence issues as a way to get rid of her.
Now again, we have her saying or alleging that when she communicated with her general manager that she was going to be late, this was always not a problem for this particular location. But then she ends up saying something that I think is absolutely crucial, and again, it cuts to the heart of what I was telling you earlier about how after they said it was about her latenesses, which apparently were excused via messages, and again, she always informed them when she was going to be late, they then flip it and say, no, it's actually about the controversy.
He was like, yeah, you caused the controversy, you caused too much problems for the job, you knew not to work by yourself. They literally, 2 weeks after everything went down, they literally made a whole contract after everything went down about being in the store by herself.
She says since she's gone viral, Burger King has been threatening to fire her for speaking to the media about her.
That's crazy. Threatening to fire her because she speaks to the media is crazy. That's because you guys have job security. Most places don't. Well, you would think that, but then there comes a nice thing in called a time-limited contract. That usually is a year. And that's, by the way, mostly unlimited. Like, you can just increase it a year and a year and a year, and you never know if you always have to look for a job every year at the end of the year because you just don't know whether or not this will be your last year at that place. So that's funny. That's funny. That's really funny. And well, just because we have that rule that you can't fire someone for a reason or some girl, they can't find the reason. They have found reasons that they can just, so you renew every year. Some of those actually do that because they don't know if they need you another next year. That's the interesting part. They don't know that, so they may fire you the following year. But yeah, just because of that, we don't have that reason. They can't find a reason, and they do find a reason quite easily. Germany has an unemployment fund. Yeah, that unemployment fund is sadly not enough. Like, if my father would now become unemployed, we'd have to move out of the house. If we had an apartment, if my father got unemployed, we'd have to move out of the apartment and find a cheaper one. Because, like, apartments are super expensive here. So yes, that unemployment fund is not enough. Because, here's also a fun fact. A third of Germany's population cannot survive on a single job. Fun fact. A third in Germany now needs a second job. India's adapting similar shit. Employment contract for 1 year only. So they can get rid of you easier. That's the only thing they do. Nah, still better. It's better, but it's still shit. It's still shit. But yes, job security even here is now no longer really a thing. They can't technically fire you whenever they want. For fresh graduate, they are doing this. Oh yeah, my little brother's gonna finish his apprenticeship, and he's gonna get a 1 year here as well.
Solo shifts, but says they never provided help or extra crew members for her.
Yeah, that part is absolutely key, and this is just not right, man. Again, you have somebody dedicated to the company, working, hustling, a black single mother of 3 that's actually putting in the work to provide for her kids at a job that is labor intensive, at a job that, again, is not very glamorous. She ends
at a job that does not pay well, yet she still does it and sees it as a gift from God. What more could you want as an employer?
Ends up going viral for this, which again was no fault of her own. Somebody just filmed her at this particular location. Then the news media takes up the case and they end up looking into her, interviewing her, profiling her. But of course, the company who did not provide her the support and did not hire the proper amount of people all of a sudden says she's an embarrassment. And they talk about a contract that they wrote up after the fact and all sorts of other crazy, absurd things that, again, cut to what I was saying earlier about this being related to embarrassment rather than being related to, you know, this woman being late or whatever the pretext was that they used against her.
Watch Fox News reached out to Burger King about the termination. In a statement, a Burger King spokesperson saying, quote, "Terminations are the decision of the franchisees who own and operate the BK restaurant. In this situation, the franchise confirmed the individual involved is no longer employed due to repeated attendance issues."
Repeated attendance issues as the only one there. As the only one there. And if you leave mid-employment, they will demand 2 months of salary with interest? Bro, I want to go back to school. No, I can't with this shit. That's absurd. That is absurd. Oh, something they've also been doing is basically they're just gonna pay you like the full salary for like until you finish the contract, right? So they get you out of there. So you can do that. And you know what's also super exploitative? See, Germans and people or long-term immigrants who have been here for generations don't ask for minimum wage usually. So what they do is they hire people who have no skill in the field. They speak no German. They do nothing of sorts that is beneficial for the company, so that they just can give you minimum wage. So they can give that person minimum wage. That's what they're doing right now. That's why we get so many immigrants. Which is wild. That is interesting. That they've been doing this as well. And fun fact, guys, this may not be a problem yet where you live, but this will be a problem for us here in the West. Less children, more taxes for us. So we'll pay more taxes. Next generation will pay more taxes. The next generation will pay more taxes. So that's another one that's coming. If this shit happens, bro, I'm applying for an art school and getting rejected on purpose. Hit me up after you do that. I will join. Bro is waiting for that Roman salute. Really recommended type of video, huh? This is just, of course, well, this is evil what they're doing here, right?
Burger King says no one should work alone, and they're disappointed their policy wasn't followed.
So the reason I believe Nakia Hamilton is because everything she's saying rings true. Everything she's describing is exactly how I thought this was going to go. Honestly, last month when the original story broke. And in addition to that, you have the generic corporate statement from Burger King that is usually not so quick to issue these statements. And they're like, listen, hiring and firing, down to the franchise. Nothing to do with us. Wasn't me. I didn't do that. But yeah, we just want you to know that we have a policy against people working alone, and we're really sad, really upset that this policy wasn't followed here. But you know, that woman, so...
You know, we're still firing her, huh? We're still firing her. And you know, since... Another thing that's coming for me, in the next 10 to 15 years, free healthcare will no longer be a thing in Europe. That thing's through. That will disappear. At least in Germany, it will disappear. Which puts more strain on everyone! Yay! Because, they're in debt. All of them.
Late, doesn't show up on time, attendance issues. She's actually a really bad employee. I mean, I know you guys did features on how she was running the whole operation for days at a time, working 12-hour shifts by herself, but lazy, doesn't show up on time. Not a good lady. I don't know what's wrong with her. We really don't like this lady, and honestly, she's shameful in every possible way. A no good, lazy bum person who, again, was keeping this entire operation open for an extended period period of time due to the fact that we can't hire adequate staff at this location. Again, disgusting in every possible way, but I want to know what you guys think about all this down in the comments below. A, who's going to hire Nakia Hamilton? Somebody got to do it. Somebody got to help this lady. Somebody got her, get her on board, get that positive PR. And what do you think about Burger King and this franchise owner seemingly colluding in order to fire her because they felt embarrassed that she was just hustling this much? Again, all your thoughts down in the comments below. As per usual, if you like this video, show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on the social media, support me via the support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about Nakia Hamilton.
That's pretty much the end of the video. What Burger King here did was evil. You fired a single mom with 3 children who was working hard at your restaurant and thought it was a good idea to fire her, even though actually she could have been a great benefit. Who knows? You may have even been able to find somebody who would work at that location. Who knows? Maybe it would have motivated somebody to be like, hey, actually, I need a job. This woman's all alone. I'm gonna work there. Instead, you fired her. That is evil. That is evil. Definitely. And I think that I hope that she should absolutely 100% get a job. I hope she keeps up that work ethic. I hope that somebody can find the fucking father if he's still around and actually make this ass pay. I'm gonna be real, because where the fuck is he? And that's all I gotta say. Like, comment, and subscribe. W lady working hard for her babies. I hope she finds a better opportunity. Absolutely. Fuck us. Boomers who's sitting on top. All our financial problems. Remember, guys, it doesn't matter where you live. It doesn't matter which country you're in. All our problems started with the baby boomers. Because they lived, again, in one of the most financially prosperous times in human history. But they left nothing for us. They started the problems. The millennials got a little bit of that. And then they also got fucked. Now we're getting fucked. It's the boomers. Everything's on the boomers. Thanks for a reality check. Perfect, perfect. Just as it should be. Okay, we're doing this one. The Natural Kings.
Whatever.
Calm down. This is going to be interesting. I don't know what this is going to be about. Okay, first I'm going to take a quick break. First of all, I'm going to move myself over again to here. I have a video I want to watch. Don't know if I should share it here, though. I don't know. But first, I got to take a break. I will be right back. Don't Gooner Gump. I will find you. I have returned. Ge me the vid. Okay. Should we watch that video or nah? That's the question. That is the question. Let me check what that even is about before we do that. Interesting. Why not? Hey, that looks interesting. Why not? Looks good. Let's look at that. Why not? That looks interesting. Sure. An interesting watch, but there are bots in there. What? Where are the butts in there? What is wrong with this video? What is supposed to be wrong with that one? Who knows? Let's look. Ongoing situation. Okay, we'll look at this. Let me click something
right
else
here
real quick.
had a down.
So it reloads. Good.
According to the congressional.
All right. I think we've seen videos about from this guy before, anyways. So that's good. All right. I think we'll jump into this. This looks interesting. Why not? Huh. Let's see. Why America is the next empire to fall by Damon. Wait, I need to hit record. I'm stupid. Because I cannot download the stream immediately, which is annoying. So I'm literally recording these videos. All right, now. Why America is the next empire to fall by Damon Cassidy. Sounds interesting? I mean, this is definitely one of the predictions that people already have had. This isn't new. And I think the next new #1, if nothing changes, is going to be China. You have the China #1, the United States #2, and then 3, you have Europe. Mine first. Nah, we're not. I'm not already into this. I'm already recording it. Silence.
According to the congressional budget, U.S. debt is now projected to increase by 63% within the next decade,
I'm also thinking that once the US hits the financial crisis, it will also hit worldwide slowly. I think that's what I believe, is that there will be a financial crisis in the future when we are still alive. That will hit us. And also, here's something what I believe. There's a lot of debt. Who are we owning this to? It can only be the banks. It can I'm gonna say this. I think the banks control most of what's happening on the planet. Straight up.
The highest recorded debt in all of human history. And as the dollar has lost roughly 90% of its purchasing power, the top 1% alone now hold more wealth than America's entire working class, raising the question, how long can a nation survive as it continuously bankrupts its own people? While America may not fully resemble the empires of the past, as it lacks direct control over other nations and is not ruled by a single emperor, the global reach of its unmatched military power, economic dominance, and cultural influence hidden behind the invisible thumb of the dollar has placed the United States on the same inevitable trajectory that has defined every superpower throughout history, most notably seen in the internal decay that marked the fall of Rome. Following decades of military conflict, political divide, and immense wealth inequality that led to the collapse of the Roman Republic, Emperor Augustus ushered in a period of extraordinary peace and economic stability, where under his rule, he redistributed wealth by using his own money to purchase land for veterans, increased taxes on Rome's elites to fund one of the earliest pension systems,
And remember, guys, America is stuck in this red versus blue nonsense. But the core issue is that it's a rich versus poor problem. And I'm not saying that people can't be rich. I'm not a communist. Fuck communists. I'm saying that with a lot of money comes a lot of responsibility. And the people with a lot of money say fuck that responsibility. With a lot of money comes a lot of power, and you can change and move a lot in the world. that also means that evil people will use this money to do evil.
Stored civic pride by employing tens of thousands of Romans to famously transform Rome from a city of brick into one of marble, and provided millions of Romans grain to sustain their families, emphasizing how prosperity is rooted in long-term investment and public stability. However, following Rome's catastrophic defeat at the Battle of Teutoburg Forest, the first structural cracks in the empire's foundation began to emerge, as it profoundly altered how Roman citizens perceived their own strength and the true intentions of their power, signaling just how damaging disastrous campaigns of control and influence can be on decades of prosperity. Following the death of Augustus, Emperor Tiberius adopted a more conservative ideology by significantly reducing government spending, despite the Roman economy's dependence on state intervention, reigniting widespread inequality, unemployment, and crumbling infrastructure. But the most defining moment of his reign came after he demanded creditors to invest heavily in Italian land, which sparked a massive surge in credit, drove interest rates higher, inflated a real estate bubble, and ultimately collapsed Rome's housing market, where this fallout also triggered defaults and closures throughout Rome's largest financial.
The Romans collapsed because money. No, not another tax video. It's just like, yeah. This is exactly gonna happen. Eventually, there's gonna be a collapse. I think there might be a societal collapse in general. There's gonna be. It's just like there's gonna be a societal collapse, both financially, economically, and even physically.
Institutions, bringing wealthy families to ruin, paralyzing trade, driving up unemployment, and eventually forcing Tiberius into a massive no-interest bailout to rescue the banks and elite creditors, revealing how the costs of concentrated wealth and over-leveraged economies ultimately fall on the public. And while the empire eventually recovered,
and remember, governments love to bail out banks. When a bank is failing, the government jumps in, which is a problem. Of course, if a bank fails, that fucks up everyone who has money in that bank, which is a problem for those who are in that bank. But the problem is, like I said, that banks cannot fail. Banks being stupid gets rewarded.
This moment marked the early ignition of a slow compounding decay that would define the fall of Rome. The centuries that followed were plagued by excessive spending, hedonistic political leaders, unprecedented currency debasement, a lack of internal investment, outsourced labor, endless war, immense wealth inequality, and a slow erosion of moral fabric, where after periods of severe economic collapse or civil war, a new leader would emerge, promising res publica restituta, to restore Rome to its former greatness. Emperor Severus.
Now that he's speaking of this is in fact true. We have a growing divide in multiple aspects, right? We have a growing divide in multiple aspects. Rich and poor, man and woman, so far and so on. We do have a moral decline, which we can obviously see. I mean, 10 years ago, something like Bonnie Blue would have been unthinkable, or OnlyFans, that nobody would have thought that would ever exist. Right? That nobody would have thought that 10 years ago that would exist. Nobody would have thought that that would be a thing. So we do also have a moral decline. We do live in a very hedonistic and materialistic society. This isn't far off. This isn't far off. This is not only an America issue, right? Everything that starts in America eventually swaps over to Europe. Sometimes I feel like Europe is kind of owned by the United States because of all the problems that we face, that they have, that we face just a short period later. It's really weird.
For example, ironically minted coins bearing the title Restitutor Urbis, or restorer of the city, despite devaluing Rome's currency even further by flooding the markets with the newly minted coinage and accelerating inflation, where the Roman poet Juvenal would later summarize Rome's internal decay, writing, "If the old emperor had been surreptitiously smothered, the same crowd in the moment would have hailed their new Augustus. They shed their sense of responsibility long ago, when they lost their votes and the bribes. The mob that used to grant power, high office, the legions, everything, curtails its desires and reveals its anxieties for two things only: bread and circuses. For if you give them food and entertainment, they will never revolt."
This sounds familiar. You just need to look how many political reforms and stuff gets changed during big sports events, right? Like the FIFA World Cup, European Cup, right? There's like big sports events, Super Bowl, right? Just look at all the political reforms that happen around this time because nobody pays attention. During for example, one World Cup. During one World Cup, nobody paid attention to what the Russians did when they increased the retirement age to 70. It's not wrong. It is not wrong. This works. I'm getting flashbacks to my history lectures.
And while Rome believed each crisis was only temporary, every bailout, every short-term fix, and every self-announced political savior only pushed the empire further down a path it could never return from, a pattern that would later re-emerge in the rise of the United States. Since officially becoming the world's leading superpower in 1945, America's forward-thinking industrial investments, combined with being the only major power not forced to rebuild after the war, ushered in a period of immense prosperity. But with a growing appetite for endless war and implicit control, the United States created a perfect condition for a new ideology to flourish, one that slowly shifted power away from the people and into the hands of the corporations and governmental institutions, where as a result, we abandoned the accountability once demanded by leaders like JFK, or the moral warnings of Martin Luther King Jr.
And I submit that if we can spend $35 billion a year to fight an ill-considered war in Vietnam and $20 billion to put a man on the moon, our nation can spend billions of dollars to put God's children on their own 2 feet right here on earth.
Instead, we placed our trust into slogans, most notably Ronald Reagan's 1980 campaign.
Here's the fun part, right? We could feed people. We could feed people. All the people. We just have an overconsumption problem. We have a waste problem. There's plenty of food for everyone. And plenty of resources on Earth for everyone. The problem is just that we waste a lot. We waste way too much.
Let's make America great again, forcing the nation to live in a state of endless remembrance rather than deliberate planning, effectively selling out future generations in pursuit of a ghost from the past. And while history may not repeat itself, it often rhymes, with the United States almost perfectly replicating the key events of the early Roman Empire. However, a substantial differentiator lies in the simple fact that despite Rome severely debasing its currency, it remains largely tied to tangible value. When Augustus transitioned Rome from a republic and into an empire, the denarius contained roughly 98% of silver, where it took nearly 300 years for it to fall to just 0.5%, where since the US removed the dollar from gold with the collapse of the Bretton Woods Agreement in 1971, the dollar has lost 88% of its purchasing power.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, I think that was one of the most detrimental things that ever happened, economically speaking, is removing the dollar from the gold standard. That was incredibly damaging. And this will plummet further. Do not be fooled. This will plummet further. This will be significantly plummet. And if here's something that's really interesting. If Africa really locked in, and I mean really, really locked in as a continent, like actually locked in, it would be the superpower. Because while we love to say that they were exploited during, from the Western world, which is true to a degree, it was pre-heavy machinery. That means most resources. Africa still has most of its resources. They just don't lock in for some reason.
And roughly 99% of its value when compared to gold, forcing the nation to enter the highest levels of debt in human history, backed by a currency rooted entirely in trust. A trust that is now deteriorating at an unprecedented rate as the country continues to march towards moral bankruptcy. And while Rome may offer the most iconic warning, it's the British Empire that most clearly.
Why was there why was there a Star Wars ship
parallels the structural consequences of outsourcing domestic strength in pursuit of global control. After becoming the first nation in history to undergo large-scale industrialization in the 18th century, producing over 2/3 of the world's coal, half of its iron, and 40% of its steel, Britain used this economic dominance and its unmatched naval power to construct undersea cables for a global telegraphic network, opening its financial markets to easier flows of foreign capital. For between 1865 and 1914, British investors poured as much money into the infrastructure of Africa, Asia, and Latin America as they did into the United Kingdom itself, resulting in overseas ventures consistently delivering higher returns than domestic enterprises, allowing Britain's elite to profit immensely, while the working class experienced little to no upward mobility. Where William Kennedy of the London School of Economics estimated that redirecting even a fraction of Britain's foreign investment back into domestic manufacturing could have increased national income by 25 to 50%.
Didn't the British just recently... Didn't they just recently close down the last, like, steel factory, whatever it was? Like, their own, where they make their own steel? As far as I'm aware, they just did that recently. I don't know how smart that was. Da Vinci was a Jedi, that's why? Interesting. Yep, clearly.
Potentially creating the kind of middle-class growth the United States experienced after World War II. But instead, as financial institutions and overseas profits were prioritized, local industries decayed, wages stagnated, and working-class neighborhoods across northern England fell into long-term decline. And while Britain poured its limited domestic resources into defending a sprawling empire, the United States, benefiting from geographic insulation and cultural isolationism, strengthened its industrial base and delayed entry into global conflicts, where 2 world wars not only drained Britain's treasury, but physically devastated its already limited manufacturing core, further reducing its capacity for post-war recovery. And as industrial towns collapsed under privatization, foreign competition, and cultural neglect, Britain fundamentally shifted towards a service-based economy, handing the keys of industrial dominance to America and signaling the long-term consequences of an empire that abandons its working class. As global power shifted in the post-war era, it was the American factory worker who became the symbol of national strength. From Detroit's factories producing over 60% of the world's automobiles to Pennsylvania mills outproducing Germany and Japan combined, blue-collar labor powered the U.S. economy and built the infrastructure that defined American ingenuity. But in the pursuit of containing communism, the Korean War redirected billions of dollars in special procurement contracts to Japan, turning it into a supply base for U.S. forces and jump-starting its industrial recovery. And rather than reinforcing its own industrial foundation, Cold War tensions and the growing obsession with corporate cost-cutting led the United States to gradually abandon it, trading national resilience for geopolitical leverage and corporate efficiency, while Japan emerged as the world's second-largest free market economy.
Yeah, that happened. That happened. They can't log in because they got time to work on themselves much later than the country you were comparing them to. They're still dealing with stuff you sorted through decades ago. That is very true. However, and that is something that significantly holds them back, is corruption and a heavy load of a heavy load of socialism. That really holds them back. And for example, Ethiopia was never under any exploitation. One of the poorest countries in the world. As an example, they are just slower due to the harsher conditions. What also adds to it, obviously, is the harsher conditions in Africa. Obviously. But there's certainly an argument that without the help of the West, it would be much worse than it is now.
1968. And by the late 1970s, following President Jimmy Carter's reduction of tariffs on Chinese imports, American companies had an even greater incentive to source from or produce overseas, shifting the national mentality that American jobs were no longer foundational assets, but disposable costs to be minimized. And as worsening economic inequality and civil divide began tearing apart the nation.
That's another issue. Sorry, someone was yapping to me. That's another issue, but that's a general issue for many countries. which is that we outsourced everywhere. Nothing is produced nationally anymore. Everything just like overseas, China, Japan, Singapore, right? All these where you can just cheaply produce stuff and yet still sell it for the same price, like if you would have done it here. Horrible. I'll buy the first One Piece cartoon.
Reagan's promise of restoring America to its former greatness created the perception of change, despite increased government debt, a total reduction of social safety nets, and more than 1.6 million American jobs being outsourced overseas, placing even further downward pressure on domestic job quality. And after decades of industrial decline, the 1990s marked the most substantial transformation of the post-war economic structure under President Bill Clinton, where trade agreements like NAFTA and the establishment of permanent normal trade relations with China fundamentally opened U.S. markets to aggressive import competition, where between 1994 and 2001, over 879,000 American jobs were officially certified as lost to direct trade competition under the U.S. government's Trade Adjustment Assistance Program, with some economists estimating that the real number was likely 2 to 3 times higher, gutting areas like Detroit, which fell from one of the wealthiest cities in the world to one of the poorest in the United States, with a poverty rate of 31.5%. And as U.S. further embraced.
So about a third of those are poor. God damn it, man. Yeah, I think one of the biggest problems was outsourcing everything overseas and not producing it where we live. I think that's a huge issue. I wonder if a better solution would be to keep production in the country and only import the resources to do so, not the actual production of the goods. I wonder if what results that would yield. Hi Zoom, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good.
Globalization and cost-cutting strategies, it once again followed the same pattern that has defined the collapse of every major empire, where today, China stands as the world's sole manufacturing superpower, accounting for 35% of global gross production, or more than the next 9 largest manufacturers combined. And while the United States is taking drastic efforts to reignite its industrial base in an attempt to preserve global leadership, it's being forced to do so on top of a corporate infrastructure designed solely to maximize short-term efficiency at the lowest possible cost, signaling that while domestic manufacturing is essential to long-term prosperity, it must now operate within the very mindset that dismantled it. And with virtually no internal investment or national job training pipeline, American manufacturing is projected to face more than 2 million unfilled jobs by 2030, a labor gap that could cost as much as $1 trillion annually, all while the U.S. is simultaneously facing an infrastructure disaster. Where according to the 2025 report card for America's infrastructure, if current funding levels remain unchanged, the country will face a...
I think there's 3 major issues. One is infrastructure, one is jobs, and one might be birth rate. While currently China only faces technically one of those issues, China's gonna collapse as well in the future. That's also gonna happen, by the way. This will not be US exclusive. That one will collapse as well, though it will be more so people than actually financial. I think it will more so be people first.
$3.7 trillion shortfall by 2030. But if we include dams, levees, hazardous and solid waste systems, parks, and schools, the number rises to 4.4 trillion. However, unlike the transition of power from the British Empire, where America was economically and culturally primed to take the mantle, China faces a number of structural challenges, with the first one being that it's already shifting away from manufacturing and towards a service-based economy, as rising labor costs have eroded one of the key advantages that once made China an attractive hub for global production, where simultaneously, its population is declining at an unprecedented rate. As a consequence of the one-child policy, 1 in 4 Chinese citizens will be over the age of 60 by 2030. By 2050, that figure is expected to reach 40%, placing an even greater strain on retirement and healthcare systems.
So by 2060, 40% of Chinese people are 60, old, not really being able to participate in the workforce. Oh boy, oh boy. Well, good luck. You know what's gonna kill you if climate change and ourselves, well, this isn't ourselves issues. If natural disasters aren't killing us first, it will be us. Not even through war. Just decline.
Than what the United States is projected to face. And when factoring in hidden liabilities, estimates place China's true government debt ratio at 117%, just 7% below that of the United States. And similar to how economists once predicted that Japan would surpass the US by the year 2000, similar forecasts made in 2008 that China would overtake the US by this year have now been pushed to the 2040s, with growing doubts that it will actually happen at all, signaling that unless the United States faces a severe economic or global catastrophe, it remains on a trajectory far more reflective of Rome's bread and circuses, where collapse no longer arrives in the form of burning cities or toppled statues, but through an abandoned workforce, broken trust, and a generation that no longer sees a future worth building. Because throughout American history, the nation has fundamentally relied on outside enemies to inspire internal unity. But as the country has become so ideologically twisted, it's now collapsing inward, where the enemy is anyone who doesn't align with one's personal beliefs. Republican fingers point downward at those deemed responsible for social and economic decay, while Democratic fingers point upward at the elite, blind to the fact that their beloved politicians are also seated at the table of greed, where
Yep, most countries have that issue there. Yep, most countries, and it will get worse. It will. The ones that are truly going to suffer from this are our future children, our descendants, because they will carry us on their back, right? They must care for an old population. They must pay the most taxes. They must do the work for multiple people at once. This will be an issue. And since people don't really see it as their responsibility to have kids, as it may sound harsh as it is, but I think if you benefit more from society than you actually give, if you live in a system that depends on new kids being born, I'm gonna be honest. For example, here, our healthcare and retirement system are literally built on a generational contract that children are being made. I think that if you don't have children by the age of 35, you should pay more taxes. If you live in such a system. Because you can't benefit from a system and not add anything. Because remember, if you pay taxes here, you don't pay taxes for yourself. You pay taxes for your parents that are retiring. Just saying. As much of a hot take as that sounds. I think now it's possible just because of how they're treating others. They're making their allies believe that they don't have their back. True. Listen, change. Yeah, he can't change. I don't think he really needs to. Zoom.
Decades of policy failure and the complete loss of social cohesion have not only bankrupted emerging generations, but their children as well. We prioritize the intricacies of AI in Apple's latest phone release, while nearly 50 million children remain trapped in an education system completely unprepared for the demands of the future, facing lower reading scores than in
Our educational system is based or built on creating factory workers. But we're not in the 1950s or 60s anymore. We don't need factory workers. There are not that many factories to begin with. For example, our educational system here in Germany hasn't changed since the Weimar Republic. That's over 60 or 70 years ago.
1971, and with just 56% of fourth graders actually performing at grade levels in math. We blame minimum wage for rising prices, despite CEO stock-based compensation soaring 1,460%, while hourly wages have grown by just 17.5%. We worship media figures who selectively weaponize data to fit their own narrative, while they avoid the fact.
Oh, the minimum wage is still definitely at fault as well. Definitely. There's no doubt about it. There is no doubt about it. The problem is that if you increase minimum wage, it just does also increase. It's just an additional problem. That's the problem. It's an additional problem. An additional driver. What should happen is not increase minimum wage, but drop taxes. Lower taxes. Because if you increase minimum wage, you're just going to tax more from the minimum wage. So what's the difference? Like, you're literally at the same. If you add to the minimum wage, you just tax more as anyways. I guess it's only beneficial for the government because they get to tax more, which means they can pay their debt off faster. But that's it. We can still get pregnant in their 40s. My mom still got pregnant 41. That's where my fourth sibling is born, and the first sibling. It's just that, yes. In this case, it's normal, but most people have their first child in their 30s. That's not going to cut it anymore. If we need to replenish society, so to speak, I refuse to pay more taxes for the fact that I realized that I would be an unfit parent. I prefer to work and enjoy my peace alone and do as I please within reason and the law. But you also don't live in a system where you benefit from other taxpayers, right? You don't live in a system where, well, not 100%. Like, this is only for the in societies where you actually benefit from others paying taxes. For example, our healthcare system is strictly based on other people paying taxes. Or our retirement system is based on other people paying taxes. If you don't have children, that means overall there's going to be less in the pot. So you're just going to, basically, you don't have children. You're going to increase poverty for the old people. And that's a problem. So I think you should pay more taxes because you're not contributing by having putting a future taxpayer into the system. Right? You're taking from a system that you benefit from, but you're not adding anything into the system, which by paying more taxes you could offset. Simple. Hello, Eliza. Isn't GBT per capita make minimum wage higher if demand? The problem is with increasing minimum wage, you're just going to increase the prices because technically you're just taxing more from the minimum wage. Like, it literally doesn't change anything.
That homelessness has surged by 30% in just 3 years, and that childhood poverty has nearly doubled since 2022. Millennials and Gen Z are cast as society's scapegoat despite living through the most unaffordable housing market in American history.
The boomers were it! The boomers! The boomers are the reason we're cooked.
All while holding just a fraction of the wealth their parents had. And yet we wonder why national pride has collapsed from 85% to 18% in just the last decade, as we continue to plunge into endless wars, utter political filth, all while the very fabric of society has been torn apart since 2020, leaving the future to appear as one only defined by greed, disillusionment, and further chaos. And while the public has been trained to remain passive, we've forgotten that what actually made America great was the collective pursuit of a better tomorrow. It was the everyday Americans who chose to stand up for what they believed was right, not through the cowardice of violence, but through the strength of unity, pursuing hope rather than hate. As it wasn't elected officials who ended the working class living in slums, it was Jacob Riis, a photographer who exposed the horrors of tenement housing and how the other half lives, prompting New York to pass a landmark.
Our generation will no longer be able to afford a house. That's over. I'm not staying, but I have a question. Okay, I'll answer. Like, this is not happening.
Housing reform in 1890. The promise of draining the swamp was fulfilled not by politicians, but by Lincoln Steffens, a journalist who exposed municipal corruption in Tweed days in St. Louis, launching a national muckraking movement in 1902. The reason you were able to actually have a childhood wasn't because of industry or government suddenly finding empathy. It was because of Carmela Tioli, a 13-year-old girl who, despite having her scalp torn off in a cotton machine, still testified.
You think 30 is too old for me? You mean dating? What do you mean? Context. What is 30 when?
Before Helen Taft, which ignited a national child labor reform movement in 1912. And the monopolies of the Gilded Age didn't just collapse out of hopeful thinking, they were broken by Ida Tarbell, who spent years exposing John D. Rockefeller's empire, leading to the dissolution of Standard Oil, signaling that while the American empire may live on as a global shell company, for it to actually become great again, it must be rebuilt in the service of future generations.
Yeah, but it won't. Yes, dating a man who is 30. I don't know. Too old for me. Personally, right? This is you're an adult. This is your decision, right? You're an adult. You can decide for what you want. Personally, though, if it was a girl, probably not. I wouldn't date a 30-year-old. But I get that's your decision. It depends on the dude. It depends on you. I think. I don't know. I don't know how to say that. I have no idea. I personally would never go for somebody that significantly, like 12 years younger. I don't know. I couldn't say that. Probably not. I don't know. That is yours. Girls like older dudes. I am aware that girls like older dudes, but I don't know. I can't say. I do not know. It depends on what the guy is like, I guess.
That we find hope in one another and use whatever strength we have left to redefine what it truly means to be an American. And while I am so unbelievably grateful to be in the position to receive such kind and loving and thoughtful comments from each and every one of you, it is important that we recognize that despite this being a one-man operation, anytime I am asked about how is the channel doing, I always respond with we. And while I am the one that is sitting in front of the camera, writing the scripts, doing the research, editing the videos, I fundamentally believe that you are a part of this journey too, that we are in this pursuit of a better tomorrow together. I don't see the point of having success by myself or that this is some heroic journey on my.
Yeah, we need to do this somehow. I don't know. It's just like, we need to find a way worldwide to fix the upcoming crises, the different ones, and that's a collective effort that we can't fix by just like fighting each other. Yes, and I was just seeking an opinion. Okay. Like, again, at the end of the day, it's your decision. He's nice. I like older guys, but I'm kind of hesitant because 12 years is a lot older, you know? Yeah. I don't know. It's your decision. 1 or 2 is nice. 3 is okay. Anything off of that, not for me. Yeah, I wouldn't personally like if I were date somebody significantly younger. If I was older, I would date somebody significantly younger. Like that girl, that woman must be like nobody beats that woman kind of level. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. You can try, but I'd say take it slow. Take it slow. You can try, see where it goes. But when there's red flags, dip immediately. Send the video request. Okay. Shit, duck. What is wrong, Gumper?
Part. I am no different than you. I get nervous before each one of my videos. I have to go through this whole process just before I film to make sure that I'm in the right mental state. Anytime I'm going to go meet someone, I'm in a long car ride, I'm thinking in my head, should I shake their hand or give them a hug? And whenever I'm at a restaurant and the waiter says, enjoy your meal, I say, you too. And I think it's important that we recognize that while there might be individuals that we aspire to be like, that we can't hold them in this like heroic light, and that we recognize that we have to begin pursuing a unified and collective pursuit for a better tomorrow. I think it is so important that as I put responsibility,
it might not even happen anyway. That's all I came for. Okay. Take care. I recommend the wrong vid. So basically, recently all my feed has been political stuff, and this was the wrong vid. I did see this, by the way, during the day, but this was the wrong one. Jump right now. Swan dive off the next highest roof of a building. I'm just joking. That's fine. It was still interesting, so I don't care. It's still interesting. Father, read my chat I sent that didn't show up. Where is that chat that didn't show up? Which one? I don't see it. Is it on Discord? No, it's not. What do you mean? I see no specific chat.
And accountability on myself that no matter what, I continuously show up. I do the research. I film the videos. I put my best foot forward. I do everything that I possibly can. I respond to as many comments as I can, as many emails as I possibly can. That I do everything in my best power. That as I am doing that, I ask of you to also put the accountability and responsibility on yourself. If you have a gift to be able to write and you want to see a better tomorrow, or you are frustrated at the place that we are now in, then write. If you have the ability to speak, speak. If you have the ability to entertain, entertain. If you are a creative, create. If you are able to build businesses, then build businesses. And if you might not have those gifts, then offer whatever it is that you can to those individuals. You are equally as important. There is no hierarchy. I think that it is crucial to understand that even if you are doing the absolute best that you can and you still feel that it is not enough, it is.
I think there is definitely societal hierarchy. There's no doubt about it that there isn't a societal hierarchy. I definitely think there is one. That's just the truth. That's how society works. That's how it always works. It doesn't even matter who's there. Man, woman, whatever. You will always have people that take the lead.
Is because you can't do any more. And so you have to give yourself that grace. And if you feel that you have to do more, being a father is a massive achievement. Being a husband is a massive achievement. Being a wife, being a mother, being a friend, being a brother, being someone that picks up trash on the side of the road or pushes a chair in when somebody else doesn't do it at a restaurant. Kindness compounds into bigger change. And so I'm just saying that as I continuously choose to show up, please do the same. I will do everything in my power to consistently pursue a better tomorrow. I want to see America prosper. I want to redefine what it means to be an American. And I think that it's time that instead of making things great again, that we begin looking forward. I want to have a family. I want to know that when I look in my kids' eyes, I have done everything in my power to give them the best shot at potentially having a better tomorrow. So I hope this video was able to provide some value. Until next time, bye-bye.
Based. I think that was a good video. That was a good and deep video. And I agree. I definitely agree. This stop constantly chasing the past, regardless of what topic it is not gonna bring us forward for sure. It's just not. We're constantly chasing the past, regardless of what it is. Whether crimes committed in the past, achievements committed in the past, we need to focus on what we can do in the future. That is absolutely certain. The problem is, though, that the biggest issue right now is definitely, or one of the ones that will definitely be huge, is an aging population. Because, since he brought it up, our children will not have a good future if people don't have more children. That is the sad truth. If people don't have more children, if we don't keep a consistent supply of human lives being added to population, it doesn't need to be more, it just needs to be sustainable, at a sustainable rate. If we don't do that, our kids will suffer. Our future children. Just the truth. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Alright. Well, during Deer's video, where was it? Ah, yes. The reptiles.
Some of you have...
The reptiles. We need to do that real quick. But first, I gotta take a quick break again, because my dog wants to go outside. Who's stopping you? Get to the plappening. I'm calling it a cute guy. He's gonna sex you up. Anyways, I'll take a quick break. My dog wants to go outside. So I need to do that. Otherwise, she's gonna be, an annoying little bee. I'll be right back. Dear, you're pregnant. I have your test. Take care of your child. Let me read what happened. Okay. First of all, new link. Yeah, I'm good. No, he won't. He's too cute to do so. I know a cute guy. I know someone likes Korean. I have a Japanese dude on the second floor. You guy isn't Korean. I will tell Pumpkin about Annie. Your reaction to it. Prove it. That's so dumb. Why would you? What the fuck? Why do you want to punish that girl? Bro. Wait, so she's still into you? Why are you doing that? Deer's pregnant. Yep, Deer's pregnant. I know. Congrats, man. Yep, he is. That is a dick move, bro. I knew Deer was a fuckboy. Knew it. Juggling 7 broads at the same time. I know what you are. I know what you are. You evil, evil child. You are a evil creature. A monster. Evil boy. Anyways. We got the lizard video, so let's look at the lizard video. What else does this man have? Deers? What else does this dude have? Wrong, I bet I could treat Annie better. Definitely. The funny thing, I feel like if anyone's not over Pumpkin, I think it's Deer. I think it might actually be Deer instead. Why do you keep bringing her up? Harem protagonist. Except bro's getting no pussy. You couldn't call this exactly a harem now, could you? I think it's insane, bro. That's crazy. Alright, we'll continue with this one, huh? Meet all my pet reptiles by Exotic's Lair. Again, we're gonna meet. I think I'm good, Samax. No. No. Why would I'm not gonna look at that. No, I will not look at that. No, no. You can't forget that. You can't forget that. We're gonna look at this now. Alright. Let's see. Maybe this guy does in fact have deers. Let's go.
Some of you have been subscribed for so long, and yet you guys haven't met my reptiles yet. So far it's only been these guys, the spiders. So let's take a moment and meet them one by one. So the first individual we're gonna meet today is Penelope, our dearest Penelope.
Penelope, yeah, definitely. Watch it. I will not. You know what's funny? I think you're genuinely, if that happens to be on your feed, I think you're the one genuinely listening to Boyfriend Experience ASMR. And this time, don't need to say I can't prove it. I can, in fact, prove it, because that is proof, because otherwise that would not appear on your For You. You are weird. My dear, you are weird. Stop it. Get some help.
She is a classic ball python. Penelope was born on April 2016. I got her in May 2016 for my birthday. My birthday is in May, so soon. I'm gonna be an old guy now. Penelope.
I'm gonna be an old guy. I think bro was old before. I think bro that didn't change much. I feel like.
Here will be turning 2 this year. Well, she already turned 2, and I forgot her birthday. Oh my gosh, I'm such a bad owner. So Penelope over here.
Snake hag, a snake hag, a snake haggling. Clearly, yeah. I'm never gonna get a snake. That's one of the many things that will just not happen. I will not do that to me. I'm just gonna say that will never happen. I wouldn't do that. Ugh.
Here has just turned 2 years old, because her birthday is in April. I'm not exactly sure which day in April because the seller didn't know, but she's been with me for about 2 years now.
Funnily enough, I know my dog's birthday. It's the 28th of November. Then Girlie's gonna be 7 already. I had my dog for 7 years then. Terrifying.
I got her when she was about 2 weeks old, if I'm not mistaken, if I can remember right. But so far she has been a really good girl. She has never striked at me before. She's always a good eater. As you can see, she is a very curious snake, always exploring.
Look at that creature. Look at it. Look at it. I would never keep such a thing. I would never. But it did. No. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. I know.
As soon as I put her down, a lot of people's ball pythons will like just curl up into a ball and just sit still. But Penelope over here, look at her. Just wants to explore everywhere. She is about 1,200 grams, so that's 1.2 kilos. I got her when she was about 74 grams, so she has grown quite a bit in the past 2 years. She's currently feeding on medium rats. I think I will continue to feed her that from now on.
Medium rats? Is there also small rats and large rat? Is there a Coke as well with that? Bro, sounding like he's feeding her a McDonald's menu, in fact.
Because ball pythons don't really need large rats. And I'm not going to be breeding her. She's just going to be a pet, so...
Yes, you should not breed her. Sorry, I didn't mean to go that way.
That'll be sufficient enough for her. If you watched my microchipping video on her, the vet microchip...
Ooh, she has a microchip. That's cool. That's cool, okay. Well, it makes sense if she gets lost, especially... Well, for some animals, you do in fact have the lore that you need to have a microchip. Here, they at least need to have like a number. They need to at least be registered. And you can in fact chip her. Usually we don't do that, but you could. You could if you wanted to. That is definitely an option.
Her somewhere over here. You can actually feel the microchip under her skin. Yep, right here. If you watch that
yeah, you can feel something square-like.
Video, you will see how calm she was. She's like my calmest snake ever. Like you can literally mess with her head and she will not do anything with you. But then again, these are still wild animals, so you still gotta give them the respect they need. Even though they may appear as docile as Penelope over here. So that is Penelope. Now, let's move on to the...
That's such an odd name for a snake, though. That is really that is an odd name. I could never take this seriously. Oh, look at my snake Penelope. Like, a dog? Okay, sure, I get it. A dog makes sense. I'm fine with that. I'm cool with that. A snake? That sounds weird. That is weird. What is wrong with my feet, bro? I don't want this, but I'm watching this. The fuck is going on with you? What is that? That is horrible. What is this? that's not nice.
Next snake. So guys, next we have Monty. This is my amo striped corn snake. He was won at an auction. I saw him being posted up for an auction at a really cheap price, so I bid on it, and surprisingly I was the only bidder, so that was awesome. And here he is now. 2 years.
Oh, he's just a little guy. Monte Condo. He's just a little guy. That one I like. Doesn't seem too dangerous. Doesn't seem like it would bite. By the way, does this guy live in Australia by any chance? This would explain he probably got everything out of the wild. Because, like, everything dangerous is there.
Years later. Monty was born in January 2016. So he is 4 months older than Penelope. As you can see, this is also a very calm snake. It's really nice colorations. Orange with darker orange stripes. So he is now about 3.5 feet, if I'm not mistaken. He's only 2 years old, so he still has a little bit of growing to do. I think they stop at like 3 years old, I'm not really sure. But snakes grow their entire lives. When they reach the adult length, they will continue to grow, but in a slower pace. If you watch my snake feeding video, he is feeding on quails, baby quails. He loves them.
No! I don't like this dude anymore. Cancel him. No, not quails! No! That's why Deer recommended me this. Fuck you. Would you stop talking about each other's dick? Or send a video of DSP or I show Meads wiener. Stop it.
Them and takes them down. Frozen thought, no problem at all. I don't feed him live food. So there we go. There is Monty. Now let's move on to the third snake. Oh no, you're not going in. Come on. I'm pretty sure you guys know who this is and why we call him
Pissy! This is Pissy.
By this name. So this is Pissy. You know why we call him Pissy? Yeah. He's always pissed off. You see? Always pissed off. When will you calm down? You're not a cobra. Look at him. He's acting like a cobra. You think you're a cobra, huh? You think you're a cobra? No, you're not a cobra. You're a cute little hawk-nosed snake. So this over here is Pissy. He is a normal Western hawk-nosed snake. So
he's much smaller here. This must have been quite early. Look at this small little guy. He's a baby. Was he always this small? I don't think it was this small. He's significantly smaller. Bro is still a little guy. Here. What do you mean, yum? You know, they eat fried tarantula in Cambodia. You know that, right? I heard you have a tarantula. Sounds tasty. Yes, you're a foodie now, didn't you know? Each other's dicks.
These guys are awesome. They will act like a cobra, think they're so big and mighty, but they'll actually strike at you with their mouth closed. So I think that's pretty cute. Look at him. It's crazy. Pissy. Why are you so pissed off? Another defense mechanism for these guys are when they get threatened and this doesn't work, they will turn around upside down and squirm around as if they have been hurt.
Ooh, he has a nice belly a nice belly pattern. That looks good. That looks good. That belly pattern looks good. No, I did not. Now I do though. Anyways, she has a food that poor guy, he's getting picked.
And they'll pretend to be dead. Yeah. They will pretend to be dead. And these guys are rear-fanged venomous. Well, that's what people say. There's been a debate on this topic, but these guys, some people say they're rear-fanged venomous, meaning they have to chew on to their prey to deliver that venom. Their venom glands are, their venom fangs, their fangs at the back of their mouth, not at the front, like cobras and vipers. Those have it at the front. These guys have it at the back, and you guys, it thinks it's a cobra. You have fangs at the back, not the front. You're not a cobra. So Pissy, you ready to say goodbye to the fans?
Pissy. Crazy name still. Still crazy. They eat meow meow. Why you want to eat cats? No, I won't do that to him. He's nice. But you have considered it for other guys. I knew it. I know where he is today, though. Look for your boyfriend. He might be lost without you.
I said say goodbye. Be more polite to everyone. I said, what did I tell you? Be more polite. Come on, man. Seriously. Okay, time out for you. Back into your enclosure and...
Time out like a little child. Go to bed, you little kid.
You stay there and learn to calm down. I'm giving you another chance to say goodbye to everyone. Say goodbye. I said say goodbye. Okay. Everyone say goodbye to Pissy. So the next snake that I'm gonna introduce to you guys is Rouge. So this is Rouge, my Honduran.
Isn't Rouge usually a bat with massive honkers? Just saying. That one looks also nice.
Milk snake. So you may have seen him in the video where I mentioned guess who got a new pet. I think that was the title. Now this is a Honduran milk snake. These guys are one of the larger milk snake species. The reason I named him Rouge.
Milk snake. Milk snake? Is that because they leave their wives and children? Milk snake. Milk?
Is because he is red. Rouge is red in French. I asked one of my friends to name him and she did. So I'm sticking with that. I think it's a pretty cool name. And as you can see, he is quite squirmy, like a little worm. Alright, we've sort of got him under control a little bit. So, oh my god. Will you calm down, Rouge? No one's gonna hurt you. Just chill. Chillax. Show your beauty to the people. Don't you want to be famous worldwide? Come on. Look at the people and say hello. Since you're so squirmy, I'll put you back in your enclosure. If you guys are wondering why there is no hide, that's because...
Back into your prison. MILF snakes. Calm down, bro. Calm down. You will not get the snake pussy. Chill. It's okay, Joe. I know you're on a apparently dry streak, but please. I beg of you.
These guys, as you can see, they burrow. They really enjoy burrowing. So even if you put a hide in, they're not going to use it. They're just going to burrow. But if you're going to use...
So I like the burrow into the ground. Interesting. He's got a weird face, like you're the one to talk.
Use like newspaper or paper towels for substrate, a hide would be useful. So Rouge was born in in July 2017, so he's not even a year old yet. I think these guys look really cool. Red and black are my two favorite colors, and this...
Yeah, and then you have like the little orange part in between the black sides, right? That's pretty cool. He's pretty cool. He's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Snake Pussy. No. What do you mean? You don't like the Snake Pussy?
Snake literally has both on it. So look at that. Isn't he a beauty? Rouge here is getting one fuzzy mouse every 7 to 10.
A fuzzy mouse? Now I gotta Google. What is that? A fuzzy mouse. That's an actual animal. Or does he... Wait. They're referred to as they're mice. They're mice. They're mice. They're naked mice. I borrowed for random NPC name. Random mice. Okay, random frozen mice.
10 days. As he grows older, that will reduce. I mean, the mouse size will increase, but the frequency of feedings will reduce. So yeah, there is Rouge. Now let's move on to the next snake. Meet my most scared snake. This is Elvira. She is a spinner ball python, which means she is...
Elvira? What are these names, dude? What the heck? Elvira! Yeah, that's a terrifying snake name! Elvira is so normal, bro. That is so normal.
A cross morph between what was it called? A spider and a pinstripe ball python. If you haven't watched the video of when I just got her, feel free to go check that out. I think the video title is called Meet Little Elvira. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think that's what it was called. But she has grown quite a bit since that video. But the problem is, she only eats mice. She refuses rats. Even if I...
Interesting. I guess even snakes can be picky eaters, it appears. So I'm not surprised. I mean, I like the black patterns. They look good. And you get like this yellowy white. A little bit of the mask here. Not bad.
If her small rats, I mean the size of a mouse, she wouldn't take it. Even if I sent the rat with mouse, She wouldn't take it. I have no idea why. She is such a picky eater. Why won't you eat rats, huh, Elvira? Why won't you eat rats? Rats are better for you. You're a ball python. You're gonna get big and fat like Penelope. But you don't want to eat rats. Why? You can't stay this small forever, girl, and mice will make you stay this small, so. She was born in July.
Maybe she doesn't want to be fat. You know, it's a girl, you know? She's not, you know, she's not American. She doesn't want to be fat. Just kidding. She bit him once. Evil. Makes sense.
2017, so just like Rouge, she's not even a year old yet. I think she's around the same age as Rouge. Look at her colors. It's like gold. Wanted to name her Goldilocks, but that name was like too long. And Elvira was a name I got from Yahoo Answers. I actually went on Yahoo Answers and asked people name suggestions for.
Who goes to Yahoo to ask for a name? What? To look for a name for a snake? Interesting. Still really not that fitting snake. Hey yo, I'm on a diet. Bro is dieting.
My new female snake, and one of it was Elvira, and I liked the name, so here we have Elvira. As you can see, she is very shy. This is what I mean. This is why they call them ball pythons, because they roll up into a ball and pretty much do nothing. And I showed you Penelope. She's not like that. She's more active. This one, on the other hand, is...
Bro is hiding. Bro doesn't want to be on camera. Did you even ask for the rights, you know? Did you even ask if you could upload this? Did you offer consent? She doesn't want to. She's hiding.
Yes. I'm gonna have to get her to gain my trust, and that's gonna, I reckon, take a while. So I'm gonna put her back because I don't want to stress her too much, and then we'll move on to the next reptile.
Look at him run! Look at this Zeus! Bro is called Zeus. That's interesting.
Where are you going? Come on. The people want to see you. What are you doing? Come here. Come on, don't be rude. Where'd you go? Come here. I said come here. Hey. Okay. Got him. So guys, this was one of my first reptiles. This is Zeus. Zeus is a rainwater albino leopard gecko. He is...
Albino? Bro got a shiny! Does it make a bling effect when you take it out of the enclosure? Oh, he looks cool. Also, a thick tail. Yo, Samax! He's got a thick tail. You like those?
A little bit skittish as you get... Come here, Zeus. Sorry, guys. He doesn't want to meet you. I'm sorry. Zeus, stop being rude. Okay, fine. I won't hold you, but hold still. I said hold still. Come here. God damn it, Zeus.
Bro's asking him to come here like a dog. It's not a dog though. It's a lizard.
Get back here. I won't hold you. Stop wiggling your tail. I know you don't want to be held. I'm not gonna have Zeus out for too long, guys, because as you can see, he is not a very sociable kind. So Zeus over here, he was born on 4th of May 2012. So he will be 6 years old this year. I got Zeus.
Zeus. I still think that this name's crazy. He looks cute though. Zeus takes 0 orders. A god. What is a king to a god? I mean, he looks cute. He looks cute. Buy Zeus, father. I will not buy a Zeus. He looks cute though. He looks cute. No, I can't deal with tails anymore. Yesterday it ended badly. My tail fascination is over. Hey, this video is the right video for you. Maybe he has a chameleon that you can pull. Chubby tail. True chubby tail.
In 2014, if I'm not mistaken. So he's been with me for about 4 years now. So far he's been doing very well, but I don't really handle him because, as you can see, he is very skittish. So usually I just leave him be and let him do what he does best, which is eating mealworms and sleeping. This guy really doesn't like me. I tried taming him once, but nothing really happened. Every time I pick him up...
It's why it's why, because he's a lizard. Remember, You gotta do it like Ark. You gotta take a wooden club and knock them out, and then put food into the inventory, and then they get tamed. It's how it is. You just gotta violently beat them until they are unconscious. Don't do Ark at home, chat. This is a joke. They are okay from a distance. Okay.
He'll just run off my hand. Come back here. Okay, Zeus, come here. Let's put you back home. Come here. No, don't go in there. You can run, but you can't hide, Zeus. Come here. Follow me, and nobody would get hurt. Come here. There you go. Whoop. Okay. Happy now? Jeez, you gotta learn to be more sociable a little bit. Stop running away from everyone. By the way, coconut fiber, guys, will not cause impaction. Sand will, so don't house your geckos on sand. So the one in here we have is Hera. This is my hypo leopard gecko. Come here. So this...
she looks also cute. I think. It's a girl, right? Gotta be. The black spots on the tail are nice. It does look like it has a bunch of pimples, though.
Is Hera. She is much calmer than Zeus, as you can see.
This definitely fits. This fits a gecko. Okay, this name fits a gecko. Though she does sound like some goddess.
She usually just sits like this for the whole time, really. She doesn't jump off. She just chills with you. Hera was born on 7th of April 2013. So that would make her 5 years old this year. She is much more sociable than Zeus, as you can see. She will not mind people. Look at her eyes. Gorgeous.
Ooh, that gray looks nice. She looks nice. I like her.
Whoop. Don't fall off. There you go. Come here. Say hi to everyone. Sorry guys, nobody wants to say hi to you today. Say hi to everyone, Hera. Don't be rude. Don't be like Pissy. Yeah, I was talking about you.
How could he not be pissed if you constantly call him Pissy and like annoy him? Like, I would be annoyed too. I would be making sounds too. Hag in terms of lizard life, true. Manage to chill at home and suddenly a giant yoinks you. Wait, doesn't your artist do that with you? I heard your artist is carrying you around like you're like a mother and drives you around in a cart from like a supermarket. I know what you are. She was like the lead female god, so queen of the gods. Okay.
Okay, anyways, let's put Hera back home. So the next reptile that we have is Elvarg. So this is Elvarg. He's my male bearded dragon. So Elvarg was born in 2016 October.
Yeah, Elvarg we know already. Though it turned it into Albert, which is funny. I wonder if these chapters were automatic. Because Elvarg turned into Albert. That's terrible.
So that'll make him 1.5 years. Yeah, Elvarg, you're 1.5 years old. How do you feel about that? So Elvarg's just a normal bearded dragon, no fancy morph. I don't really buy morphs because they're expensive and I don't see the point of it. So this is pretty much what you're gonna find in the wild. But you weren't from the wild, were you, Elvarg? So just like Monty the corn snake, Elvarg, I also got him through an auction. Someone posted him up, and when he was really small, he was like this big. But there are 2 defects on Elvarg. Well, I wouldn't say defect, I don't know. He was probably born with it. First one is, if you look at his mouth, Elvarg, look here. See? He has an underbite. You see his low...
I'm sorry. Okay, this is I have like a weird picture of an underbite lizard now in my head. Bro has an underbite. Poor guy.
Lower jaw is protruding out. It's like his lower jaw is longer than his top skull. So that's not normal, but it's not affecting his health in any way. He still eats really well. The next defect is his tail. As you can see, his tail at the tip
It's slightly curved. Bro, this is it. That is how it looked. It was huge, not this big though. You are traumatized by this, aren't you? It was a weird creature. Attack of the Lizard. What do we learn from this, kids? Don't pull on weird looking sticks. They might not be a stick.
There's a bend. This was already there when he was born as well. But this, just like his mouth, doesn't affect his life in any way. He's still a very beautiful and healthy bearded dragon. Do you want to say hello? Say hello. Hi. So why did I name him Elvark? Well, if some of you guys played the game RuneScape, you will know that the quest Dragon Slayer has a dragon over there, and that guy's name's Elvark. And because this guy's a bearded dragon, why is it so bright? There we go.
Holy Elvark. Here he is. No, I'm not. I don't think so. Yes, you are. The Jurassic Park Dino 1. Shingeki no lizards. That's funny. Remember, there's a sound out there on TikTok currently being very popular, which is just like lizard. It's literally just a lizard and like a female voices lizard. I don't know why, and people replace song parts with just lizard.
I decided to name him Elvark because I really loved RuneScape last time. I was addicted to that game, but I don't really play it anymore now. I just named him Elvark for like a remembrance, because that was pretty much the only game I played. Yeah, really sad. But yeah, guys, that's pretty much it. Ready to say bye, Elvark? Oh, wait. The moment of truth. Elvark meets Pissy. Elvark, look. It's Pissy. He's pissed at you. Do something about it. See, Pissy? You're being pissed at him, even Elvark.
I mean, you could put him in the enclosure. That would likely end up like a Pokemon battle, though. Okay, now it's very obvious. Now the underbite is very obvious. I mean, look at this. I'm sorry. Now it's very, very obvious that that's an underbite. Bro, that looks hilarious. That looks hilarious. It looks like he's pouting. I'm not. I do it again now. I'm familiar with them. What if it's a different lizard? What then?
Hey, my finger's not food, okay? My finger's not food. See, Pissy? Even Elvark doesn't want to fight back. You're just pissed off at everyone. You guys haven't even met and you're already pissed off at him. Yeah, Elvark, what do you do to him? What did you do to him when I wasn't here? You think you're so big, huh? Elvark could probably just chomp you down like a super worm. So you better watch your manners. But anyways, guys, those were the reptiles that are in this room. Now we're gonna go upstairs to meet the last reptile. So the last reptile of the exotics lair is Bella. So this here is Bella. She is a boa imperator.
Bro, I wouldn't touch this. I'd be scared of losing the hand, bro. Bro is like slapping it.
Boa constrictor. Now I won't be taking her out today because as you can see she is resting, but look at her size compared to my hand. She's very girthy. She's about 6.5 feet. So
you know what else is girthy?
That will be it for today's video. Before we go, quick shout out to our latest Patreons, Andrew Schmidt as well as Ari Almeida. Thank you both so much for your support. Really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. So yeah, guys, if you enjoyed meeting the other members of the Exotics Lair, be sure to thumbs this video up. If you didn't, maybe because the animals didn't want to say hello.
Yeah, that was a pretty big snake. He isn't gonna take it out, but yeah, that was huge. That thing's huge. Yeah, I'd not touch that.
To you, feel free to thumbs it down. And if you're new to this channel, be sure to subscribe and turn on that post notification bell. If you'd like to support me through Patreon, there's a link in the description below together with the social.
That's pretty much the end of the video. These were cool to a degree. I think some of them, you know, a lot of snakes. I expected with different reptiles, not that many snakes, but hey, snakes are still cool. I would see more, love to see more of the big one, but yeah, pretty nice, pretty nice. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Just Croc. Hi, Croc. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Hello, mortal. All right. Now, probably one of the weirder ones. Okay. Yes. What do you want? What the fuck do you want? I missed the video. No. Subscribe to you or you'll piss you off. Murder mystery. We can do that. Fine. Chat, it's time again.
Houston's late.
It's time again. Dear. Oh dear. All right. Oh, this is new. This is completely new. Okay, this is completely new. Okay. Okay. Interesting. This is completely new. Yes. Look, that is a look at this. That's a happy apple. A apple. All right. All right. All right. We'll do it. The Texas stalker who was a psychopath. The Muna Pandey case. By Desi Studios. No idea what this case is about. I don't know. Never heard of it. It was Texas. So yeah, let's go.
Houston's late summer heat can feel suffocating. Thick air clinging to the skin, the city humming under
Houston, we have a problem.
streetlights. On one such night in August 2024, a brief, trembling phone call shattered the quiet. The building manager of a modest apartment complex near Texas Southern University picked up to hear a stranger's voice. There was a dead body in his apartment. Moments later, he was
Happens. I occasionally find that one too. You watch when you at least didn't watch the Sonic video without me. No, I did not. I did not. Don't worry. Don't worry, you little dragon. Oh, why are you disappointed now? Did you want the Rebel D video?
standing in the doorway of a crime scene that would haunt an entire community. This is a case that would send shockwaves through Houston's Nepali community, ignite an urgent manhunt, and unravel a story that touched on immigration, vulnerability, and predation. And at its heart was the life of a young woman who had crossed oceans to build a future, only to have it violently stolen. This is the story of that Texas evening, that phone call, that one girl. This is the story of Muna Pandey.
We will avoid the music. I'm sorry, Desi Crime. She witty. Yeah, no, I'm not disappointed. Just not what I was expecting. Okay.
Desi Crime Podcast, a show where we dive deep into some of the craziest cases from around South Asia. I'm your host, Ashwarya.
And I'm Aryan.
And the case that I have for you today is one that so many young women across the world can relate to and feel terrified from.
Usually we ask you guys to hit the subscribe button or do something on those lines that is beneficial for us. But today we can offer you something that's beneficial for you, which is that the Desi Crime book is out now. You can order it from Amazon. You can get the audiobook on Audible. And by buying this book, you get access to not just some of the best Desi Crime episodes you've ever covered, but some new cases that are exclusive just for the book. The link is in the bio. And here's a request. This episode, like many Desi Crime episodes, doesn't have a sponsor. Everything runs on the dime we earn because of you guys. So if you can help us out by becoming a patron or a YouTube member, you keep the engines at Desi Studios running, and hopefully one day, Ashwarya, we can make the Patreon and, YouTube membership program big.
I'm kind of surprised that to be fair, I'm kind of surprised that they still have, covering this, right? Surprised that they have monetization. Others do less and don't have the monetization anymore. I find that interesting. Like, it's so bad the Wi-Fi deleted itself when Poker took my video. Yeah. No video for you. L, exactly. Plus ratio, plus no bitches.
Big enough that we don't need sponsors.
Absolutely.
We just need your money. No, but seriously, we produce extra episodes on our Patreon.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Are you trying to make me feel guilty?
Patreon all the time. In fact, we've been working on some really cool IPs just for our Patreon and members,
Right.
like getting back the Thug Life series. For the OG listeners who know, Thug Life was this section where we covered the actual tales of thugs that existed during the colonial period.
Which people thought were limited to movies like Sholay, but they're actually real
Gabbar
stories
Singh
behind
is
them.
a real Daku. And stories like that we will cover there. Of course, we'll release some of them for you guys generally also. But to support our channel, please become a member and buy the book. And now, on with the case for today.
Late on a sweltering night in Houston, on a Monday, the phone rang in the office of a tidy apartment complex not far from Texas Southern University. On the line was a man whose voice trembled, each word clipped with urgency. He said there was a dead body inside one of the units, then hung up before the building manager could even ask a question. At first, the manager thought it must be some kind of cruel prank. What apartment? What tenant? But curiosity and something deeper, a gnawing unease, pushed him to walk over to the complex and make sure the tenants were okay. Door after door, people confirmed their safety. That is, until apartment unit 3009.
It must be so terrifying to find a dead body, not gonna lie. Because, like, depending on how long, right, when, like, people find bodies, depending on how long they just lay there, right, there must, like, I would be so terrified when something, if I had like an apartment or something, right? If I owned an apartment and like multiple people live there and people would complain about the weird stench coming from that apartment. I'd be so terrified that actually, instead of like, just having a stinky person renting that apartment, there'd be a dead body.
He knocked hard.
I know, irrational fear, but bro.
No answer. Then called for whoever was inside to open the door. Yet again, no answer. Slowly, he turned the handle and nudged the door open. What he saw stole breath from his chest. On the hardwood floor, in a pool of dark, congealed blood, lay the body of a young woman. Her face was still, her limbs lifeless. It was 21-year-old Muna Pandey, a college student from Nepal. Visibly, she had been shot multiple times. By the time paramedics arrived, it was already too late. Investigators would later say she had been dead for at least a day. The anonymous call had come on August 26, 2024. 2 days earlier, Muna's last known moments alive had been witnessed by those who lived around her. She had been seen walking towards her apartment, shopping bags in hand, phone pressed to her ear. A small security camera she'd mounted above her doorway caught everything that happened next. From the far end of the corridor, a man appeared. He raised a pistol, pointing it straight at her after loading the weapon with that unmistakable sound. Muna's voice, accented with the gentle cadence of a first language, cut through the quiet.
The body gets rock hard. Yeah, sure. Yeah, let's see the crime scene. Okay. Yeah, I'm aware of that it gets rock hard, right? I'm aware. Like, but depending on what happened, like if the corpse was already rotting, ugh. Like you walk into that apartment, depending on how long it's been, you just hear that, have that stench. Ooh. Imagine that is already, ugh. I don't think it would ever happen to me. I never see it. It's just really rare. Hey, never say never.
What are you going to do? It's a line that still chills everyone who's heard it, an instinctive plea from a young woman who, even in that moment, seemed to think there might be an explanation, some thread of reason she could make sense of. But there was none. He pushed the gun towards her and ordered her to unlock the door. She obeyed, and they stepped inside together. An hour later, he walked out alone, one of her bags slung casually over his shoulder, and disappeared into the night. For nearly 48 hours, no one realized Muna's body lay inside. Friends grew worried when she missed a planned hangout and stopped responding to messages. Back in Kathmandu, her mother, Anita Pandey, living in a small rented room thousands of miles away, called repeatedly. It wasn't like Muna not to answer, but her mother's texts sat unread. When the building manager finally opened Unit 3009, Anita's worst fear, one she'd
Well, if it's all on camera, they already have the dude, right? Technically. We already know who did this. Yeah, because consider this, right? the chances of finding a dead family member are pretty high. Like, you could just go to work or school and then come home and your parent just lies there. You never know this. And the older you get and the older they get, the more likely it gets. I don't even know how I would cope with that.
Never dared voice became reality. The murder of Muna Pandey didn't just rattle the residents of that apartment building. It sent shockwaves through Houston's Nepali community and reverberated all the way back to the Himalayan foothills. Muna had been one of thousands of South Asian students who crossed oceans chasing the American dream. But to understand why her death struck so deep and why it happened to be...
I also think it's cool that they're covering, like, right? They're still covering, like, that they're now covering, like, places outside of India. I don't know how often they do this, but everything I've seen was inside India.
Begin with, we have to step back from that blood-stained apartment and trace the paths, hers and her killers, that converged in that narrow hallway. Muna Pandey's story began in Bhojpur, a rugged district of eastern Nepal, where the Sun Kosi River winds through steep terraced hills.
There is a Bhojpur in Nepal also?
Yes, there is.
Is the music the same as our Bhojpuri
Oh, I have no
music?
idea. Why don't some of you all tell us?
Yeah, please tell us, if you're from Bhojpur, Nepal, do you guys identify with the music coming out from Bhojpur, India?
Muna was raised almost entirely by her mother, Anita Pandey, a woman who had been working since her teens, first as a domestic helper and later as a tailor. Muna's father was largely absent. According to the Kathmandu...
Where are the fathers? What is this? I asked this today already. Where are the fathers?
Post, Anita was divorced, living alone with her daughter in a modest rented room in Kandahari on the outskirts of Kathmandu. In a culture where sons are often prized above daughters, Anita poured all her hopes into Muna. She sold off family land, took out loans, and stitched clothes late into the night to pay for her schooling. Friends remember her telling customers, "Whatever it takes, my Muna will study abroad." Muna responded with equal determination. She excelled in school, consistently ranking at the top of her class, and dreamed of becoming a nurse, a profession she saw as both noble and a way to lift her family out of poverty. In 2020...
Okay, she wanted to be a nurse. Okay. Yeah, it's just like... Also, like, I find it crazy that, you know, the idea that a parent has to, you know, bury their own child, right? Even though it should be the other way around. I think that's insane. Are there many reasons why there are much crimes in India? Well, obviously, right? It's less safe. You have a much larger population. It makes sense, right? It does make sense.
After years of saving and fundraising, she was finally admitted to Houston Community College and was granted a student visa. She left Nepal with 2 suitcases and a promise to her mother she would succeed. On the day of her departure, Anita hugged her at Tribhuvan International Airport and whispered, "Study hard, make us proud, and don't forget to call." Muna, a girl of just 21 and one who had never before stepped beyond South Asia, wept quietly. As the plane rose above the Himalayas, she watched the mountains fade below, the distance between her and her mother growing wider with every passing second. Houston was a world apart from everything she knew. She landed in late summer, greeted by the heavy Texas heat and the endless web of freeways. Enrolled in nursing courses, she took a part-time job at a South Asian restaurant to cover rent and tuition. With no relatives in the US, she initially shared an apartment with another Nepali student before moving.
She's like completely innocent, right? Like completely. She hasn't done anything. She didn't provoke anybody, for now at least. Like, she hasn't done anything. The question is, was it actually a dude she knew, or was it really just a random
Moving into a small studio to focus on her studies. Life became a relentless rhythm. Classes and labs by day, kitchen shifts by night, often leaving home before dawn and returning well past midnight. Groceries were paid for through double shifts. Her spare time was spent on long-distance calls to her mother in Kathmandu. Those calls stitched together their lives across 12 time zones. When Muna clocked out at midnight in Houston, it was midday in Nepal, and Anita would pause her sewing to answer. They spoke of school, of the suffocating humidity, of tight finances. Some days Muna's voice was buoyant. She had aced a test, made a new friend. Other days it was heavy. She confided about loneliness of living alone and about the unease she felt walking to the bus stop after late shifts. Once she told her mother a man had been following her from work. Anita urged her to be careful and always let her know when she was safely inside her apartment. Muna took that advice to heart. After being stalked by someone in her building, she installed a small security camera above.
She's already being stalked. Okay, she's already being stalked. That's interesting. Same guy? Yeah, as a woman, it's so unsafe as a woman nowadays to walk around and there's a dude, like, it's just crazy. It's just crazy, especially in cities. Like, I already couldn't live in a city because I'd feel unsafe. Not only because of, like, also because of, like, how loud it is and shit, right? I'm not doing that. But man, it's just wild.
Above her apartment door, a precaution that would later become vital evidence. Like many young international students, she juggled precarious finances, visa restrictions.
And yet, while personal experiences and these experiences may show different, the world is safer than it has ever been, right? All these cases, all these situations, right? They're much rarer than they originally were. Which is the funny part, right? The world is much safer now than it ever was. It weirdly doesn't feel like it, which is odd.
And the cultural dissonance of a new country. But to her friends, she seemed to manage it all with quiet grace. Those who knew her told KHOU 11 she was punctual, dedicated, and full of life. She was active in Houston's close-knit Nepali community and in campus clubs. She had a shy smile and a habit of humming Nepali songs while chopping vegetables at the restaurant. When she wanted to unwind, she'd watch Bollywood films or listen to South Asian true crime podcasts, tales of tragedy she believed belonged to a world far.
You just plugged that there, huh? You smart people. Look at this shameless plug right there. Look at this shameless plug.
Far from her own. She could never have imagined that one day hers would be one of those stories because of a man named Bobby. And then when I read this detail of that she was an ardent true crime listener of South Asian true crime podcast specifically, I was just, there are a select few of us in this bracket, you know.
Should I ever get murdered? For the love of God, please, let it at least be a guy with a cool name. Not Bob, not Bobby, not Tom, not Tommy. I don't know, give him like Bartholomeus. Drake. I don't know. Anything. Drayden. But not Bobby. They plug a lot of shit. That was really shameless.
Someone like Stephanie Sue comes to mind. Yeah. And then obviously there is our podcast. And it's just something about thinking that she may have heard us. It just makes me feel like connected to her in a different kind of way.
Yeah.
And also kind of...
The funny thing is we have a huge listener base in Houston. When we dial into our data and see where in America people are listening to us, Houston is one of the biggest areas because of how big the community over there is. Yeah, I mean, you know, people joke in our comments that, oh, they would love to be featured on the Desi Crime Story, you know, as a facetious remark. Right. But for it to maybe be real is very gut-wrenching.
Very scary, yeah. While Muna was carving out a life anchored in so many different pursuits, a 51-year-old Indian man named Bobby Singh Shah lingered at the edges of her world. Little is known about Bobby's early life or professional history, but his name would later appear in a Harris County criminal complaint describing him as a familiar face at the restaurant where Muna worked. He wasn't a fellow student, nor a neighbor, just a middle-aged man with salt and pepper hair,
a random middle-aged man. I wonder where this is going. Huh. Random middle-aged man. Okay.
A smile and a tendency to flash cash at the bar. In press reports, he's been painted as a, quote, hustler, drifting between different business ventures. Court records show at least one prior charge for unlawfully carrying a weapon, but little else is clear about his day-to-day life.
Ash, is he an immigrant or an American?
So a guy who works a lot. Okay. I mean, immigrant. Maybe first generation or second generation. Because, like, I don't know, is Bobby something that's, like, common in the country he's from?
Citizen.
And so details are sparse, but all the documents that do mention where he's from, they say he's Indian. It seems like he's not an American
So an
citizen.
immigrant.
Yes, correct.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. Surprising.
What's certain about his life is that he moved in spaces, both in person and online, where older men sometimes sought out the company of much younger women, offering gifts or money in exchange for time and attention. According to the same complaint,
He's a sugar daddy. He's a sugar daddy. Surprise, surprise. He's a sugar daddy. He's a sugar father. Huh, interesting. I wonder how is that connected? They bring it up, so it must... Oh no, I don't like where this is going.
one of Muna's friends told police that she had once mentioned being on a sugar daddy dating website. On occasion, she chatted with older men there, whether for convenience, friendship, or potential financial help. There's no hard evidence linking Bobby to her through that site, though. But after her murder, a woman who had used the same platform recognized the man in the still images police released.
Okay, there's no evidence that she used it. Okay. We got this. Okay, interesting. But that's still oddly weird and oddly specific.
From Muna's security camera. This woman told detectives she had met Bobby through a sugar daddy website back in 2012 and, quote, instantly recognized him as the man forcing Muna into her apartment in the footage. Another tip came from closer to home. The owner of the restaurant where Muna worked confirmed that the man in the image was a regular patron. Now, these sugar daddy arrangements can be consensual, but they can also draw in men with a warped sense of entitlement, blurring the lines between voluntary interaction and exploitation. Whether Bobby first noticed Muna on such a site or across...
Generally don't. If you are a woman and you think this is a way to make money, don't, because eventually they're going to ask for more. Then you eventually have a crazy stalker going after you.
Counter at her job. Investigators believe their paths crossed more than once before the night of the murder. Her friends, however, were adamant. There was no romance here. She barely knew him. And then came Friday, August 23rd, 2024, the day that marked the end of Muna's summer courses. She had 2 days off from work and planned to catch up on errands and assignments. That evening, she called her mother and told her she was going grocery shopping the next day. Anita reminded her to get enough vegetables and to stay safe. On Saturday, August 24th, Muna spent the afternoon chatting with friends online. She promised to meet them that evening, but said she needed to stop at a store first. At around 8:40 p.m., she returned to her complex carrying bags of groceries. She looked tired but content. The security camera above her door captured what happened next. As Muna dug for her keys, that same figure appeared from the corridor. The footage shows a man with a medium build and short hair wearing a grey shirt and carrying a gun. He pointed it at Muna's face and whispered something. Muna's voice can be heard asking, "What are you going to do?" It's a simple question that reveals her disbelief. Perhaps she thought this was a robbery.
I wonder if there's a chance that he actually did more than just take her life. Huh.
And he wanted her purse. The man racked the gun slide, loading a round into the chamber. He ordered her to unlock the door, watching as her face filled with fear. She unlocked the door and they entered the small studio. The door closed behind them. Neighbors later told police that they heard loud thumping from Muna's apartment around this time. They assumed it was furniture being moved or a television show turned up too loud. They did not call 911. One neighbor reported hearing a woman scream cut short by a sudden bang. Yet, because gunshots are not always recognized as such, especially in a city where fireworks and car backfires are common, the noises passed without action. Then there was silence. The man remained in the apartment for more than an hour. What happened inside is known only through forensic evidence.
An hour. An hour. He stayed in there for an hour. Yeah, this is not looking too good. An hour? Oh no. Oh no. Please don't.
Ishwara, as a kid growing up in a society, an apartment complex in India, it often happened that we heard women shouting or kids crying, and I'd go out into my balcony and try to figure out where the noise is coming from. It's a very common experience for most kids, and prod my mom to do something about it, and she would write it off as somebody else's business,
Right.
which
That
is
family matter.
family matter, which is understandable. And often I've also heard loud bangs and noises, and it happened recently in Bombay. The bang sounded to me like a bomb blast, and I immediately went onto Twitter to see what it is. But at no point would I dial 100 to report it as something off, even if there is that fear in me. So I don't blame the residents. You know, in hindsight, of course, wish you had called 911, but that's easier said than done.
It is 100%. In busier cities, when you're living in close quarters, so close to each other,
Yeah.
multiple apartments, it's very, very hard to know. But I think it's just a reminder that it's
Yeah, it's a cultural thing, right? It's a cultural thing, I guess. Because like you're used to that. Like if something was loud here, you'd immediately have the police right there. Like without a shred of doubt, you'd have the police there. Definitely.
always better to be safer
Then sorry.
I remember this one instance back when I was a student in the US, and I had visited the city Ann Arbor, a couple of hours away from us, and my friend and I, we parked our car in this parking lot behind a bank, and in our distance we could see this man kind of just lying on the floor a little bit away from the cars, and there was a cycle that had fallen seemingly on top of him. We could see a glass bottle. It looked like an alcohol bottle. Now there are homeless people all across the US, right? And they're sleeping in corners. They have these bottles on them. But I remember this impulse of like, should I walk away? Should I call someone? And I remember making that call. It's the only call I've ever made in my life to the authorities. And I remember making it. I remember the ambulance showing up. We don't know what happened. They asked us to leave. But it's just that little reminder that maybe you can do something and save someone's life.
It's the only call you've made to the authorities, but the authorities have made several calls.
Have I ever made any call to the authorities? No, I've not. If that was a problem, either it solved itself or others solved it. Yeah, I never made a call to like police or anything. Or firefighters, anything like that, right? I've never done that, nope. Not that I remember.
To me and you. So that's for a later Chai and Chitti episode.
Yeah. When police examined this scene days later, they found Muna had been shot 4 times. 3 bullets tore through her torso and 1 passed through the back of her head, an execution. Blood splatter analysis suggested she was likely shot at close range, possibly while pleading for her life. There were signs of a struggle. Chairs toppled, grocery bags spilled, a smashed phone. The killer then gathered some of her belongings, including her purse and her phone, and left, locking the door behind him. Muna's phone disappeared with him. In the hours after her death, friends sent her messages confirming plans for the night. They assumed she was busy because none were delivered. When she failed to show up, a friend texted, "Where are you? We've been waiting." There was no reply. As the night turned into Sunday morning, Muna's mother texted from Nepal, "Didi, call me when you wake up. Love you." That message too remained unread. On Monday, August 26th, the call came to the building manager. He told the police he did not recognize the male caller's voice. The caller simply said there was a dead body in the complex and then hung up.
So he called, well, this makes sense, right? Earlier, but interesting. He called the manager telling that there's a dead body there. Remorse? I don't know. We're back, got to attend in another stream. Take care, Cricket. I wonder what drove him to do that.
Responding officers found Muna's door locked. When they entered, they discovered the gruesome scene. Muna's lifeless body on the floor, bullets lodged in the walls, and dried blood everywhere. The sense of violation was palpable. The tiny apartment that had been Muna's safe space had been turned into a crime scene. Detectives canvassed the building. They interviewed neighbors who described the noises. Muna's friends told investigators she had been scared of a stalker and had installed a camera. Police retrieved footage from that camera and other security systems in the complex. When they watched it, they saw the chilling confrontation outside the door. They released still images to the public and asked for help identifying the suspect. Houston's Nepali community sprang into action. Photos and news updates raced through Facebook groups and WhatsApp chats. Many recognized Muna instantly as the warm, soft-spoken waitress from the restaurant. The suspect's profile was distinct enough that within hours, tips started pouring in. One came in from the restaurant owner, the other from the woman who identified the man. Investigators cross-referenced these leads with license plate data from nearby.
They obviously got him. That's obviously that makes sense, right? They obviously got him. I'm curious what the motivation was behind this. Why did he do this? For what reason? And just in general, like what is the connection between these two? Because for now, that does not appear to be the case, except when maybe he went to the restaurant where she worked at. Gotta be the case.
Surveillance cameras. The name emerged. Bobby Singh Shah, 51. Harris County swiftly issued a warrant for capital murder, and on August 28th, just 2 days after Muna's body was found, officers spotted Bobby driving. When they pulled him over, prosecutors say he was still wearing the same blood-stained clothes seen in the video. A gun was inside his vehicle. He surrendered quietly, was booked into the Harris County jail without bond, and faced additional charges for unlawfully carrying a weapon. News of Muna's murder reached Nepal through a late-night phone call. Drona Gautam, the vice president of the Nepalese Association of Houston, called Anita Pandey and told her that her only daughter had been killed. Anita fainted. She later told reporters she thought it was a prank.
I don't think how you could not faint. How you could not lose your mind when that happens. I couldn't, for sure. I'd lose my mind if this happened.
At first, that someone was lying, but then more calls came.
Like, somebody's dying. I'll take matters into my own hand. I do not care what it takes.
Finally, someone sent her a link to a news article showing her daughter's photograph, and that's when the reality sunk in. Muna was gone.
Ashwara, one might think that since he's an immigrant, not a citizen, he doesn't get the Second Amendment of which is you can own a gun in America. But that's not true. Even as an immigrant, getting a gun license is pretty easy.
Especially in a state like Texas.
Especially there. I remember I went to a Walmart and got my gun license.
Interesting. Hey, bro, I don't know what we is in Pokemon Blaze Black 2 Redux. So in the starting house, right, when you start with your mom, right, the first conversation, right, there's like a TV, and then in front of that TV is a little Nintendo Wii console. You go to that console, and then it opens a menu. That's what you have to do. Starting house, where you start the game. There's a Nintendo Wii console. Talk to the Nintendo Wii console. That's it. That's all you need to do.
For just $100.
Oh my god.
Yeah, gave me a hunting license that allowed me to own and shoot a gun. I just paid. There was no training, no checks, no background checks, nothing. Just here you go.
Gun culture is a little bit scary. Obviously, it's scary because we know of school shootings, we know of mass shootings. But having lived in a small Midwestern rural town, we used to see women on their morning runs with like pistols strapped to their arms.
Just strapped to their shoulders and arms.
Yeah, we used to be sitting in restaurants. There was one incident in our first year which terrified Aryan and I. You were in a Chinese restaurant late at night after a party.
It's that easy to get a friggin' gun? You just pay for the license? That's wild. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't know that you had to literally just pay for it and then you could just, move on. That's wild. That I think the US, they can keep their guns. I don't give a rat's ass if they have guns or not. But I think they should maybe, give training. Like, actually make it so that they, know how to use a gun. And are also mentally well to use a gun. I don't know. Sounds a bit careless.
And this man dressed in all black, and that's stereotyping someone dressed in all black is a little bit scary, walked in and you could visibly see a gun strapped to his belt.
And he was young,
slightly
overweight, frazzled, disheveled, wearing a black shirt. and yeah, just a gun hanging from his back pocket. It was late at night, and Ashwarya and I, we were there with a friend, and we were so scared. We were so scared because we had just moved to America. But here's the crazy bit. Just a week after that, there were reports of a family being shot by their child in that town of Alma, Michigan. And Ashwarya and I always wondered if it was...
We looked at photos of the person that did it, and we obviously don't remember the face of the man we saw very properly, but we look at those photos and we're like, it could be him.
Eerily similar.
Yeah, scary. So gun culture is scary, even aside from the mass shootings that make it to the headlines. It's scary in these small ways too. Anita's grief was compounded by distance. She had no visa to travel to the US. Flights from Kathmandu to Houston cost more than she earned in a year. Houston's Nepali community and friends in the United States created a GoFundMe campaign where the fundraiser described Anita as a single mother who had sacrificed everything to send her daughter abroad.
I don't know. Sorry, bro. I don't understand what you're saying because my English listening ability is not good. Well, then I don't know how to really explain it to you. I don't know. How am I supposed to explain it to you? I don't know. Again, go into the house. Go into mom's house. Talk to the gaming console. The Nintendo console. In front of a TV, of a television, in that house. There you get the shiny charm. Or, you know, just do it easier. Take my comment that I gave you, copy it, paste it into your language, translate it. Why don't you do that? That's easier. If you don't understand English, just do it in your own language. Copy and paste my comment. That should make it easier.
And now needed help to bring her daughter home. Within days, donations poured in from Nepali students, South Asian immigrants, and strangers around the world. The campaign raised more than $14,000, enough for Anita's travel expenses and for funeral expenses. The US Embassy in Kathmandu expedited Anita's visa, and she finally boarded a flight to Houston, carrying little more than a bag of Muna's favorite sweets and a small framed photograph. When she landed at George Bush Intercontinental Airport in early September, she was greeted by members of Houston's Nepali community. Cameras captured her teary embrace with Rona Gautam. What was the motive? He later asked a television reporter. What
was the motive? Why did that happen? Why did he do this? Like, that's the one that confuses me most right now. What is the connection between these two? Like, this could just be a robbery. That does not make sense.
Could cause someone to shoot a young girl 4 times, he asked. Anita's first stop after landing was the morgue. Seeing her daughter's body, she sobbed uncontrollably. The local Hindu priest recited rituals while Anita held Muna's cold hands. Quote, I had hopes for her. I raised money to send her to America. She wanted to become a nurse. She was so bright, end quote. Anita struggled with guilt over not being able to protect her daughter. She told reporters because of that guilt, she had not been able to sleep for days. Her grief resonated with mothers across the diaspora who had made similar sacrifices. On September 9, 2024, more than 2 weeks after Muna's death, she was laid to rest at the Forest Park East Cemetery in Webster, Texas. The ceremony combined Hindu rites with elements of Nepali tradition. A priest chanted mantras and sprinkled holy water on Muna's body.
Damn, that's still terrifying. TLDR. Guy killed young woman. Is a sugar daddy, but for now has no connection to her at all. For now, and that's pretty much it. It's just an Indian guy killing a Nepali woman. And we have no idea why for now. But there's more. That's literally it. He put 4 bullets into her. That's it. So go to first house, exactly. Go into the mom's house, exactly. Go to the TV, exactly. Right in front of the TV, there's something on the floor. There is a gaming console on the floor. Talk to the gaming console. There you can get the shiny charm. May bother you, but thank you very much if help. Yeah, I try. I try. That's where you get it. Sugar daddy? Yeah, he was on a sugar daddy website, and the only way he got noticed is that a lady who he was a sugar daddy for in 2012 noticed him. But the girl that got killed does not have any connection to that sugar daddy website.
Anita draped her daughter in a bright red sari, the color of a bride, symbolizing purity and auspiciousness. Her friends placed marigold garlands around her neck and sang a Nepali folk song about returning home. The Harris County coroner had permitted an open casket. Anita and Muna's best friend stood by her side for hours, their hands trembling as they stroked her hair. Muna's face was bruised, but the mortician's hard work restored some of her gentle features. She looked like she was sleeping. At the funeral, Muna's childhood friend, who requested anonymity, delivered a eulogy. She told the gathered mourners that she and Muna had been friends since they were 10. They had dreamed about studying in America together and about traveling the world. We were inseparable, she said through tears. I keep checking my phone, thinking she will text me again.
I was hoping that for the rest of my life, we would be inseparable like we were.
Her remarks were a response to speculation that Muna might have been involved romantically with her killer. Quote, there are rumors out there, but they are not true. Muna didn't have a relationship with him. End quote.
What? Again, what was the... Oh yeah, thank you, bro. You're welcome. What is the connection to him? What is there? There's gotta be something. Like, this was literally like an execution. Like, what is there? What is there that makes this... Why did he do that?
She wanted to protect her friend's reputation, even in death. The funeral drew not only Muna's immediate friends and fellow students, but also a crowd of strangers. Drona Gautam estimated that nearly half the attendees had never met her. They came because the tragedy touched something universal, a migrant's dream cut short, a mother's worst nightmare realized. Many were parents who had sent their own children abroad and saw themselves in Anita's grief. Others were students who recognized their struggles in her story. They stood under the sweltering Texas sun and watched smoke from the pyre rise into the sky, carrying with it Muna's body and the community's prayers for justice. And then came the day everyone had waited for, the day court proceedings began. As the funeral pyre cooled, the criminal case against Bobby Singh Shah began. In September, he appeared in a Harris County courtroom for a bond hearing. The prosecution described the evidence, the surveillance video, ballistic tests, Bobby's clothes stained with blood, the tips. The courtroom was packed with members of Houston's Nepali.
Yeah, we definitely have proof that he did it. Like, there's no getting out of this. I'm still interested why he did that. And a mini shiny Pokemon without shiny charm is a nightmare. Yep, it is.
Community, some wearing traditional kurta pajamas, others in jeans. Anita sat in the front row, clutching a photo of Muna and shaking her head whenever defense spoke. Prosecutors in court described the crime scene as both calculated and vicious, so much so that they said they were considering the death penalty. Bobby's lawyers declared his client innocent and vowed to prove his case in court.
Yeah, actually, give him the penalty. Give him the penalty. Like, he's never gonna... There's no way that a regular life sentence could make up for a young woman's life being lost.
At a preliminary hearing, prosecutors told the judge that ballistic tests had matched the gun in Bobby's car to the bullets in Muna's apartment. And so naturally, despite his lawyer's confidence, bail was denied. The arrest brought some measure of relief to people, but also left them with a gnawing question. Why target a 21-year-old student? Was it a robbery that had spiraled into murder or something more personal? Investigators believe Muna may have known Bobby only slightly, perhaps from the restaurant or possibly an online encounter. Her closest friends, again in court, dismissed the swirl of online rumors about a romantic link. According to them, Muna's interactions with older men were limited to serving them food and taking their orders at the restaurant. While she had used a sugar daddy site, it was out of curiosity. Friends say she had never met anyone from those sites in person. Bobby's attorney, on the other hand, challenged the prosecution's timeline and said that there were still unanswered questions about who placed that anonymous call to the building manager.
This is odd. This is very odd. This is weird. Like, see. I mean, he could have gone to the same restaurant, right? He could be like an obsessed stalker. I think what was earlier mentioned, she had a stalker. So, I mean, that could be
who had moved Muna's phone and whether more than one person was involved. The defense suggested that the crime might have been a robbery gone wrong and that another suspect was at large. They argued that releasing the surveillance images had prejudiced the public and that Bobby had been unfairly portrayed. But true crime stories often hinge on the dogged work of investigators and forensic scientists who gather the pieces that the dead can no longer speak. And the forensic clues found in this case paint Bobby to be guilty of this crime. In Muna's case, the reconstruction of the crime started with small physical clues: bullet casings, footprints, a displaced rug, and the bent frame of a shopping bag. Houston Police Department's forensic teams documented every corner of the apartment, measuring blood splatter to determine the trajectory of each shot. The bullets recovered from the wall behind Muna's body told a story of close-range execution, a shot to the back of the head fired at a downward angle, indicating that she may have been kneeling or lying when the final bullet struck. 3 other rounds enter her torso in quick succession, suggesting an intent not just to incapacitate, but to ensure death. Ballistic analysis matched the rifling marks on the bullets to a semi-automatic handgun found in Bobby's car. Such matches are not perfect fingerprints, but they gave prosecutors
Yeah, there's no way he wasn't doing it. There is zero way he was not doing it. He was most certainly doing it. He is the one that did it. No doubt about it.
enough confidence that they had the weapon used in the crime. Digital evidence also played a crucial role. Muna's security camera saved footage to a cloud-based service. Investigators requested access and downloaded the high-definition video that captured the entire interaction outside her door. Investigators took precise timestamps from that recorded CCTV footage and compared those time codes with cell tower records for Bobby's phone and found that his device had pinged off a tower near Muna's complex during the time frame of the murder. They also traced Muna's missing phone. It was last switched on an hour after her death near a highway interchange. It then went dark, either smashed or turned off, making it harder to locate. Surveillance cameras from a gas station near that interchange captured a vehicle matching Bobby driving away. The digital breadcrumbs formed a circumstantial but compelling narrative linking him to the crime. Forensic teams also analyzed traces of blood found on Bobby's clothing. Muna's blood type was rare, B negative. The blood on his shirt matched that type. Later,
Yeah, it's over, bro. Put the fries in the back. It's still not elaborated why he did it.
DNA tests would confirm a match. The prosecution's theory is that during the struggle, Muna fought back, scratching Shah and causing his shirt to pick up her blood. Fingerprints lifted from the grocery bags also matched his. Defense attorneys will likely challenge the chain of custody and argue that cross-contamination could have occurred, but combined with the video evidence, the forensic findings paint a coherent picture of events. Beyond the technical work, detectives also drew on behavioral patterns to build their case. Muna's friends told investigators that she often used digital payment apps to split bills and rarely carried large amounts of cash. That Saturday, however, she had withdrawn $200 to pay her college fee. Police suspect Bobby knew she had money on her and intended to rob her.
That means he must have followed her for quite a bit. That means he must have followed her. Why would he do it? So if she didn't meet him through the sugar daddy website, right? So it can't be that. She didn't have any contact. It can only be through the restaurant. Realistically, met in the restaurant, and he then knew his target. That's the only thing that makes sense rationally.
He resisted, he shot her. This theory is supported by the fact that he left with her purse and phone, and there was no rape. Yet the brutality of shooting someone 4 times for a few $100s raises questions about motive. Forensic analysis also extended to digital communications. Investigators seized Shah's computers and phones and combed through his browsing history, messaging apps, and email accounts. While details remain sealed, law enforcement sources hinted that they found searches related to sugar daddy websites, discussions with young women, and queries about how to dispose of a body. If admitted at trial, such evidence could support the theory that he planned the crime. Since the bond hearings have ended but trial hasn't started yet, we don't know how the defense attorneys will respond to this. But we can estimate that they'll say something like internet searches don't equate to criminal intent. They may also contend that a tech-savvy murderer would never leave such obvious traces, implying that someone else used his devices. The battle over digital evidence promises to be a focal point in court. For Muna's loved ones, the science is secondary to the emotional realities. Anita doesn't care how the investigators reach their conclusions. She cares only that the man who killed her daughter is held accountable. Yet she's also expressed gratitude for the detectives who spent long hours piecing together the timeline. At a candlelight vigil in late September, she spoke.
Death penalty, that's what I believe. Easy. Can you react to the music to music later? Because I see music reaction increase a lot of views. If you're looking for content, you can react to my country's music. I'm from Vietnam. The problem is that music is copyrighted oftentimes. So if I react to it on stream, the stream gets taken down. You will get a black screen saying that the content showing is copyrighted, which is there is a reason I don't react to music on stream, because I get cooked. I get it, dear. I get it. 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 I get it.
Spoke softly into a microphone. Quote, "They told me they will never stop until justice is done. I believe them." End quote. In a world where unsolved cases are far too common, that promise offers a sliver of hope. As of this writing, the trial has not yet occurred and Bobby remains held without bail. Under the US legal system, he is innocent until proven guilty. The speculation surrounding his motives, whether he was a sugar daddy gone rogue, a jealous stalker, or simply a criminal looking for money, remains unsolved. The story of Bobby Shah underscores the murky world of sugar daddy websites and casual dating. The possibility that that's where he met Muna has fueled debates in Houston's South Asian community about the vulnerability of international students. Some blame Muna.
There's obviously, very obviously, a chance that that there is actually a genuine connection. We'll never find that out, though.
For taking unnecessary risks. Others argue that the conditions faced by many students, low pay, lack of family support, cultural isolation, pushed them towards precarious arrangements. It's a conversation that has played out across diaspora communities, forcing families to confront uncomfortable realities about safety and autonomy. But while we raise these questions and wait for trial to begin, we must remember Muna Pandey was more than the woman captured in a chilling surveillance video. She was a daughter who loved her mother, a student working towards a nursing degree, a friend who liked Bollywood songs and gossiping over chai. Her life was cut short in a foreign city, but her legacy has traveled back across the oceans. Anita Pandey keeps her daughter's photograph in a place of honor. At night, she still whispers to that photo, hoping that somewhere her Muna can hear her. In telling her story today, we hope that you can hear her too.
If you like what we do,
That's the end of the video. That's terrifying. And we won't find out why he did it, what the connection is. Well, they're probably gonna eventually do a redux once they find out what would happen, right? Once the trial is over. I would assume so, that they're gonna remake this eventually. But yeah, that's all we have. We have a deranged sugar daddy gone rogue, possible stalker, and just, yeah, that's what we have. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Alrighty. Dear, we'll do your little short so you won't be annoying anymore, because you are. And then another one from this Gumper. What is this? What the fuck? Harry Potter, the ultimate Indian theme. What the heck, dude? Alright. What is this about? Let me click on this real quick.
According to
The bird mom locks.
What the heck is that? Definitely AI. Definitely AI. I see it. I see it. I still want to do one more video, so the short ones... I'm gonna look at this real quick. But that's it. Then I'll do probably... I guess the reball one. That one's just 20 minutes. That's alright. Alright, let's go. What is this?
The bird mom locks herself in a tree hole for 6 whole months to have babies. During these 6 months, the bird dad keeps bringing mud. Then the bird mom mixes it with her saliva and spreads it evenly on the inside walls of the tree hole. This makes the hole opening smaller, but that's exactly what they want. During this half year, the bird mom stays in the tree hole until the baby birds
The mom essentially just puts herself in the trenches.
hatch. She will break through the hole opening to come out again. During this time, the bird dad keeps searching for food outside. He brings the food he finds to the tree hole, then passes it to his wife through the small opening. But the pregnant...
That is a good husband. Boys, take notice. Especially you, dear. This is a good husband.
Bird mom is very picky about food. When she doesn't like something, she will refuse it, so the bird dad keeps searching for better food. When the bird dad brings food to his wife again, this time the bird mom immediately accepts it. It's said that during this half year, the bird dad can find up to 30,000 fruits, because the bird mom gets tired of eating the same food every day. When this happens, the bird dad catches some insects to give the bird mom variety in her diet. Insects are rich in protein, the best food for bird moms during pregnancy. But these insects are hard.
They literally just... She literally just put herself into solitary confinement. Only getting food. Bird jail time.
Hard to catch. When he catches this kind of food, the bird dad never eats it himself. He always saves the best for his wife. During this time, the bird dad repeats the same routine every day. No matter what the weather's like, he always stays by his wife's side. People ask, what if the bird dad doesn't come back? Would the bird mom starve to death? Actually, when they first started dating, the bird mom already tested the bird dad to check if he could provide for her after marriage. They went to a bat cave entrance together. Even though bats aren't their food, to prove his sincerity, the bird dad caught a bat to show his feelings and prove he could provide for the bird mom. When the bird...
Imagine your bat just flying and then you just get yoinked out of air, mid-air. W bird dad. For sure W bird dad.
Bird mom accepted the bat. It meant she fully accepted this bird dad. Then they found a suitable tree hole as their home. In the hornbill world, once they commit to each other, their children and the bird mom will never separate. This kind of lifelong love is very rare in nature. It's really worth learning from.
Cute! These guys are cute. And more loyal than humans. Two, three, two, three. This is a hot rap song. Yeah, but it's also copyrighted. I get the copyright. I get YouTube inserts their copyright anally into my butt. I cannot watch this because YouTube doesn't want it. Let's do this one. That's the final one.
Great, thank you.
Calm down. Why is this in the middle of something? What the fuck? That's gonna be the final one for today. I need to turn on lights. It's getting crazy, by the way. Give me a second. I need to turn on lights. Yes! Men! Is brotherhood gay? I mean, natural men. Clearly, supernatural. Mega natural. Alright. Alrighty. Nothing suspicious about these natural kings. Truly, the most natural men of all time. By Reball D. Let's just look at this. Let's just look at how natural these dudes truly are. Grass-fed men.
Music to your ears, you know, when you hear it in a video. Like nails on a chalkboard. Again? Yes. The Shasha Susu series has been a beauty pageant for sleep paralysis to creatures you might have encountered in the REM stage of your sleep.
I don't think so. Like, I've had a significant drop in nightmares. I think that's due to woman. That's due to frog, I think. It's interesting. It's interesting. My only sleep paralysis demon that I see is an apple.
Like as in a night, but they're all girls?
I see no issue. Women are scary.
Woman! 6 foot, by the way. Girls, take a break, because today we're going from girls to grizzly. Grizzly bear, yes. Not the cute kind, though. Like, the kind you might see in a build-a...
Where's the Liver King? Where is my homie, the Liver King? I'm genuinely asking, where is he? Where are you? Is he gonna eat some livers?
Bear clearance route. We dove so deep into the Shashasusu ecosystem, we found deep. Meet deep. Or don't, because if you do meet deep and he doesn't like you, you're in deep trouble.
What the fuck? Bro looks interesting. Bro's body composition does not fit at all. Bro's body composition is messed up. I know you do. You like that, don't you?
Trouble.
Not an edit, he posted this. No, fuck. I couldn't do this, I'd die. I just get cut in half in the middle. Bro, what is this? The cheeks.
It's about time we have a dude in our Shashasusu series. It's been ages. And this man, the Hulk. The Hulk, if he got his protein powder from like a sketchy vending machine in a gas station. The Hulk, if his pre-workout was expired, also illegal in 17 countries. I feel like he breathes it in every morning, his protein powder. He doesn't add protein powder to his milk. He adds milk to his protein powder. You know what I mean? It just...
What is that body composition? That doesn't look normal. Maybe it's just because his clothes are very baggy, but holy what is this? What is that? What is... He looks like... Dude, he looks like somebody started pressed randomized character, and this came out. What is this? I think it's the baggy clothes, but I can't... It's like, he has really wide, then he goes really thin here, and he has low legs.
Looks... I don't know. I don't want to get hit by the Hulk. I don't want the...
These have got to be edits. These got to be edits. What is this?
Hulk to, like, beat me, but dare I say, it looks funny. It looks wonky. It looks hand-drawn. You know what I mean? It looks sketched. It was traced. I'm trying to zoom in here and see if there is anything suspicious. A few red flags, especially in his under, like...
He looks like a homeless Hulk. Yeah, this is Photoshop. Nobody convinced me this isn't Photoshop. This shit is Photoshopped as fuck.
Between his arm and his body. But other than that, I don't see anything that looks crazy. Like it just looks funky. So we're gonna dive deep. That much muscle, I don't think girls find that attractive, right? There's been surveys. Have you ever been asked if you like a guy with a lot of muscle? Great, thank you for your answer. Now imagine if you made money taking this survey. You can, on Free Cash, a platform where you can make real money doing things you already do, like take surveys and play games, setting up...
With the... Okay. Wait, no. Stop. We're not doing this. This is shitty. I do not believe that. We're skipping that.
Yeah. Side note, though, a lot of you guys have been asking me to talk about uni.
Yeah, now it works. You can react to 23 later. I will call my whole family to follow your channel. Calm down. It's not that. It's okay. Yeah, I think women don't like a super muscular body generally, but they do like muscle. They do like a toned physique, right? Don't call me with that dad bod shit. Women don't know what a dad bod is. You cannot convince me that any woman on this planet does in fact know what a dad bod is. You cannot. You can't. I'm sorry. You can't. Women don't know what a dad bod is. And when it comes to what women prefer when it comes to looks, which is funny for women, you know, you lesbian ladies out there, funnily enough, you prefer very thin. The more you know.
Hello. Were you?
Bro looks like she looks like she's from Lord of the Rings, the Nazgul. You sure have a dad bod, duck. The dad bod. I do not have a dad bod. I have a lower body fat percent, quite low body fat percentage. Lower than the average person, probably.
Babe, not only did we film that video, I was actually in Jakarta just a few days ago when I DM'd Uni. I asked her if we could film a video together. I think it would be nice to see what I would look like in the video with her. I don't know, I think it would be cute. But Uni didn't think so.
Nah, this is cursed. This is cursed. This is hella cursed, bro. There's no way this ain't cursed.
She left me to rot in her requests, but whatever, it's not that.
You can send more invitation messages after your invitation has been accepted. Yeah, you were wrong. She didn't want him. She did not want him. She did not want bro.
It's not that deep. Deep, you're wild. You're Nat Geo wild. Okay? A wildebeest in the wild. Get a look at him run. He's not very much of an apex predator, this one. By the time he gets to you, his prey, okay, you'd be long gone. No, his hunting tactic is to stun you by his sheer size.
Yeah, sheer size and whatever. Dude, I think if you I think of Queso. You look cute, King Slay. First of all, I don't look like Queso. That'd be a disrespect to Queso. That would be disrespecting his whiteness. You know? That's important. That's important. Just saying. Also, when I think of you, I think of a chubby nerdy girl with glasses. I'm sorry.
Which is why he's running really slow. A magnificent sight. Right, very rare. Very rare to spot this one out in the wild because it doesn't exist. It only exists on your phone. Oh!
Bro is Omega. Bro, that looks. Yo, that looks photoshopped. That looks. Look at the head. Look, this does not look normal. This is photoshopped wider than it is. Bro is not natural. Bro is not a real creature. Oh, bro is a creature, but not real. What the that is okay, that is obviously Photoshop. Like, bro. That it looks like his head. His head looks, bro. Nobody said anything about whiteness. Wideness. Wide. Silence, chubby nerdy chick.
Proportions. Boy, I'm surprised that Hummer didn't tip over. It just looks like it's distorted. You know? Like if I want to look wide right now, I'll just really horizontally distort my figure. It looks off. But nobody
should have added the song they used for wide Putin. That works. That thigh, nah, bro is crazy. That's crazy. Bro is extra wide. Nerds are adorable, though. I think you're thinking way too highly of you.
In the
of yourself.
Comments think so. No, they're all like hearts and big fans. His head is so small. I don't know, man. Oh, outfit change. It looks like if he
This is what Hassan actually looks like 90% of the time. Bro, his head is way too small for his body. Bro is definitely either bro is AI or photoshopped.
What is this? wait a minute. AI info. The debut 2 added an AI label. He just told us he's Shashasusu. Here's him lifting at the gym with a. It looks so weird. It looks so weird. Oh my god, please. I'm sorry, but what dumbbell is the size of one's torso? What gym is this? I don't know what Hobbit gym I go to, but you know, it's not warping. Because it's just vertically and horizontally distorted. Right? This is like me right now. Look at me. Like, no wonder his head looks microscopic. Bro's strong. I'm not saying Bro's not strong. He's so powerful though. He's busting your vision.
Yeah, this looks so weird. This looks so off-putting. Hear me out, Hassan. Bro is handsome. That's a good-looking man. Stop it. Get some help. Do not procreate with a terrorist. Thank you.
Shaping your reality. That's how strong Bro is. Bro! Jesus. Like, even the trees.
Yeah, it's super distorted. That's why, also. Like, it's like that tree is bendy as fuck. Not the silence, no. Also, I have to say this. This is why you women complain about, like, never getting good guys. Because once a guy looks hot, you ignore all the red flags. That is why. You are one of those people. You are one of those people. Sorry, it's confirmed. I write it down.
In the trees, the perspectives are warping. Well, he's literally lifting this tree, okay? There's nothing is moving around now. But you could see...
He's just... You don't get it, bro. You don't get it. You don't get it. You don't get it. He's just warping the space-time continuum. He's just doing that. He's just pushing it and warping it. He's just him. He's just that strong, right? When he lifts up this tree, he's just warping space and time. No, I'm not, Duck. You are. You definitely are. I'm just saying, when you are afraid to admit that he's good looking, man. Nah, his body composition is weird. He has a solid body, but his head is small in comparison. Also, he has no legs.
How the perspectives are distorted. Jeez. Put the log down. Put the log down. What the hell? The way that ended. I'm sorry. Bro, you look like a... Sorry, I can't take this seriously, man. The horizontal distortion on you, bro.
It's just, you don't get it. It's just his aura. His aura is just distorting reality. He's that strong. Still good looking, though. You have a shrine of him, don't you? Like in your closet? A shrine? Definitely.
God, bro. One of my favorite things about him is his hashtag reel it, feel it. Hashtag girl. Y'all, this one's a tough one because you can't really, oh my god, you can't really see the distortions because the whole thing is distorted. What? Oh! Watch your mouth! Watch your mouth, don't say nothing bad. Unless you want to be hauled around. She said, you want this to be you? That could have been. The size of that tire, though. Like, let's talk about the size of that tire.
So I found the gym where he works out in. You do have the tire. It's a pretty big tire. I think this one's 150 centimeters. I did some research right now.
So it's just about his height. Just about his height.
This shit's heavy, though.
Okay, so that's not too big. That's like this big. Right? Okay, so that's not too big. So
yeah, bro, you're clowning. regardless of him distorting himself to look extra wide, he's still physically capable, I'd argue. He's physically strong that he can swing that. He's strong. I do duck. I pray there every day. You know that these are now officially always on the internet. I could show everyone that you're a Hassan simp and control the narrative. I'm extorting you for money now.
So, you know, seeing the tire, seeing bro, you know, hunched over that Hummer, we're starting to get an idea of his dimensions. Now, here's why I'm bringing this up. It often looks like when you're really that big and you're that wide and muscular, you often look a lot shorter than you actually are. So maybe bro's tall. Somebody asked him, he said, height and weight, bro? 627, W112 kg. No idea what that means, by the way. What is that code for? Or is this an imperial metric system, or like, what do we do? Because it's both. By the way, I don't know what 627 is. It's not 6 meters, though. That I'm sure about. Are you Peppa Pig?
6 feet and 2.7 inches would be the right one, right? You won't do it. You are a nice man, aren't you? Yes, I am. Too nice for my own good. Interesting. And 112 kilograms. Not bad.
Colossal creature? No, come on. Yeah, a titan. A titan. He's a titan. Let's just assume the logical thing. He's not 6 meters. He's maybe 6 foot? 27? Is that what he meant to say? Which is about 8 foot 3 inches, by the way. 6 foot 27 is 8 foot 3 inches. So. Do you want that in centimeters? It's 251.
Bro's extra large. Bro is not just large. Bro is like towering. He can spit on your head. He can spit on everyone's head. Bro.
He is Peppa Pig. Peppa Pig is 7 foot tall. This guy towers over Peppa Pig. Come on. Bro, we saw you hunched over that Hummer. Oh! We saw you barely made eye level with a door handle. Barely. 251 cent. I mean, if you want, listen, I get it, okay? You want to prop your height up a little bit. Fair. Let's prop our height up a little bit. You know, an inch or two. Bro added a... Man's head's in the clouds. Okay, his head is...
I'm 5'9" now. He said, I'm allowed to prop it up a little bit. I'm 5'9" now.
Literally in the clouds. As in,
let's say 5'8". I don't want to cheat. I'm 5'8" now.
I don't know what he's on when he answered that question. Because according to medical science, the way we just did the math, 112 kilos. His words, right? Where does that put his BMI? 17.7. Now I know BMI is not a good indicator, okay, of anything. It's a shit indicator. My BMI, let me see what my BMI is. So my BMI is 25.7, okay, which puts me at overweight.
Yeah, but muscle and fat are two different things. I'm 6 now. You shorty. Yeah, 6 inches maybe. You apple. 6 inches. That's all you get. You didn't specify feet. So 6 inches it is. So you went from 5 to 6. Small apple.
At a whooping 17.7, which means according to science, man's wispy. Okay, at a whooping height of 8'3", bro is either a skyscraper or a breadstick. 627.
Skyscraper or a breadstick. That's amazing.
Is that your... Is that a patch number, your update number? Your radioactive subject number 2627. Bro, what is your height? Somebody else asked. You think maybe he didn't mean he was 621? He said it again. 627. What metric system is that? What is 627? Really? Brother, please tell me something that I can get body size like you, please. I'll tell you something. Warp. That's how. There he is at a whooping height of 627. Towering over us. But his Jeep towers even higher. Where are the ants in the photo? Hashtag poetry.
Well, this is fairly poetic. I'm not gonna lie. How is How is that possible? Is there another guy in there? Is that the only one we got? Is there another guy in there? No feet, not inches. That's tiny, really small. We know you're tiny, really small. You're the tiniest apple on the planet. A short queen.
Bro. Watch your mouth, eh? Throw you around like a tire. You like that, though. Bestie, you kinky bestie. Bro is handsome. Protecting myself. Anyway, here's another clip of him looking really wide. And here's another clip of him doing a head exercise.
What the fuck is that, bro? What the actual fuck is that? Well, he is fairly caked up, though. Somebody specific likes that caked up booty. I'm gonna zoom out for you. There you got to see it.
Exercise. I'm unfamiliar with this. The purpose of the exercise to really stretch your skull out a little bit. It shows here when the camera starts moving around, you can see how things really warp on those edges. It's like there's two black holes on either side of the camera that are just out of your vision. It just looks like a fever dream because it looks real.
What is he doing? He's bending space-time. There's no other way. This is definitely not edited. Welcome back, GT. This is definitely not edited. He's just bending space and time. It's just the truth.
But it's obviously not. You can't pinpoint what it is. But it's not right. Like your brain isn't. It's not. My brain is not. It's not convinced. Oh my god! I was accidentally gonna report a technical problem. Here's him at his whooping height of 8'3", 200.5 meters.
Bro, that is not a pull-up. What is this? Yo, that's a crime. Bro cannot do a pull-up. That's a crime. This is a crime. You cannot call this a pull-up. We can't.
It's not convinced. Oh my god, I was accidentally gonna report a technical problem. Here's him at his whooping height.
That is a technical problem. That is not a pull-up. What is that? That is a crime against humanity. I like him naturally caked up, not this. Oh, so you confirm. Okay, good to know. Bro, this is not a pull-up. I'm infuriated. Bro cannot do pull-ups. What is this? That's horrible.
Height of 8'3", 200.5 meters tall. It's funny though. Why are your legs?
You could always go like 1, 1, 1. Actually 0, 0, 0, 0. How the bro get so big? He can't breathe through pull-ups. That's something I'll do. That is something you do, yeah, definitely. There's no way. There's no way this is not a pull-up. This is a crime committed.
Off the ground. Yeah, why are your legs off the ground? I'm surprised they're ever off the ground. Need to be hanging from the 3rd floor to not touch the ground. Some bend water, some bend air, others bend grass.
Bro is a grass bender. When they say water, air, earth, fire, they forgot one element. Grass. Others are touching it, he's bending it. There's no way.
That waist, bro, that waist.
Did you get it? He's doing it for your survival, humping air to deal with the population decline. He's making air pregnant. Wait, does that mean if you get too close and you inhale the oxygen around him, you just get pregnant?
That waist is almost unreal. He says cobra back because his back is shaped like a cobra. But that back wasn't built at the gym, bestie. It was built on Adobe After Effects. Okay, yeah, it was also built at the gym. But you know what wasn't? That waist! But you do need to look a bit close to notice that the power lines, these power lines have been diverted. There is an area.
The bending. The element of weed. That's a good looking man. Except that he's not looking like that. Look at this. He's bending the power lines too. Bro. You know, women, no, that's how women get pregnant. I'm pretty sure women get pregnant of a man nuts inside. And she doesn't use birth control.
In this man's city that's not getting electricity anymore. The handrails are also really busted. The wall right underneath his bicep is busted. Also, the way the sweatpants fold is just like very interesting. I see. I said nothing. I said nothing. I'm not trying to get thrown around like I'm not about to get into deep truth. This is a 8'3" dude. You know what an 8'3" dude looks like? I'm on the second floor. This guy can just walk in. I love this picture. You know, him just like all up inside a bush. It's very
What are these? Why is he doing this? Why he's getting nowhere?
aesthetic. What's this? And what are you doing on a branch? Oh, I'm surprised he's not towering over the canopy. The funny thing is the angles are never clear, the way he films. His angles are never like straight up in your face. I'm just gonna stand in front of you and show you. No, they're always like barely see him in the corner. And
also, sometimes he looks like I unga, therefore I bunga. Like sometimes he looks like a caveman. Cause like when he shoves his chin in front. It's propaganda. Trust me, bro. There's only one way. You gotta try it out. I'm calling the cute guy. Finish it.
he's just like, ah, so strong and powerful, yeah. Twig, move aside, yeah. Pay attention to these dumbbells, please. It's actually 20 and a half. Is that heavy? I mean, it is a heavy dumbbell, right? It's not like, it's not that. Do you know what I mean? Okay. You're 8'3", bro. You're 8 foot. You should be doing that with your pinky finger. Bro could lift me and you on his pinky finger. Like this. Me and you sitting on his pinky. You and me sitting on his pinky. Kissi. Okay. This isn't a...
Pause. Stop it. Get help. Bro. Is he also bending the dogs?
Adorable video, by the way, bro. It's cute. Until you realize he's 8'3". So what is that dog? 6 foot? That dog is 184 centimeters tall. That dog is my height. I'm 6 foot, by the way. I don't know. I wouldn't post that. I don't think it's a flattering posture. You know what I mean? Bro is built like a hero, like a Greek hero, like a mythology creature, a cyclops. So let's say how tall he is on average compared to the guy he's about to lift. Because he lifts guys. Why am I so obsessed with this?
He lifts his twink army. Bro should lift me up. What the fuck? Why do you want that? What the heck? Also, he lifts up dudes. He lifts up his army of twinks.
Height? I don't know, by the way. Like, there's a lot of other things to talk about here other than his height, and I'm just fixated. Like, can you get over the height? Okay, I'll get over that. There's a beautiful picture of him on a rock. You know what's crazy about this whole thing is he is strong, and I can imagine him being, like, realistically, he is a big guy. That's amazing. Like, you've built that.
Was this a video about, actually, other than the guy who his tick up, according to Couch Apple? Essentially, it's a dude photoshopping himself. Like the power lines he saw bend and other stuff. He's just photoshopping himself.
Yourself, but what are we doing with the
or distorts stuff, right? So it looks like he's bending the fabric of time and space. This guy gay? What do you mean? There's nothing more masculine than dominating another man. Anyways.
Other stuff. What's crazy to me is why would you want to tweet now? Make yourself a little bit wider, a little bit bigger. You're already there. You don't even need to. You know what I mean? That's the thing about social media, you know? I feel like you'll never get to a point where you're like, I like how this looks. Do you know what I mean? There's a little video of him. He thought he ate, right? He's got these, supposedly that's estrogen and that's high testosterone. Just him like throwing dudes around. I don't know, bro. Those dudes look just about your height. I'm back on the height. I'm so sorry. I mean, what am I gonna talk about? Strength? Man's stronger than I am. Man is stronger than a man could whoop my ass. But I do believe I'm taller than him, so I'm gonna use that. So I'm gonna use that. He called himself Aquaman on this little video of him standing in front of a fish tank. Right? Called himself Aquaman. Poseidon. He's Lord of the Seas.
Bro is more than just Poseidon. Bro is Poseidon's father. Men dominating men are the alpha men. I saw a video about the guy saying that he's not gay, but he found a guy in the feminine anime cosplay hot. He was attracted to him, but he's not gay. So he found his femininity attractive. Therefore, he's a guy who would fuck a dude if he's feminine. That's terrifying.
He stood in front of a fish tank. That's like saying you're a scuba diver for going to an aquarium. What's funny is because some of the content shows what his actual shape is, and he looks amazing. Oh my god, I don't even know anymore. I don't even know anymore. Am I wrong? I might be wrong. This guy is actually big. Do we? Is my brain busted for thinking those proportions were off? I might be, because this dude's actually big. I saw something.
No, he's definitely big. He's definitely working out. He's definitely big. There's no denying that. He's just not as big as the photos and everything make it out to be, right? He's just not as big as the photos make it out to be. But he is big for sure. He is big.
Sketchy, a different that I think is also like kind of doing the same thing. The golf fit.
What the fuck? Nah, bro. Those are the legs that are not normal. Those legs are not normal. Bro is large. Bro is extra large. Reminds me of Yujiro for sure. Bro, nah, bro. What is that? What is... Okay, here comes the question. Here comes the question. Are his legs larger? Why is his torso so small? Are his legs and arms longer? Because why is his torso so small and his head? Tall king, those horse legs. Bro, that's not normal.
This one does look like he's 8'3". I mean, that doesn't look right. That doesn't look right. God, that also... What? I think man's literally photoshopped tattoos on his body.
It's over.
Tattoos. I don't even think those abs are real. Oh my god. 6'3" nerd prototype.
I don't feel like that tattoo is real. Is that the equivalent of the female womb tattoo? I know what weird shit you women are into.
He said, "Oh my lord, the flowers! Oh my god, I can't believe we were coming at deep when mascot to contradictions was here all along. Not mascot to contradictions, the contradiction between reality and your post. What have you done to the flowers? Like, what was the purpose of the edit around the flowers? his thumb looks so weird. Oh my god, bro has a different body type.
What is that, bro? It's a different body type in every new picture. What is this?
In every other. Oh my.
Yeah, bro. What the heck is that waist? Bro, it looks different in every single one. Those are kind of nice, though. The womb tattoos? Get out of here. Why do you want to desperately be a succubus? Like, why do you want to do a tattoo that literally basically tells a guy to breed you? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Didn't even bother. Bro didn't even bother. Bro looked at you and thought, this one's dumb. This one's stupid. That's what bro thought. I don't know what a door looks like, is what he thought. Are you seeing this, or am I hallucinating? Bro's got a thicker thigh.
Bro's thighs are thicker than his upper body. What is that? What is that? What is this? Bro, those aren't thighs, bro. Those are stumpers. What the fuck? Those are tree trunks. They are carved from marble.
than Deep. That's how you know something is up. Deep does neck exercises with just about how much you deadlift. Just please, like how is he's trying to do this because I don't know, he's trying to get girls. What do you want? Because you're not gonna meet the girls that you get out of this, by the way. He has a representative. It's an Indian-based talent agency. Have y'all seen him? Like in real life? Did you just go off this picture? Just decide this. He's tall enough. We're no longer rangers now. We've left the wilderness behind us. The grass bender. Now we're talking about the mascot of contradictions. What does that even mean? I'm sorry. Oh my, please. People I know personally thirsting over this dude. Bestie, are you okay? Oh my god, not y'all in his comments too. Oh my god, y'all. Oh, that's crazy. Tell me my guy did not Photoshop that belt into this picture. Who did?
Bro did definitely Photoshop that belt into this picture. With that thick broken BNF Formula 1 racer.
The work to edit that belt in, and you couldn't choose a nicer belt. Come. I think he's just using generative AI. You know, he just highlights that bit. He says, "Give me an LV belt." I feel like we should try that out. Screenshot this. And now we're trying that on Photoshop. Give it abs. Maybe an LV bow tie. No, an LV cap, perhaps? That's what I think is going on here. Diabolical. Bestie, some of you too are in his followers. I can tell because, like, I can see who follows me and follows him too. He follows some of you guys as well. Oh my god, what is going on? Alright, well, that was it. I'm gonna stand nice and tall for you to see. How tall do you think I am?
And of course, don't forget to get free cash. Link in the description box below, or you can scan the QR code on screen right now. Easiest side cash I've ever made. Took me 5 minutes to set up. I was already earning best.
All right, that was it for today. What a roller coaster. You know, we started off on one end of the pool, the deep end. We wound up being on a very shallow end of the pool, thirst trappy end of the pool. You know, a thirst trap that trapped some of my friends and some of you guys. It's crazy. Some people believed this. Wake up. Baby. Oh my god.
Bro is losing it. That fried his brain. It's crazy.
Steve, you need to go touch some grass. You should go out with Deep someday. He's always touching grass.
No, don't touch the grass. Bend it.
Grass, he bends grass. That was pretty much it, guys. I hope you enjoyed today's video. If you did drop a big thumbs up. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, that's pretty much the end of the video. What do you learn for this? There's a man out there who bends time and space by his simple size. There's a man out there whose thighs are bigger than most of our bodies. And he's extra long. And his body composition changes based on I don't know, his mood. What do I know? Don't goon or gump. 2 AI men. Thank you. Anyways, like, comment, subscribe. Actually, the grass is touching me right now. Are you being molested by grass? Bro is getting... We're witnessing life molestation. I'm sitting on it, obviously. What were you guys thinking? Yeah, bro, he's definitely fucking a dryad. There's no way he doesn't. Yep. The Monster Girl Smasher strikes again. The Monster Girl smashing strikes again. It just does. Guys, I'm ending here. I am ending here. Thank you so much for watching. We will be back tomorrow. Have a good day or night. Don't goon or gump. I will find you and will choke you. Farewell. Farewell. Turn off right now. Log off, homie. Log off right now. Even you, Apple. Yeah. Goodbye. Have a good day or night. Night-night.